Well, would you look at that? It's another episode of the Fake Nerd Podcast, episode 332. Man, we're back. We're back in a flash, one would say. Wow, we have fun here. Anyway, hey, I'm Ryan Oleopoulos. With me today is Brandon T. McClure.
Hello, hi, I'm here as well.
I got Ben Magnet over there too.
I was gonna say maybe we do a charisma check on that last joke, Ryan.
How about you to go charisma check on that one, Ben? And over here we got Sparks Witty. Hello, welcome back.
I thought I heard Ben say Christmas check.
I did too. I did too.
Gotta do a Christmas check on that one. Roll for holiday spirit.
You know who could use a Christmas check right now? The Dodgers. Ooh, boy, Ben. Boy, did they take it in the butt this week.
Welcome back.
Talk about it.
Welcome back, Sparks Witty, a good friend. We missed you.
Hey, I listened to almost all of the news you guys did last week. You guys did great. I still haven't seen Transformers, so I haven't listened to the review.
That's fine. That's okay. Hi, guys. Welcome back. By the way, happy Father's Day for anyone who celebrates. For myself, Ryan and Sparks, it's a very different Father's Day than others. But, that is what it is.
Yeah.
It's
Ben, hurry up. See, that's what we call a joke. And because I haven't been dead, I can make it. Y'all, let me tell you, since we're on this fun subject, I'm clearly
energy you came with tonight.
No, I know. I'm very sleepy, and that's why I get more energy. At work today, I made a joke to my coworker. And he's like, "Are you doing anything fun? Are you having like a party tonight?" And I'm like, "What? Why would I have a party?" He's like, "For Father's Day." And he's like, "Oh, my dad's passed." And he's like, "Oh, I'm so sorry." I'm like, "Why? Did you kill him?" And the face he made, and I was like, "Bro, I'm messing with you." And he's like, "Oh my god!" And I was just like, "It's you get to have fun sometimes."
Sometimes.
Weird sense of humor.
Boy, howdy! This is all right. We're here for a show tonight, guys.
Happy Father's Day to everybody.
Wow. No, but just genuinely happy Father's Day. Grayson already in the chat, Ben, if you want to bring up the Grayson chats.
Yeah.
Ben, speechless.
I'm broken now, guys. I think I have to head out early, okay?
No.
I need to give someone a hug. Shit. Grayson's like, yay, made for the intro. Excited to hear your thoughts on Flash. And also, Grayson is listening to our Dungeons & Dragons playthrough as well.
Yeah, well, that is a good segue into the links that we have in the description.
Do you know what I'm doing right now?
Are you writing links?
I'm writing a segue.
Oh, you did it. That makes far more sense than what I said. Yeah. All right, so yes, that's not for me. We have been having website troubles. I don't know if people who watch or listen to this really care, but we have had some website troubles. Our website was flagged for whatever reason, and then it was completely hacked. And well, not the website itself, but the server was completely hacked and then gone. So the site disappeared, and I have been working tirelessly to figure out what happened, and see if I can get it back. There's long and the short. The long answer, the short answer is I was not able to get the original site back. However, I did build a new site for us, and I want to say thank you to Sparks Witty for helping make this happen. So here it is. Here it is, guys. I'm going to add this to the stream. So all audio listeners, just go to fakenerdpodcast.com. Here is our new website.
Ooh.
The Fake Nerd Podcast family of podcasts. As you can see, it's the same but somewhat different. I've added some things. What?
I like the down scroll thing. I like websites that do that.
Yeah, and we have this is a Squarespace website. Before it was a
WordPress
website. I hate WordPress. I'm really happy to be on Squarespace.
I've heard Squarespace ads for 1,000 years, so it's nice to know they actually do a good job.
Yeah, Squarespace, very intuitive, very good, it was very easy to make this website, and I was very happy with it. But as you can see, our annual anniversary special is here on the front page. There is also new bios for each of us. Not new pictures, but new bios.
That's a hot air balloon that I'm behind. Look at that.
Yeah, but new bios. Some written by Sparks, some written by me. We kind of co-wrote some of these, even though I did not know he did that after I deleted mine.
Yeah. I'll say that Brandon and I both have access to this, and we can share it with you guys as well. But like,
And I will.
Going to be some redesign stuff over time.
Yes, but of course the YouTube merch page and Patreons are linked below, as well as the Fake Nerd Family page. Mostly the same. I've added some things. There's different descriptions, different kind of. As you can see, some say active, some still say hiatus, and others some of the and I've updated some of the like my conversation logo here, where you can find the audio and video feeds. And I'm going to add Cinephiles. I haven't done it yet, but Cinephiles will be added at the bottom here.
Nice.
Right on.
And then here, if you scroll over to blogs, this is my favorite feature because I hated that WordPress wouldn't do this. But if you scroll over to blogs, I'll click on Ben's.
Oh no!
Because I've been working tirelessly on Ben's. There it is, Ben's blog, where you can also find linked D and Dark.
Oh,
so
that's cool.
Yeah, so you can see all of it, not all of his works from Old School Gamer Magazine, but a fair amount of them. I'm still working on this. If you want to go through some of his older stuff. By the way, Old School Gamer Magazine, Ben has written, guess how many articles?
69.
Guess, Ben.
That is true. That is right. 69 articles.
He called me yesterday to tell me, he's like, "Hey, do you know how many articles you wrote for the Old School Gamer website?" I'm like, "No, how many?" And 69. I'm like, now I don't want to write another one anymore. Well, at least for the website. For the magazine, yes, not for the website, because I just want to keep it at nice.
And Sparks and Ryan do have blogs on this new website. I know they didn't use the last ones, but they're there if you guys want them.
It's true.
But yeah, that's our new website, guys. Mostly the same, some different. All the socials, everywhere you can find us, all the relevant information is here. So yeah, there you go.
I dig it.
I hope you guys enjoy. Go to fakenerdpodcast.com, check it out, enjoy it. That'd be awesome. I'm gonna stop sharing this. Cool. Okay. Yeah, let's go on to the more relevant links in the description, such as the WGA strike. We're not talking about the WGA strike this week, actually. Oh no, wait, yes we are. Yes, we are.
It's always relevant.
It is always relevant. So it is linked below, of course. And my Kaiju Ramen. Oh, Grayson says, I care, damn it. Thank you, sir. My Kaiju Ramen article, by the way. The physical copy of Kaiju Ramen magazine issue, 9, is out now. It's completely King Kong issue. I am the first article in the magazine. Look at that. Look how pretty that is. Yeah, I wrote about King Kong's my article titled King Kong and His 90-Year Time Loop, where I basically just talk about why American audiences are so unwilling to accept King Kong in any other format than his original movie, and why I believe that is changing and should change. But it was a great art. I don't know if it's a great article. I like it. It's in the description. It's in here. You can purchase this on the website, which is linked below. I hope you will. I hope you read it. Go for it. Oh, and thank you to Travis Alexander for my little Gamera drawing. Look how cute that is.
Very cute.
D and Dark, Ben, if you want to talk about D and Dark.
Yeah, so this latest episode, the episode that dropped on Wednesday, myself and the party, we continue our face off with Gore the Elder Brain, Mind Flayer version of Victor Frankenstein, and Grayson popped open a whiskey bottle to unleash Kilmarnock the Beholder. So if you want to know what happens when an Elder Brain, a Mind Flayer, and a Beholder meet in the same room, go listen to that episode. Shit gets wild.
There you go. I'm an episode behind. I've been catching up, but I'm an episode behind. Okay. As far as the network goes, guys, you already saw it on the website. Our 2023 annual, our celebration over our 7 years is in the description below. It went up on Monday, day after the last episode aired.
This has been a week.
It has been a week. Welcome back, Sparks. We celebrate by playing Dungeons and Dragons. We do a couple of the things that we've done before, like give our predictions for our top 15, some of our memories of the past year. It was a lot of fun, great time to be had, about 5.5 hours long. You can check out that linked below in both audio and video formats. And pause menu Summer Game Fest, guys. You want to talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, absolutely. So we did a recording for Summer Game Fest because there were just too many fantastic games, and we definitely wanted to talk about them. And we also had some recording issues. So what you've got out there that came out today is part 1 of our Summer Game Fest discussion. It's got trailers. We show it. We discuss it. It's there. We are going to have to record a part 2 to discuss the games that we lost in the recording process. Yes, Ben.
Oh no, I was just gonna say I was being like part 1.
Oh, yeah. So it's still a great discussion. Most of what we did throughout the video was look at the trailers, and in post, I put all the trailers back in. So most of the video is still solidly easy to watch. You just can't see our facial reactions very smoothly. And that's what, sometimes that happens.
Yeah.
The audio is still crystal clear. So, that's really all that matters, right?
It's true.
Yep. Our discussion is solid.
Yeah. So that's linked below in both audio and video formats on the Basement Arcade pause menu feed, as well as a couple of cinephiles that went up this week for Transformers related cinephiles. So Transformers Rise of the Beast and Bumblebee went up this week. Bumblebee episode back when we were audio only.
Oh,
Yeah.
Buzz.
Fun fact.
Oh,
Goodness.
Cats.
My Lord. Fun fact that we record that was episode 123 of our podcast, and we talked about Bumblebee and Aquaman at the same time.
whoa.
So we did both in one episode. I had Rise of the Beast ready to go for this week as a cinephile and everything. I was about to put it up, and I'm like, oh my god, I should put out our Bumblebee review. And then I went and dug it out and did it.
Bumblebee and Aquaman in one day. Wow.
Buzz.
2 good movies, I think.
Yeah.
That was right after Spider-Verse too.
Whew. Boy, if I had a nickel for every time a Transformers film came out after Spider-Verse, I'd have 2 nickels.
Yeah, and if I had a nickel for every time a great DC film came out after a Spider-Verse film, I'd have 1 nickel.
That's good.
Investment.
And of course, finally, we'll talk about in the description below is my conversation with none other than a friend of the show, Ken Knapsack. I talked a little bit about last week, but that came out this week on Friday.
Yes.
Yeah. Yes. We all love Ken. Ken's awesome. I got him to talk about just Indiana Jones, and it was so much fun. Just him and me just gabbing about Indiana Jones and being like, "Hey, why do you like this character? What does this character represent to you? How does it relate to your Star Wars fandom?" Is what I was really interested in. Also, hey, I think there's a correlation between if you're a Han Solo fan, if you're more of a Han Solo guy, do you gravitate more towards Indiana Jones? Is there a correlation there? Why could that be? We talk about that. We talk about so much. It's I think my longest recording. Because he just told after 45 minutes, I was like, we're coming up on the time. He's like, I'm here all night. Let's do this. I'm like, okay.
It's your longest recording if you're cheating because you split ours in 2 parts.
I meant of the season. Sparks? I meant of this season.
I thought you meant the show as a whole.
No, the show as a whole, it is you and me. But yes, that one I recorded most recently because I wanted to get that out before Dial of Destiny, because we talk about kind of what our hopes are for Dial of Destiny. Great conversation. I loved it. I really love talking about talking about Indiana Jones, as you know, as I've been doing on most of our shows on this channel. So please check that out. It was a great time. Yeah. Okay. That's all the links below. So who wants to go first with their week? Nobody say yes.
Not gonna be me.
Please.
I will. I don't have a lot. I listened to D and Dark. So, caught up on that. Ben's making great decisions.
Always.
I did this while I was away. I downloaded both of these, and so I listened to them a lot while I was away from being out of contact while I was on my cabin trip. And we failed to talk about them much at all on the podcast episode. So I listened to both the lyrical songs and the score for Across the Spider-Verse, which is all incredible music and all used in the film very, very well. And I wanted to spend more time listening to it. And I was really mad at myself for not remembering to mention it at all in our review, because it's a really important aspect of why that movie's great.
I listen to it a lot at work.
Yeah, it's a fantastic, just all the song choices and the songs that were made for the film and the score just all 10 out of 10.
I came into
Really
work,
wonderful.
work the other day, and the opening sushi guy, he was blasting the end credit song.
I've listened to that song
Yeah,
so
and I'm just
much.
like, damn, that song is that good, isn't it?
Yeah, I've listened to that song so much.
Yeah, it's a good track.
I finished Jedi Battle Scars also while I was up there. I read some other things. I'm not going to get too deep into them because maybe some of them are book clubs down the road. But Jedi Battle Scars, I echo a lot of what Ryan said. That ending feels super rushed. We'll probably touch on that a little more whenever we do our Survivor discussion.
Yeah.
I'm still going through King in Black. I honestly thought I would finish it while I was away, but then I ended up going to other things and reading other things in the interim. But I'm close. I'm very close. I'm having a great time with that event because the tie-ins are really great. I don't know if you guys, there is one I will highlight in particular because it's a solid 5 issues that's right in there. It might be a book club one day if I remember. But it's King in Black Namor.
Namor,
Yeah, the 5 issues. Which I think is just a really cool story because it's mostly about like old Atlantis history stuff that's coming back around because of relevance to King in Black. But it's mostly like just really fleshing out a lot of this young Namor story and Atlantis history stuff. I thought was really cool. And well done. Let's see. I read Beast Wars: The Gathering. I wasn't here, but I did read it. Yeah, it was all right.
Yeah, we all said the same thing.
Yeah.
I mean, like, I'd probably have much more affinity if I'd watched Beast Wars at all.
Yeah.
I did not as a youth. So I was just like, yeah, all right. There it is. There it is.
And there it is.
And the last thing I'll talk about is I am 4 episodes deep, so just a little under halfway through the season on Unicorn Warriors Eternal.
Oh, I have to start that. How is it?
It's very, very good. It's a new Tartakovsky series. It's really, especially the first 2 episodes, which are a 2-parter, really exemplify that Tartakovsky is just a master of silent animation. Characters not talking for long stretches of time, and he tells so much story with that. That's obvious from Primal, and it's obvious from other things he's done, like the Clone Wars micro series. There's talking in that, but like there's a lot of scenes that are stretches that are just non-verbal, and he does so much with that.
There's like an episode of Samurai Jack that's mostly silent, isn't there?
Yeah, I think he really likes doing that when he has the opportunity. And certainly in here, it's all the more just like you learn so much about characters and worlds just because of how they are animated to be reacting to things or looking at things, the shots he decides to frame, and you know so much about them even without them speaking.
Yeah.
Really cool, really great setting, really cool characterization. Essentially, what it is these 3 heroes were battling this ancient mythical evil, and that thing is eternal, so it keeps coming back. And so this guy who we don't know a lot about, some kind of wizard dude, brings a robot from the far future who is going to awaken their souls that are reincarnated every single generation, so they can continue to fight the evil, because the evil lives forever. And they have the blessing of the highest form of magic creature, which is a unicorn. And that's why they are the Unicorn Warriors Eternal, just to get that cleared up. So it goes through this really wonderful, like, across the generations. Like a great example is one of them you learn is like Joan of Arc. Joan of Arc becomes one of them. She is one of the so they do like a lot of really cool nods. Like they don't say it's very clearly Joan of Arc. So you go through like all these different generations of them being reincarnated, and like once they take over the body, like they are themselves again, they are wholly themselves, and something has happened this time where one of them is not in full control, and the person whose body that they have been reincarnated within is having an identity crisis with them being there. And this is in the late 18th century London. It's really cool. There's a character who he only sees when he's connected with his spirit. He only sees the cosmic realm. He doesn't see reality, but it allows him to see things that the others can't and everything. But he's engaging on an entirely different plane of existence at all times from them. which is really, really cool.
That's pretty neat.
Yeah, that sounds cool.
It's a ton of fun. Tartakovsky's like having a great time. It's very clear. The character stuff is great. All the emotions you love. It's not super mature, but it is slightly more mature than Tartakovsky's usual. I think probably under Primal Light because it's not as violent. Really like it. Highly recommend it. And that's my week.
I guess, you know what? I'll go next. I don't have a lot to say. So I'll start with Transformers Age of Extinction and Transformers The Last Night. I'm going to lump them together. I watched Age of Extinction last week. And I watched Last Night this week. So I'm going to just lump them together and be like, I don't get it. I don't get it. Watching the two of them as like a duology is very weird because there's clearly things that Michael Bay had ideas for, or whoever was writing either of the films had like these ideas of who the Knights of Iacon are supposed to be and who Lockdown works for and who created the Transformers. And it's all kind of half ideas that that don't feel cooked in either film. And it's especially jarring because when you go from Age of Extinction and you see in the beginning of the movie where the creators of the Transformers have wiped out all the dinosaurs and they're the reason why the dinosaurs are extinct. And they're these organic creatures. And then in the next movie, we meet Quintessa, who is actually the creator of the Transformers. And you're like, what were you doing with the dinosaurs then? What was that supposed to be? And then like Optimus Prime is all of a sudden a knight, and he's always known he's a knight, but then what's a prime and what's a knight? Are they the same thing? It's not clear because Grimlock is a knight and he's not a prime. And so like there's a lot of kind of these half ideas and throwaway lines to explain everything. And I think it's primarily because by the time the fourth movie rolls around, Michael Bay has completely given up on the Transformers as characters. I don't think he cares about them because if you watch how he frames each movie, he cannot wait to cut away from them. He is far more interested in whatever Marky Mark is doing with the worst character known to mankind. And I'm not talking about TJ Miller. That dude who's just like, I'm statutory raping your daughter. And he's like, yeah, okay. And I'm just like, he's far more interested in them and Mark Wahlberg's character because, and this isn't the case in the first three. The first three, the Transformers, as much as I don't quite care for their characterizations, they do actually have character and personalities, but they don't in the next two. And we meet Crosshairs and Ken Watanabe and Hound. I never caught Ken Watanabe's character's name.
Drift.
Is it really? And you know that?
I don't know why. I'm 90% sure it's
Cool.
Drift.
Cool.
Like
it's
99%
Drift.
sure it's Drift.
That's fine. It's Drift, apparently.
I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure it's Drift.
So it's Drift. So he tries to do. So he the dialogue that they have when they're talking to each other is not like they're in the same room together. It's just kind of like, hey, it's just kind of like Michael Bay throwing funny lines at John Goodman and Ken Watanabe, and then piecing it together in the edit without any care. And the way he frames the Transformers is cool. Like, don't get me wrong, it's visually all of his movies are visually really cool looking, but he's so just like disinterested in like, I'm focusing on Bumblebee. I don't want to be here though. I want to be over here when what this dude is doing. Oh, I want to be over here what Stanley Tucci is doing. And that's a real big bummer. And I think that's where for me those films just really stop working, is because he just gave up. And I don't think he should have ever made those films, honestly. He should have quit after 3.
Yeah, but they made a lot of money and we kept seeing them. So
They made a lot of money. Well, the 5th one didn't. That's why.
yeah.
That's why they stopped.
Hey,
That's
5's
why
a lot to go to though. I mean, yeah.
That is true. And like he even said he didn't, after 3 he wasn't going to come back for another one, but they convinced him because they backed a dump truck full of money on his garage.
Yeah, then he came back and made a 3-hour one.
Yeah. And there's some good shots. Like, don't get me wrong, like, visually they're really cool looking. And I think Lockdown is really cool when there's like the gun is coming out of, and like man, for a minute Anthony Hopkins almost made me convinced Last Night was a good movie.
Oh yeah, I remember that happening in theaters where I'm like, well, I like him. He doesn't give a crap.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Anthony Hopkins is just, I don't give a shit.
He is
more of this from everybody.
He is so funny in The Last Night. The movie changes when Anthony Hopkins is in the movie. Is in this movie when he is yelling at the old Asian people to get off the submarine. It's just such good comedy.
Isn't Kelsey Grammer in the fourth one?
He is, and he is also really good.
Yeah.
And Stanley Tucci is in both, but as different characters.
Oh yeah, he is.
He's Merlin. He's Merlin in The Last Night, and some dude in the fourth film. But he's funny. Yeah, I don't know. I'm glad we have these Transformers films. I'm really glad we have Bumblebee and Rise of the Beasts. Because at least they care about the Transformers. That's enough of that. So I'll talk about Prehistoric Planet, which is a show I just finished an hour ago. This is the second season of Prehistoric Planet, which is the and a BBC docuseries style show about dinosaurs that Jon Favreau did, which is frankly the best thing to ever come out of The Lion King, because he took the technology of The Lion King and made Prehistoric Planet, and it's such a piece of art that I'm so grateful in hindsight. I hate that The Lion King has to exist for it, but I'm kind of also happy. There's a podcast out now which talks about this talks about like the behind the scenes of why they made Prehistoric Planet. And Jon Favreau was talking about how, he was asked like, hey, so you did the Jungle Book and then you did Lion King and then you did this. Is that, and a lot of people, when you is like, oh, well, that makes sense. Dinosaurs is the next logical step. Why do you think that is? And Favreau says something really interesting. He's like, well, when you think about the advent of film technology, every new piece of technology, dinosaurs have come after. When we created animation, the first ever animated thing was Gertie the dinosaur. When we made stop motion, we made The Lost World. When we had CGI, we made Jurassic Park. When we made photorealistic CGI, we did Prehistoric Planet. And I'm like, that's so interesting. That's really interesting. The idea that like technology keeps trying to bring us closer to dinosaurs, to how they really acted, how they could have possibly have been. And I just that merging of ancient history with technology is so interesting. But anyway, the show is really good. The season is incredible. It blew me away more times than not. Some of the shots they get, there's a shot where a dinosaur like hugs the camera, not hugs the camera, like nuzzles the camera. I'm like, you didn't need to animate that. That's not a real camera, but you did it. And I'm so grateful you did it, because it creates this suspension of like, okay, yeah, these people went back in time to film these animals in their natural habitats. And it works so well. And it's so beautiful to look at. There's some really interesting new discoveries about dinosaurs and their mating rituals and what they ate and things like that. This is probably too much of the mosasaur, if I'm honest, because I was surprised we got that thing like three or four times. There's a creature called the
Quetzalcoatlus.
Well, you're right. That's how it's spelled, but that's not how it's pronounced.
Oh, it's not.
Yeah. Listen to Richard Attenborough for some great pronunciations. And we've had this dinosaur show, this flying pterosaur show up in multiple episodes, and it's deadly, and it's 80 feet long, and it's this horrible flying monstrosity. I mean, it's an animal, but still. And then we've had a couple episodes with T-Rex, and then the last episode they collide, and I'm like, oh, it's a battle of titans. Who's gonna win?
Fun fight.
And it's some really good stuff. I really like that show. I'm surprised it got a second season. I hope it gets a third. It's unlikely, unless they've already started making it, because this show is very expensive.
I bet.
But I'm so grateful it exists, because it's such a cool, like, update on what we know about dinosaurs and how we were, how often we were wrong in creating this idea of like what these animals are, and not showcasing them as monsters to be feared, but as creatures, but as actual animals who are just looking to mate, looking to eat, looking to survive. And so often I learned something completely new that I had no idea about. Learned about a new dinosaur that I had no idea about. And then there's T-Rex, and we were really right about the T-Rex in a lot of ways. That thing is ferocious. Yeah, good show. Highly recommend it if you haven't watched it. It's 10 10 episodes for the 2 seasons, 30 minutes each. Go for it, man. That's
Love
my
it.
week.
I'll go next. Most of what I did this week, I already talked about on Summer Game Fest, but I'll talk about it just a tiny bit here because I played a lot of video games this week. I played the Lies of P demo. That is a Dark Souls-like game, but you play as Pinocchio. The loading screen's really fun because it has a little Pinocchio, the little guy you play, your little Timothy Chalamet-looking guy in the corner, and his nose grows when it's loading the screen. And I'm just like, that's a cute little touch. You are fighting Geppetto's evil autonomous army, and like it's like all the Pinocchio stuff's there, all the stuff like there's an evil monster donkey, and there's Jiminy Cricket, but he's like a train, and he's like your companion that you ride with. Like it's really cool. It's like a hard ass video game, but also like the trappings of Pinocchio. But it's like dark gothic Victorian fantasy. Like it's really cool. Really great design. Feels great to play. I played the Final Fantasy 16 demo. I lied when I said Zelda is a lock for Game of the Year. If Final Fantasy 16 plays through, I played 3 hours of it. The prologue's free. You can play the game afterwards and saves your data. There's no excuse not to play it. It will be the Game of the Year for sure because just like Ben, you've played a lot of Final Fantasy. There's just something like when you play this game, it just feels different than any other Final Fantasy because like they're going for an English like Game of Thrones aesthetic where like the actors are like the developers, this is Japanese developing, they want you to play this game in English because that is the intended way to play it. And I don't think any other Final Fantasy game can be said about that because those are Japanese ass like weird role-playing games, right? With like cat ladies. I'm like, this is Game of Thrones with chocobos. There's rival armies, and instead of horses, there's chocobos, and it's really cool, man. The gameplay is like Devil May Cry. Like the gameplay designer from DMC came over to work on this game. It's like a winner, man. And the idea of the summons, the icons, like the idea of this game event, they are like nuclear weapons and nuclear deterrence. And this is about like nuclear warfare and like what happens when civilizations become big enough that they can have nukes, but the nukes are monsters. And it's really cool. And like, it's just like, it's really unlike any other Final Fantasy game, while still being, all the trappings of Final Fantasy. It's just really great. Like I'm so excited for just everyone to play it.
One of the reasons why I was super excited when Final Fantasy 16 was announced and they went back, I mentioned this before on pause menu when I talked about Final Fantasy 12 and why I was so excited for that game, because the Final Fantasies I played up to that point were 7, 10. I saw clips of 8 where I haven't played 9 yet. Keyword there being yet. It's on my PS5 now. But with a lot of those Final Fantasy games that I played, barring the MMO Final Fantasy 11, they all dealt with like a lot of futuristic stuff, where it's not like your kings and like kings, queens, that high medieval fantasy stuff, which is what I was chosen for, which is why
it's always like tech and magic mixed in a lot.
Yeah. I mean, 15 to me is like a perfect mix of tech and magic. So it's like it's modern, but you still got people walking around with swords. It's not like Final Fantasy 7
with your boys.
Yeah, you're on a road trip with the boys, but also it's like, yo, there's a big ass dragon over there. We gotta take care of this shit.
Yeah.
But unlike 7, where a lot of the enemies are toting guns, and here's Cloud with a big ass f-off sword. Whereas with 16, just like seeing this, like this is like going back to the roots of Final Fantasy, where they are like hardcore high fantasy Dungeons and Dragons style. I don't want to call bullshit, but I'm gonna say bullshit, even though it's where it's like where they're going. In a way, I feel like they're going back to the roots of Final Fantasy, but they're not going back to the roots of Final Fantasy. You know what I mean? It's like the setting wise, they're going back to the roots. It's like we're putting up the queens. There's got to be political intrigue. There's got to be medieval drama. You're not going to see airship. Or if you do see an airship, it's going to be very primitive looking. Going back to the old stuff, but bringing in these new mechanics and making the summons literal gods and devastating weapons. So
I don't want to say any more on it just because like it feels like something special, like really it really does. And it does feel like we've talked about it before. I know Sparks you've maybe said like this really does feel like a next gen game, dude. Like some of the stuff you're doing, like besides it being like just really great combat and like the fidelity, it looks great, and it happens to run at 60 frames per second, so it just looks incredible. The scale and just the transitions from like gameplay to cinematic, it's just like, damn, bro, like it. Okay, now I feel like I have a PS5. Like now it's worth it. And the game's gonna be like 100 hours long. Like give me a break. Like I'm so excited.
I need to play that demo. Like I need to play the demo. I want to play the demo, but every time I sit down and play a video game, magically my Switch controller just pops in my hand. And I go, oh, I'm like 3 hours into playing Zelda.
No, I get it. I didn't touch Zelda this week because I'm also already 100 hours in. So like I got my Zelda in.
Over the past 30 hours on only my Sparks Witty Twitter account, I've had a problem with replying. So a bunch of replies went out late. But yesterday, Ben was like, guess I'm not seeing the Flash Knight. Guess I'll go home and play Tears of the Kingdom. I'm like, or you could play Exoprimal with us. Or Fortnite.
I did not see that.
And Ben was like, no, because you didn't, because like my replies were not going through, which I didn't know at the time.
Technology.
And also, in my defense, when I got home, it was around midnight. But I mean, you guys were probably up playing anyways. And
That's correct.
But to your credit, not much longer because I did work in the morning.
Yeah.
But yes. The last game I played.
Speaking of dinosaurs.
Yeah. Speaking of dinosaurs and portals ripping the dimensions open and then pouring down like waterfalls, I played a game called Exoprimal, and I'm happy to say that my friend Sparks was nice enough to join me, and I appreciate it.
I'm really glad that I did. It was a really great experience, and like I know when the trailer was coming out, everyone was like, I don't know, I like dinosaurs, but I don't know.
I was definitely
and like
on it.
when you were like, no, we should play this together, I was like, okay, so there's something here. So if you guys remember the trailers for Exoprimal, I just want you to tell me what you think that game is.
I thought it was going to be a sequel or remake of Dino Crisis, which is what everyone wants Capcom to do whenever Capcom makes a dinosaur game.
Sure. Brandon, do you want to go or you just want to hear?
I don't remember ever watching a trailer for this game.
This is the one where basically what we were seeing was just like waves of dinosaurs are coming out and you're just shooting the shit out of them.
It kind of rings a bell, but it's been a while.
Tell them what it's actually about.
So it is, the concept is, like dinosaurs are pouring from these portals. But like, why is that happening? It's because this takes place in a future apocalypse where you are transported by an evil AI into his artificial war game, where he is basically running the Running Man simulations, where he's like, I'm putting two teams against each other, and whoever wins gets to do it for the rest of their lives and do it until they die. And it is basically 5v5 Overwatch with dinosaurs. There's a secret component I didn't know about this. Ben, it is, you have support and tank and assault classes. Like I played as the Reinhardt guy. He was playing literally as the Lucio guy. Like
Nimbus.
There's direct comparisons, but the game feels great. And also you're shooting a bunch of dinosaurs. There's a variety of dinosaurs. When it's so funny, it's like summoning raptors, summoning Dilophosaurus, summoning Neosaurus. It's just like the announcer is like he hates you, and he's like, you are doing so poorly. The enemy team's doing better than you.
The AI also, like, it was great for me because I hadn't played it yet, and so we've like been fighting raptors and stuff, and then all of a sudden it's like summoning raptors, sniping Neosaurus, and I'm like, sniping, what?
Summoning Triceratops.
So it has like tech upgrade shit that it can throw at you.
It's like Left 4 Dead meets Overwatch. Like most of the first 8/10 of the match is you trying to do better than the other team, and then the last part of the match is you fighting the other team. And there's different. I didn't realize because I played a couple matches and I got the same ending. There are different like ending fights where different things happen. Like there was one where we're pushing a payload, and then there's different
flag.
Just capture the flag. Yeah, like there's so many different varieties, and we only played one specific mode because it's a beta, and this is gonna be a full game with a bunch of different varieties. So like, the gameplay is fun enough, and I'm happy about that. During Summer Game Fest, there was the Street Fighter stuff. So like Ryu and like Chun-Li are gonna be like mechs that you can play as and do Hadoukens against like dinosaurs. And that's the same shit they did with Monster Hunter. And if they're putting that much like dedication and like love for like into Monster Hunter into this game, then they believe in this game. I don't know if it's gonna do well, but like I think it is fun enough where I'm like, I would love to play this. Like, and this is definitely the type of game where we'll constantly get updates. Not like you have to pay for like a live service game or anything. You do have to buy the game, obviously. But like I'm so excited for like what this game looks like in a year. Because like I think the base is really awesome. And that's Exoprimal.
He'll also grant your team, the AI will grant your team a
Dominator,
which is where you pull out a dinosaur from a portal, and then you are that dinosaur attacking the other team.
Your brain gets transported into that dinosaur, and you become a T-Rex or like an Ankylosaurus or I
was in the middle. So I was, because I texted you that I would play last night, and I finished applying for jobs, and then I was like, okay, well, I gotta make a Capcom ID. Okay, so I went into Capcom, made a Capcom ID, and then my partner called me and said, hey, I'm too drunk to drive home. Can you pick me up? And I was like, well, guess I'm not doing that.
That's responsible of you.
Hey
That's
man, it happens.
okay.
You would have had to play through like 25 minutes of tutorial too.
Yeah, but it's really fun.
No, I mean it's fun, but you would have had to do that before you could join us.
Yeah. And then the last thing I did was watch 8 episodes of Star Trek New Strange New Worlds.
Oh wow, yeah.
Yeah, I said I was gonna do it. I ain't a bitch.
Hell yeah, baby.
I ain't no bitch.
Yeah, that season's coming out, so I'm gonna watch it. When I
How you liking it?
I watched 8 episodes. I don't think I. I wouldn't watch more if I didn't think it was good.
Right.
I would have watched more, but I literally had worked 5 days straight.
Yeah, that's a good show. I really there's Paramount Plus has a YouTube channel that I think for the entire weekend has just been playing the first season of Strange New Worlds live, just constantly on loop. And I'll pop in every now and then and just watch an episode of it. Oh, this is cool. It's a good season.
Yeah, it's a good show. I'm excited. That second season started. I'm trying to, day off tomorrow. I'll probably watch something. That's me.
All right, Ben.
I don't have a whole lot. Pretty much, it's just been Tears of the Kingdom whenever I could play it or can play it. Besides that, I watched some more Star Wars Rebels today. I'm on season 2, episode 6 or 7. I met Captain Rex, like an old version of Rex. So that was really cool.
Good stuff.
Old Rex is great.
Old Rex is great. And besides that, besides our anniversary, it was also my 9-year anniversary with my fiance this week or this past week.
Wow.
Yeah, she and I have been together for 9 years, and she got me this awesome board game called Heroes of Barcadia, where it's essentially a build your own dungeon crawl board game, but you have a glass with a character on it, and your glass is your HP bar, and when you take damage, you drink out of your glass.
That's pretty sweet.
And also, on the best part, the entire game is waterproof. All the cards, all the little dungeon tiles, because you have to move your glass to where you want to go.
That's so smart.
They're all made out of plastic, so they're not gonna get busted. They're not gonna get water damaged. They're not the hard coats. They're not the cardboard coasters. They're plastic, so you can get spill, so things could spill on them. It's not gonna ruin the game, and it's awesome. It is so much fun, and it's definitely the kind of game you want to play in the safety of your own home, because you can get drunk pretty quick. Because there's a lot of spells, there's a lot of things that you can force other players to drink. I mean, should you choose to play the game with alcohol, of course you don't have to play the game. You can play with whatever drink you want in your cup. But it's a really fun game, and we had a blast playing it. So
that sounds awesome.
Yeah, although I'm mad because one of our cats, because my fiance and I, we played it just the two of us because we were waiting for our roommate to get home from a lunch that he was at, and we left the game on the table, and I think one of our cats went up there and was playing with one of the D20s, because each character gets their own D20, and somehow we lost the D20 for the necromancer, and we don't know where it went.
Oh no.
That's cat business.
Yeah, it'd be cats.
Capitalism.
Yeah, it'd be cats be cats. I mean, it's not like I don't have other D20s, but they're all color coded and they're really cool. Like the one is a cute cartoony skull, which is it's heartbreaking when you roll in that one, but it's also like, just like any Dungeons and Dragons, you get this rush when you roll a nat 20. But yeah, right. I have to bring it to you guys' house so we can play it sometime.
I'm into it.
Yeah, that'd be fun. Ben acknowledged the chat before we move into our bread and butter.
Yes, Mag is in the chat saying, if you like horror-themed board games, Betrayal and House on the Hill is getting popular.
That's been popular.
Mag, where you been, buddy?
I do hear that the new, because they release a new updated edition where they've fixed a lot of rules.
Like the
things
base
like that. It's like the 3rd edition. That one has been people are they perfected it.
Oh, I dig it. I'm into it.
Cool. All right, shall we go into our bread and butter then?
Let's do it. Dive in.
Spread me all over this toast.
You got it, dude.
Ooh, spread. All right. Talk about some sad news up top.
Yeah.
The author of No Country for Old Men, Cormac McCarthy, has passed away at the age of 89, just 5 weeks before his 90th birthday.
Man, he wrote a lot of great books, a lot of sad books. The Road is an incredibly sad book as well as an incredibly sad movie. Very prolific. 90s no age to sniff at. That dude's one of the great authors of our time.
For sure.
John Romita Sr. passed away this week at the age of 93.
Also, another banger. Dude, that dude Spider-Man's iconic. Like that dude, his Marvel work is, he's so good. He produced a son who now does that too. He's that good. He's like, you need to continue what I'm doing.
Romita Sr. is an incredible body of work. Arguably, I don't want to say this, obviously Steve Ditko, co-creator Spider-Man, but like Romita Sr. like up there.
No, yeah, for sure. Yeah.
As far as like Spider-Man legacy.
Yeah, I think like if you think classic Spider-Man look, odds are you're thinking of Romita Sr.'s.
Yeah.
Spider-Man.
And then Treat Williams passed away at the age of 71 because of a motorcycle accident.
Yeah. This one's a bummer.
Yeah.
Or the way he died of being, because you guys know I used to ride a motorcycle, and hearing when someone passed away because of motorcycle accidents, no fun.
Oh, I thought you knew who Treat Williams was. I was like, oh,
No.
Ben, you know Treat Williams?
No.
I think a lot of nerds probably know him from Deep Rising. Certainly, that's where I know him from. He's the main character in Deep Rising, which is an awesome movie, honestly. Yeah, long life, cool career. Yeah.
Mag is in the chat saying that R.I.P. Romita, love his art, and runs in Marvel.
Yes. Yes. All right, some comic book news. Blade is getting a new ongoing series from Brian Hill to Killmonger and Batman and the Outsiders,
Hell yeah.
with art by Elena Casagrande, who drew Black Widow and Trial of the Amazons. Oh, that looks good.
That's a good creative team.
This run will be about Blade unknowingly unleashing a dark ancient power and has to deal with the consequences. So,
Can he be more vague, Marvel?
Classic Blade.
classic Blade.
Yo, his daughter has a series right now. Once that's done, it's all up on Marvel Unlimited. I'm gonna read the shit out of it.
Yeah, Blade is now no longer the sheriff of Vampire Nation, Chernobyl. So he's off on his own mission.
He's done with the Avengers.
Marvel Zombies: Black, White, and Blood. Black, White, and Blood has been a thing that Marvel's been doing a lot, and they finally got around to a Marvel Zombies version of it, which will be a 4-issue miniseries. The first issue will collect 3 stories, with the first one being from Garth Ennis and Rachel Stott,
Okay.
which will see zombie Matt Murdock dealing with all the sins that he has committed as a zombie over the years.
Yeah. Oh my God, his Catholic guilt as a zombie. Hell yeah, Garth Ennis. Oh, he's a perfect. Oh, that Irish Catholic guilt is so vicious. Yeah.
Alex Segura, who's an award-winning novelist, will write one with art by Javi Fernandez, which will be Spider-Man having to deal with all of his loved ones becoming zombies.
Hell yeah. Okay.
Ooh.
And then Ashley Allen, who wrote Legion of Bloom, which is the all-plant Legion on DC, with art by Justin Mason, will explore how Khonshu deals with protecting his avatar on Earth when Earth becomes overridden with zombies.
I like that idea. You know what? I mean, all of these. It's not like I've ever been against any of these, like Harley Quinn, Red, White, Blue, and like there's just so many of them. There's so many comics, and it's like these are. I love reading these on like Marvel Unlimited. So like I will absolutely read this, but like I don't know if I'll buy it. But like they're always good. Like I read the first Wolverine one because I had like it was like a Hickman story or something. I'm like, man, they're all this fun. These are always like fun, out of continuity, just fun stories.
I read the Electro one. Hickman also did a Moon Knight one, which I haven't read yet, but I plan on it. And there's an Electro one that Peach Momoko did, which is set during the Demon Days, her Demon Days story, which was really cool. So,
Into it.
Yeah, I think they're all really cool. It's just there's so many of them. There's a Darth Vader one happening right now.
That's awesome. I did buy the first Superman one. I think it's Red, White, and Blue. I think that's what it's called. Maybe that one was awesome. So like I'll definitely check it out. Sorry, real quick. Somebody might be like, "Wow, they're still putting out Marvel zombie stuff. Why?" It's because they're still making that TV show. That TV show's coming out next year. They're still going to make sure you have Marvel zombies on the brain. Yeah.
Yeah, I forgot that that's still happening. What'd you say, Sparks?
I said brains.
Oh. Captain Marvel is getting a new creative team.
Sure.
Written by Alyssa Wong with art by Jan Bazoldwa.
I'm not sure where the inflection is on the front or beginning of that one. Yeah.
Yeah. Carol will go up against a new overwhelming omniversal entity who recognizes her as the only hero who can stand against its vision of total annihilation.
Cool. I'm so thankful that Kelly Thompson got to do a 50-issue run on Captain Marvel. That's incredible.
Yeah.
This new creative team is awesome. It is a queer creative team. Jan, I don't know how to pronounce her last name, but she's a trans creator. I think that's awesome. She's doing such good stuff in Marvel. Like, this is it's another banger creative team for Captain Marvel. Like, who could believe it? Like, that's awesome.
Yeah, the new design for Captain Marvel, if you look online, it looks awesome.
And you know where that's from? The Hellfire Gala. And they liked it so much, the X-Men Hellfire Gala. They liked it so much, they're like, damn, we just got to put her in that thing full time.
See, that's the second time they've done it. They did that with Miss Marvel. Not Miss Marvel, Jean Grey.
Yeah. Hey, man, get her out of that skirt. She's 40.
Yeah. Green Lantern War Journal. That's the Philip Kennedy Johnson, John Stewart Green Lantern book that we've been hearing about.
Mm-hmm.
It is finally announced with art by Montos. Which will be about a family tragedy bringing John back to Earth as he tries to rebuild his life and career. That makes me happy. That sentence makes me happy because I'm like, okay, hey, we're getting architect John Stewart again.
Word, yeah.
But the last Green Lantern from another universe comes to find him because he's the only warrior to face the threat that killed off those Green Lanterns and win. Sounds kind of interesting. We'll see where that goes. I'm picking up Jeremy Adams, his Green Lantern.
Yeah.
Car farting outside. Jeremy Adams Green Lantern. I'm picking that up. That's pretty good. So yeah, I'd love to have a cool John Stewart. And like, truthfully, it makes me very excited whenever they acknowledge his architecture background, because I think we've been going too hard on his military background and not enough on his architecture background.
Sure.
Yeah.
One of the things I really liked when Johns was working on Green Lantern is that, well, yes, that's kind of where the military background became so prevalent. John Stewart's constructs felt very much like an architect was building out of his constructs, and I was like, oh, that's a really cool idea that hasn't really been part of John Stewart for a while, and I'm happy to. I'm hopeful that that's coming back.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Last week, we talked about Transformers arriving in Void Rivals, the new Robert Kirkman comic book. I picked up that first issue. It's kind of cool. Literally, in the middle of the book, Jetfire transforms and says, hey, I'm Jetfire, bye. And just pieces out.
There's your cameo.
And so, like, hey, there you go. Anyway, now we have a creative team because that book is out, so they're going to announce who is working on these new titles. So Transformers will be written and drawn by Daniel Warren Johnson, which is excellent for me. I'm excited for that.
This was like I was gonna need someone like a really strong creative team for Transformers. Again, G.I. Joe. Sorry, y'all, but Transformers, like they've not just got a great writer, artist. They got two combo man. I love this guy.
Yeah, I love Daniel Warren Johnson. So like, and he's a big Transformers fan, so that's going to be really cool to see what he can bring to the table.
Oh yeah.
Duke will be written by Joshua Williamson with art by Tom Riley. Cobra Commander will also be written by Joshua Williamson with art by Andrea Milana. And G.I. Joe, A Real American Hero, will be written by Larry Hama with art by Chris Mooneyham.
Woo! I'm again not gonna read those books, but that's really cool that they're not throwing Larry Hama off a book he's been writing for literally decades.
Yeah, I noticed that too. I was like, oh, awesome. Good for you, dude.
Yeah, they really, honestly, they could have just said, hey, Larry, thanks for your contribution. Like when people think of modern G.I. Joe, a lot of it is Larry Hama's comic book stuff because they take that stuff from the comics, put it in the movies and shows and stuff. So like, it is really cool that they're like, you get to keep your legacy comic book and we're doing the new thing too. I think that's really cool of Kirkman. What's his name?
Kirkman.
Yeah.
Cool.
Are y'all gonna pick up Duke?
No.
Okay,
I like Joshua Williamson, but I don't care about the G.I. Joe.
Yeah, and like I do too, but like I would need someone like a Hickman. Like, why would he be writing Duke? Like I need something like that.
Yeah, Joshua Williamson, like I like him. I'll pick up some of his DC work, but he's not the guy who'd be like for me to give a shot to a title I have no interest in. As you just said, if Hickman were like, yeah, I'm writing G.I. Joe, I'd be like, I'm very curious
Grant
what that would
Morrison's
look like.
writing Duke.
Oh no, 100%. I'd be so there for that.
Coming next year, Al Ewing, Immortal Duke.
Right now. Stop it.
Boy, I'd read the shit out of that. But like,
Dude, I'd be a stan immediately.
Daniel Warren Johnson doing Transformers, like that gets me interested because it's a property I'm already interested in. I would have picked this up probably anyway, but having a cool creator on it like him has me like, yeah, hell yeah, I'm gonna pick this up.
He's gonna be doing so many like, oh my gosh, he's gonna be doing like Megatron's gonna be doing power bombs on people. It's gonna be great.
Disney news.
Oh boy.
Oh boy.
Yeah, so a lot of Disney news. Real quickly, MJ in the chat. We're not going to bring that up. We're not talking about the Flash yet, so stay tuned. A little later in the stream for that movie discussion. Deadpool 3, guys. Deadpool 3 has some news. Zazie Beetz is saying she's not returning as Domino.
Oh, Domino. Okay.
Yeah.
Boo.
No, I like Domino.
Yeah.
I love Domino, bro.
I really like Domino. She was a lot of fun in Deadpool 2. I mean, I'm really happy that some of the characters we're getting back are ones I like. But this one was like, I do hope that she comes back.
We got basically like I didn't totally expect Cable, but like they got everyone else. I'm like, man, Domino seems like
everyone else except Juggernaut.
Yeah. Well, I mean, Juggernaut. Yeah.
No, but I'm not saying you needed Juggernaut. I'm just
Yeah.
saying like pretty much everyone from Deadpool 2 is coming back now except for Cable, Domino, and Juggernaut.
I wonder because again, like they brought back Negasonic. I wonder if they wanted to like focus more on the Deadpool 1 casts, but like I don't know, that doesn't really matter either. Like I don't know, maybe it's just scheduling. I don't know, who knows?
Maybe
Sparks,
they just.
Did
Yes.
you mean to say Juggernaut? Because that's still Ryan Reynolds. They could just do Juggernaut.
That's true.
I guess like, but I doubt that they are.
Probably.
Maybe genuinely like there just wasn't a good reason to put her in the story. That is possible. It's not like Domino is now someone who like just hangs out with Wade all the time.
That's true.
That's true.
But yeah, I mean it's definitely a bit of a bummer because like I want Zazie Beetz as Domino to carry over and see her again, but
Yeah, that is like
tough.
That was one thing. Like I think she can continue. She's great.
Yeah. The release date has also changed. Originally, it was going to be scheduled on September 6th, 2024. It will now be out May 3rd, 2024. They moved it up.
It's considerably soon.
Wow.
Almost a year from this month. Well, last month, but yeah.
Wow.
Hey, good luck filming that movie during the writer's strike. I hope it's good.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I hope for the best.
I got so many scabs. I'm just picking so many scabs today. It's crazy.
There's also, this came with the news that there were a ton of other Marvel release date changes because of the writer's strike. For example, here they are. Captain America Brave New World has been moved from its May 3rd, 2024 release date to August 26th, 2024.
3 months. Okay.
Thunderbolts has been moved from its July 26th, 2024 release date to December 20th, 2024.
Damn, that's 6 months.
Blade has been moved from its September 6th, 2024 to February 2nd, 2025.
That's still a lot.
I'm not convinced they have a script for that one yet. So yeah, you can wait.
Yeah, me either.
Who was it? The True Detective guy? I bet he's rewriting it. No, actually, no, he's not. He's
on strike.
That's the thing. I love it. Fuck these movies.
I was gonna say it's like Blade not being around for a Halloween release. That's a bummer, but at the same time, I get it.
I still can't believe that they put Blade at the end of Eternals, and that dude's not gonna get a movie for like 9 years.
I know, seriously.
Avengers Kang Dynasty has been moved from its May 2nd, 2025 release date to May 1st, 2026.
That's a year.
Okay, like they can say this is because of the writer's strike, but like these
year.
these Avengers movies, they were always going to move.
Yeah.
We called it the day they announced them. We were like, ain't no way those two Avengers movies are coming out
Avengers
that
movies,
soon.
Avengers movies come like when this was announced, like in 3 years, and we haven't set up anything. Okay, sure.
So as Sparks alluded to, Avengers Secret Wars is also moved. Avengers Secret Wars originally had the release date of November 7th, 2025. It was then moved to May 1st, 2026, a year after Kang Dynasty. It is now moved again to May 7th, 2027.
Great.
I wouldn't be surprised if movie moves again, guys.
Hey, you know that 10-year Infinity War? F that, make it 20 years, 25 years. Let me be 70 before this shit ends. No, not really. That'd be awful. But like, no, like that's totally fine. Make these movies build up naturally. You know, don't force anything. You know,
I do think there's
like,
also an element of Jonathan Majors being in the equation. Like, what do we'd probably need to retool some of this.
I still retain that I feel like you need an Avengers film that's not about Kang and the Secret Wars.
I
agree.
We're not going to get it, but I still feel that way.
Yeah.
I feel I'll go a step further. I'll say I feel even more that way after this particular week than I would have.
I really like looking back on the Infinity Saga. I really value Avengers: Age of Ultron just being an Avengers movie, not dealing with Thanos.
Yeah.
We need that again. Like, I think they should do it. All right.
I want Galactus.
I want Galactus for Fantastic Four.
Yeah, but I still want
Galactus is
Galactus.
for everybody. He wants to eat everybody.
You're right.
But see, that's how shitty Galactus is, because all it takes is 4 people, Ben. You don't even need the Avengers.
You just need the Fantastic
You
Four.
just need a smart lady, a hot invisible lady, a hot dude, and a big rock man.
I watched like 99 people in Fortnite beat Galactus. He ain't nothing.
I was there. I did it. It was me.
I was one of them.
Yeah.
Good news for Incredible Hulk fans, I guess. Disney has now retained the rights to the film The Incredible Hulk, which means they now own all their characters.
Yeah, I saw that movie on Disney Plus. I'm like, wait a minute.
Is it
How'd
the
that
poster
get
is like,
there?
oh, look at me, I'm looking at my ass.
Yeah, it's that one.
It's that one.
I really like The Incredible Hulk. I'm happy. You know what? There is part of me that's really happy. Oh, they don't own all the characters. They don't own any of the Spider-Man films. But they're on Disney Plus, though.
Yeah,
Some of them.
Some of them. Yeah, that's cool. It means if it means we get another solo Hulk film, I'm into it.
Yeah, and that means like that's because again, like we've talked about it to death, but like that Captain America movie, like it's half a Hulk movie at this point.
Yeah.
So like it's gonna be also like for people who haven't who are gonna see that movie, you need to see the Incredible Hulk now.
Mhm.
Like you don't need to, but obviously it's that thing of like, oh, to have hints like who these characters are, blah blah blah. Like
Right.
it's cool that it's there.
Yeah. Daredevil Born Again has halted filming until the writer's strike ends. We originally talked about how they halted filming. They were still trying to go. The halting was just because of picketing, but now they've just like, you know what, we're done. We're not going to film this until the writer's strike ends. We're good.
It's gotta be weird. Like so much of Hollywood is on strike, and then like you're still at work, and like I don't want to be here.
I don't want to bring this up, but I'm gonna anyway. But like the fact that Ghostbusters is filming on weekends to get away to keep filming during the strike is sickening.
Yeah, it's a bummer. And like there are other big movies. Like it's just unfortunate that like again like I'm happy that like something like Andor like Tony Gilroy is like like that makes me happy. Like
yeah,
like it shows like hey like not everyone upstairs is totally jerk.
I think that also part of it is like recognizing where like certain decisions have to get made when you're dealing with something like Ghostbusters, the Ghostbusters sequel, because that's supposed to come out in December this year.
Is it really?
And I mean, like, look, I believe it'll happen because you remember the last Jumanji film that we were like, how is that movie coming out? And they were filming that up until like 3 months before it released, and then it came out and it was good.
And
I'm like, I guess Sony can just do that.
Yeah.
But the thing is, like, knowing that context with the Ghostbusters film in particular is like one of those situations where you do have to kind of recognize the script is done.
Yeah.
It might need adjustment if they felt like it did, but like the script is done and they've booked all these people to film on locations. And at a certain point you have to weigh like how much does it cost to close down this production, lose these people from their contracts, have to get them back at an undetermined date, push back the release date, all that kind of stuff when we have a script that's finished versus waiting just in case we have to alter the script because just the writers are on strike right now. And I understand where that money-making decision comes in for both above the line and below the line folks.
Right. That's a good point.
What is this being reasonable here? Give me a break.
I mean, like, it's just one of those
smart.
things.
You're so smart.
It's just one of those things where, like, we do have to talk about how, like, sometimes it's better for like, honestly, for the below the line workers, it's better that the Ghostbusters movie keeps going despite the strike, because it's too deep in its production. A lot of people lose jobs that they have for the rest of the year if they shut down the production and postpone it, who are below the line. And so like sometimes we have to factor in that that's necessary too.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a good point. Mag in the chat says, now I'm just waiting for the leader's fate, talking about Incredible Hulk. Yes, that will be determined in Captain America Brave New World. Brave New Hulks.
Oh, he's gonna have a big head.
Man, I hope so.
He's gotta. That's that leader.
All right. Some Avatar release dates.
Which one?
All of them.
That's funny.
So Avatar 3 has been moved for a 9th time.
Got scared of Sonic the Hedgehog 3.
It was.
I've loved the Twitter jokes that are like they saw Shadow was coming to that next movie. They had to move.
Shadow.
Okay, so real quickly, it has been moved. It was originally going to be released in 2015, then 2016, then 2017, then 2018, 2020, 2021, and then 2022, and then had a release date of December 20th, 2024, which looked like it was going to meet because of Avatar 2 finally came out. But now it has been moved again to December 19th, 2025.
Yep.
So there you go, a whole year. I mean, if that's what you need to get the CGI done, that movie looks pretty.
Yeah, it does.
It's really funny that it's like he's gonna make like is it how many movies? 5 or 6? 5? It's gonna take
5 in total.
Like 25 years.
So Avatar 4. Avatar 4 has been moved from its December 18th, 2026 release date to Jesus. I just read the date.
Yeah.
December 21st, 2029.
Yeah, that's the one where I'm like, what are we doing, James?
3 years.
Remember,
I mean, he's filming that one.
Yeah.
Well, but remember, he did say that he might have like other people come in and take over directing for 4 and 5.
That's fair, but he is we know that he's filming 4.
Is he?
Yeah, he said if I'm on the set.
Is he right now?
Well, currently probably not.
Right. Okay. So like, who knows? He did say that he was toying with the idea of handing off 4 and 5.
God, I hope not. I have no interest unless he's.
I don't.
All right, it gets worse. It gets worse. Hear it real quickly, Ben.
Yeah, I'm looking right at it too. It's
Avatar 5.
Jesus,
Ben. Avatar 5 originally had a release date December 22nd, 2028, and will now release on December 19th, 2031.
I'm looking at what date it is right now on my computer. Like,
guys,
that's not a real date.
Guys, this is how long it takes to make art.
You know what? Maybe I don't like art anymore. Maybe
guys, I just realized
head empty all the time.
I just realized a horrible truth when 2031 hits.
I'll be 41 years old.
Yeah,
we will. 3 of us will be 41 years old.
I'll be 40. I mean, we're all slowly dying.
We will be in our 40s when this franchise ends.
So that first movie came out when we were in high school, and we're gonna be 41.
Yeah, Ben, I will probably go with a 7-year-old child of mine to the theater to see that one.
I don't like hearing that, Sparks.
I
acknowledge you will have a child, and I will be very happy for you, but I'm not quite ready for the reality yet.
The length,
I might be bringing my kid. Who knows?
Who knows,
Ryan?
Like the length that we've been waiting from like 1 to just get to 5, like franchises have come and gone and come and gone. Like again, like I saw Avatar 1 like my senior year of high school or my junior year of high school, and then we're gonna be 41 when the 5th one comes out. That's if it actually does come out when it's supposed to come out.
We talked about during Way of Water, but the entire first 3 phases of
the
MCU happened between Avatar 1 and 2.
Yeah,
like that's nuts.
So the thing that's really funny about here's the thing. I like Avatar: The Way of Water a lot, and I really think it's beautiful. And I trust James Cameron to deliver a really cool movie. And I'm sure if he thinks that this time length is needed to make the quality what he needs it to be, that CGI is unparalleled. And if that's what you need, that's what you need. Fine. The only thing that's happened to me is that I have had a deep existential crisis about the year 2031 because that doesn't feel like a real year.
You shouldn't say that out loud. It's not even fair to people who are over age of 30.
Speaking of that, Grayson's in the comments crying uncle. Literally, he wrote uncle, I'll just sell my soul to stay young, LOL.
Just eat your veggies, apple a day, all that stuff.
Yeah.
All right.
Coming from you.
Hey,
I know for a fact.
I didn't say I was gonna make it that.
Look, I got a plan to be out of here when we're 50, so at least I'll still get to see all five Avatar movies.
James, you better.
I just hope I live long enough to see the X-Men come to the MCU, and then I'll be like,
"Oh my God, you're right."
All right,
the longer
cool.
these Avengers movies take to come out, the X-Men are just like, "We're just waiting, bro. We're just on Krakoa hanging out."
At this point, by the time we actually get to the X-Men, like the entire like fan casting that started around like Infinity War of like who could play the X-Men, we're gonna need an entire like generation underneath
10
that
years
of
too
who,
old.
Who is it gonna be?
Star Wars release dates happened.
Oh.
The next 3 movies have release dates. We don't know which movie is going where, but they just set release dates for each one. May 22nd, 2026, December 18th, 2026, and December 17th, 2027. I don't think that second 2026 movie is staying.
I'm willing to bet first off, I'll say I'm really happy that 2 of these dates are December dates. Yes. I prefer my Star Wars in December.
True.
I don't like once they nailed down that December was a good time for Star Wars. It was a mistake to push it to summer. I think that's one of the reasons, that Solo didn't do well.
Yeah.
Okay, that being said, I'm willing to bet a bottom dollar that the May release date is the culmination Filoni film, and the 2 Decembers are the Rey and
Dawn
Mangold films.
Yeah,
respectively.
Yeah.
I buy that.
I feel that's possible, or what's going to happen.
I just don't see them releasing 2 Star Wars films in 1 year, even if it is the culmination of the Mandalorian stuff.
No, I wouldn't be surprised if that changed, but I feel like they're setting them now because they're trying to offset the dates of Avatar and MCU films that they knew they had to put up.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
So they're just trying to not compete with those, and so they're like, this for now, but who knows what'll move? Because if an MCU moves, then Star Wars will move.
True.
Maybe Disney has too many franchises.
What?
Speaking of Disney franchises,
you mean how like maybe one of their movies got buried in the marketing this very month because it was bookended by 2 others that they decided to market more?
Yeah. Yeah, that exactly.
Elemental in between The Little Mermaid and Indiana Jones.
Oh, right.
Which one didn't get a lot of marketing? Elemental.
Also,
put up against The Flash.
Put up better trailers maybe too.
Apparently it's good.
Yes, that's what I've heard. The bummer is that it's competing with The Flash. Like, there's nothing major, not huge title right coming out this week in theaters this coming week. But they couldn't put Elemental there because it'd be 1 week before Indiana Jones, and they decided that was too close.
Yeah, so put it somewhere else.
Yeah.
All right. Speaking of Disney franchises, though, hey guys, remember they own Alien?
Yeah.
So the Fede Alvarez movie, and this is a win-win. This is a win, by the way. I count this as a win. The Fede Alvarez Alien film will no longer be a direct-to-Hulu film. It will now be going to theaters and will be out August 16th, 2024.
They saw Evil Dead. We're like, yep.
I think they
100%
from Prey.
Yeah. 1-2 punch.
Yeah,
I do think they're aware that people were like, yo, why wasn't that really great movie in theaters?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really happy about this because, again, Prey should have been in theaters. Alien, Fede Alvarez Alien. Oh my God, are you kidding me? I'm so excited for that. Yeah, I'm happy that this is happening because Ryan's right. Like, look at Evil Dead Rise. That movie did incredible. Like, this is a low budget Alien film going to be in theaters. Yeah, man, this is gonna kill.
I'm excited. Very excited.
And then finally, Sarah Polley, who directed Women, who Oscar-winning writer and director of Women Talking, is in talks to direct a live-action remake of Bambi.
Man, this lady, I'm sure she's wonderful, has been getting dragged on Twitter.
Money is nice.
No, man, millions is in the when you see those zeros, I'm sure it's really enticing. It's just like if maybe for a different property, different franchise, but like Disney's live action Bambi, after everything we've just gone through with their live action movies, I'm like, women be talking, I guess. Yeah.
Women be talking, I guess. I'm checking something out real quickly because I remember Sarah Polley is also an actor, and I want to see. I recognize one of her films, and I
I'm
want to
just
know. Go ahead, Flex.
Bambi. Like what?
Oh yeah, she's the female lead in Dawn of the Dead, Zack Snyder's.
I want to believe that Bambi could be nuanced and different, but I just don't think it will.
I don't have faith in Bambi. I don't have faith.
No.
I don't know.
Which is a weird thing for like an adult man to say.
Bambi,
but, like, you know.
Bambi is very good if none of the animals talk.
Yeah, but they're not gonna do that.
No, I know, but it's very good if they do.
Yo, man, they saw that Lion King made $1 billion, and it's like that's no matter what we think about it, that ruined it. That ruined it for everyone. $1 billion is a lot of money.
Yeah. Okay, Warner Brothers news. Superman and Lois has surprisingly been renewed for a 4th season.
I don't think that's too surprising if they were going to renew a show.
It's surprising because the day before this happened, the report came out said that they were probably going to cancel it.
Sure.
But they didn't.
The show has also been very popular for them, so
they renewed it for a 4th season. However, because the CW is trying to be profitable for the first time in its history, it will have 10 episodes to cut costs and will relegate 7 of its cast members to supporting cast members and not regulars, with the exception of one who is just not returning at all.
Right.
So Dylan Walsh, who plays General Lane, basically said this is dumb. Bye. Because he was asked to return as General Lane for 3 episodes, and he was like, my contract says 7. And they're like, no. And he's like, okay, bye.
I mean, hey, man, you signed a contract. That's fair. Get your paycheck, bro. I
Yeah,
like
so
him, too. I think he's a good General Lane. That's a bummer.
Yeah, so he will not be in season 4. Emmanuel Triqui? She's the lady who plays Lana Lang.
Yeah.
These are people who were regulars who will now be supporting cast members, probably in one, 2, 3 episodes each. Eric Valdez, who played Lana Lang's husband, Kyle. Indy Navarrete, who played Sarah, Lana's daughter.
Mm-hmm.
Wole Parks, who plays John Henry Irons, as well as the woman who plays his daughter, Taylor Buck.
They're downsizing John Henry Irons.
Yeah,
Rude.
And his daughter Natalie.
Natalie.
And then Sophia Hasmick, who plays Chrissy. I think the reporter lady, right?
Yeah, Chrissy, the Bob.
Yeah. And then
man.
Michael Kudiltz, who is Lex Luthor, I believe, is being promoted to a series regular.
That's fine.
Well, that makes sense.
That's okay.
Yeah.
I'm sure they'll also treat this as the series finale, so I'm sure they'll wrap it up nicely.
Yeah. At least, like, that's a bummer for all those actors. I'm not gonna say like I love Kyle is like he's a great guy, but like if he didn't show up as much, I wouldn't miss him or anything. No offense or anything, but like it's a bummer that like season cut in half. All your actors, you're leaving. We're bare bones in this season. I'm like, well, that feels kind of crappy.
They're cutting the budget quite drastically, is what's happening.
And that show looks good. So like now it's gonna, no offense, look like a CW show. I think and that's going from HBO Max almost looking shit to like now actual CW is gonna be kind of a bummer. I think.
Yeah,
we'll see.
But like, I think it's not bad.
We'll see. We'll see what happens there. That must suck for those actors who are pretty much they had a good steady job, and now they're going to be relegated to guest stars on a show that they were regulars for. Yeah. And like sometimes that happens. Like sometimes that like an actor's like, hey, I want to pursue other things. Can I be downgraded to a guest star and not a regular? And sometimes they kill them off. But like this is very much like not their choice. This is a cost cutting measure that just kind of sucks. It just sucks, honestly.
Yeah.
Speaking of cost cutting, Gotham Knights was canceled. I don't think anybody's sad about that.
Yeah.
Some people are.
One of my Twitter friends is like hate watching it, and he says like if you want to watch something that's like really fun bad, it's awesome. Like it is like every conceivable idea is just bad. So like it's really fun to watch, especially if you know the lore and stuff. And I'm like, not anytime soon, but I'll watch that pilot. Because like it seems like wow, you really went through with this one with your Batman in like a business suit. I love it.
I forgot about that. But yeah, so that's canceled. You know, all right, that's all the CW news though. The Penguin has halted filming until the pandemic is over. They said, you know what, we've tried. You shut us down too many times. We're just going to stop, and we're going to wait till
You
the
mean the strike
pandemic.
or the pandemic?
Yeah,
The strike. The strike.
I was like, damn, that show's never coming out.
the pandemic never ends.
Yeah, so that's cool.
Cool.
The Batman Brave and the Bold film, the next Batman film inside of the DCU, Chapter 1, Gods and Monsters, the James Gunn stuff. Andy Muschietti is confirmed to be directing that film. James Gunn had this to say: Andy's affinity and passion for these characters and this world just resonates through every frame. There was really only one choice. Really? Only one choice? One choice. It wasn't a second choice.
Easiest choice.
We're going to get into it because we're going to talk about The Flash, so I'm not going to share a lot of wind on it here. But I will say that things like this and all of the marketing lead up to The Flash has made me lose trust in James Gunn. Not faith. I think he's still a great filmmaker. I don't trust him anymore, though. I don't trust his word.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm kind of with
You know
you.
whose word I do still trust? Ben's best friend, Stephen King.
Oh God.
He doesn't. He said it himself. He doesn't watch a lot of Cape Fear, but this one,
I said to Ryan, I was like, if I hadn't watched a superhero movie in the last 20 years, I guess I would think The Flash is pretty good too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Andy Muschietti, by the way, did not just direct The Flash. He directed It Chapter 1 and its sequel, It Chapter 2.
Which isn't like
that sequel's not garbage. There's
No.
just problems.
But like, man, It Chapter 1 is like I would almost say like a masterpiece. That movie was incredible, and just the drop down, it's just like, oh man, it's a bummer.
Look, we're gonna get into it, but when you look at his career, he has two banger films, and they're Mama and It Chapter 1.
Oh,
And
Mama!
they're both hard horror films.
That's true.
And the moment he steps out of that range, not a 10 out of 10 anymore.
That's
my
true.
friend.
You're right. No, it's once he steps out of horror, he's not like Sandberg. Is that David F. Sandberg?
Yeah,
David
He
F.
doesn't
Sandberg,
transition
yes.
as easily. Yeah.
And we'll talk about that because we're talking about The Flash. So I'll get more into it there, but like that's definitely a factor. So
Flash running.
Andy Muschietti, please stop. Andy Muschietti has signed a first look deal with Warner Brothers Film and Television divisions to produce and or direct projects. So that's why this has happened.
Okay, like the other thing about it is that also this man talks out of his ass like nobody's business. Andy Muschietti. We'll get into specifics related to The Flash, but like a lot of the things that he comes out and says on Twitter, I'm like, boy, howdy, you are not a person who I necessarily want doing first look on the future of DC projects.
Beast Boy is getting an animated series, I guess. I think it's unclear if it's a series or a movie, but I think it's a series being developed by Hanna-Barbera. I didn't think they were actively developing things.
Interesting.
I thought Hanna-Barbera was done, but okay.
But yeah, so it's going to be an anthology animated series. I'm going to stick with series.
Okay.
That sounds fun. I mean, sure. Just a bunch of different like animations about animal Beast Boy. I'm sure like different animal stuff. So sure. Okay.
Yeah, it's described as more of a wacky adventure than an action series. It should be cool. There's more animated stuff as we get into Mortal Kombat also. The fourth Mortal Kombat Legends animated movie has been announced, and it is called Cage Match.
Man, they're just going with these. I love it.
Yeah, they are.
Yeah, I haven't watched Snowblind yet, which is the third, but I have it.
We will be.
So Cage Match will be a period piece set in the 80s as Johnny Cage tries to make it as an actor, but his co-star Jennifer, I'll get into who's playing Jennifer in a minute, is taken, and it's gonna be set in apparently Earth and Netherrealm. So Johnny has to do that.
Interesting.
Yeah,
they're giving Johnny previous Otherworld experience before the first Mortal Kombat tournament. That's playing with the lore, but this is a new movie franchise, so I'm gonna allow it. I'm gonna allow it, Brandon.
Okay, I'm glad you'll allow it.
Jury's out on this one.
Joel McHale, who has been Johnny Cage in the first two, will reprise his role as Johnny Cage. Jennifer Grey will play herself. So Dirty Dancing's own Jennifer Grey will play Jennifer in this movie. She's the
awesome.
co-star.
That's awesome. Ferris Bueller's older sister. Hell yeah, that's awesome. I love it.
Yeah.
What a fun idea.
Dusain Brown, who is in Community and Ma Rainey's Black Bottom, will be Chuck Golden. Gray DeLuise will play Kia. Robin Atkin Downs from Locke and Constantine, House of Mystery, will play Shinnok.
Okay.
Zara Fazal from Catwoman Hunted. She is Talia al Ghul. Actually, she plays Talia al Ghul in a lot of things. But she'll play Jataka. Yeah, that's right. Gilbert Gottfried will play David Double D. Yeah. Gilbert Gottfried, I guess, recorded this before he passed away, obviously.
Yeah.
Kelly Hu will play from Legends of Vox. What'd you say, Sparks?
That was a bit ago.
It does feel like maybe this movie took a while, yeah.
Kelly Hu from Legend of Vox Machina and Young Justice will play Ashra. Matt Yang King, who is going to play Liu Kang in the Mortal Kombat 1 video game, is going to play Concierge. Just Concierge.
That's my favorite Mortal Kombat character. Concierge. That's funny. It's probably just like a fun cameo with a K.
Phil Lamar will play Brian Van Jones. Matthew Mercer will play a director and a bully. Different characters. Dave B. Yes, sure. Dave B. Mitchell, who was Knuckles in Sonic Frontiers, and Knuckles in a few things also, and Shocker in the Spider-Man video game, will play Raiden. Because that's kind of Shocker, Raiden. That's kind of cool.
I get it. I see what they're doing.
And then Armin Taylor from Justice Society World War II will play Master Boyd. So yeah, that's cool. Hey, I like those first two movies. I'm sure I'll like the third one. I'm excited for this. I like Joel McHale a lot, so I especially like him a lot as Johnny Cage. So yeah, bring it on.
I'm glad they keep making them. I also appreciate that Matthew Lillard is also always on the voice cast.
Yeah. Mortal Kombat 2. The movie. Mortal Kombat 2 has cast Martin Ford from F9 and The Sandman as Shao Kahn.
This is such good casting because this dude is the biggest dude you've ever seen in your life. He's so big. Oh my god.
Desmond Hayam, who was in Falcon and the Winter Soldier, will play King Jared.
That's Katana's daddy.
Is it actually? It's not Jared. It's like Gerard or something, right?
I think they say Jared. Yeah,
okay.
Gerard. Yeah.
Jared is. I just didn't think of King Jared.
No, I get it. Yeah.
Anna Thu Win will play Queen Sindel. She's fairly new. We haven't really seen her in anything.
Queen Sindel is King Jared's wife. If you guys have played the game, seen the movies, Queen Sindel's evil, so things happen. We're gonna see some origin story for her in this one.
Isn't Sindel the one that Shao Kahn brings back to life? The one with the
now
white streak in her hair?
Will die. Yes, Ben.
Oh yeah.
He was married to King Jared. I wonder what's gonna happen to him in this movie.
Mortal Kombat Annihilation, Queen Sindel.
Yeah.
And then Damon Harriman, the legendary voice actor who said he's getting his soul sucked as Cabal in the first Mortal Kombat film, will be Quan Chi in this Mortal Kombat film.
Oh, that's good. So if you guys, he played Charles Manson in Once Upon a Time in Hollywood. He's a really like spooky dude. And yeah, he only did the voice in MK1. So like, hey, you can come back and just be a spooky dude. So he gets to be like a bald ghost man who gets to throw skulls at people. Love it. Oh man, this cast is so big.
He's not about to get his soul sucked.
He's not about. He will be doing the sucking. It's true. I'm not lying. With Quan Chi, not lying about it.
You know
Quan
what?
Chi is here to suck.
It's true. It's his bio.
No, because my fiance showed me a thing that was like going on Facebook, and I want to double check. I haven't double checked. So yeah, that thing was fake because they said that like we know who Johnny Cage is, and it was a picture of Carl Urban.
We do know that.
We've talked about.
We do know that.
We do.
Ben,
we
talked about this like
on
2 or 3 weeks ago.
Maybe he wasn't on it.
No,
I wasn't on that.
He might not have been on it. He might have been on vacay.
I was.
I mean, he also sleeps through a lot of this, so
Carl Urban is Johnny Cage. It's true.
Yeah, we talked about that.
The last we heard was that he was
either he was here and he was sleeping, or he's just shown that he doesn't listen to the podcast when he's not on it. Either way,
the last we heard of Carl Urban as Johnny Cage was that he was in talks. As far as we know, he has not been cast.
but we haven't heard of anybody else being in talks.
Right.
Again, I love Carl Urban, but like he's not my first choice.
No, he's much more a Kano.
God, he
Now we have a great Kano
We
already,
do.
so like you don't need him. But like that's where you
If
would
you
go.
could afford a more expensive Kano, yeah, it would be Carl Urban.
I'm mad now that Carl Urban's not Kano.
Yeah.
No, we have a great Kano. Like
I know,
mad if
but
our Kano
Josh
was-
Lawson is
but
good.
he was like one of the best things about the first movie. So like,
Boy.
I'm not mad about it.
And I always love Kano from MK1. I'm a split of air to air.
Yeah.
I always remember that first in my life.
No, Sonia, don't.
Sonya.
Give me a break. Okay, Bricksneck.
Yeah, love it.
The Amazing World of Gumball is returning for a 7th season, not a sequel series as was originally known.
Yeah. And that
So-
movie's maybe still happening, kind of, sort of. No one knows.
Maybe, who knows? Primal is getting a 3rd season, which was not originally known to anybody.
Gendy getting work done.
Yeah, he's got another show coming. That one with the dog, right?
Yes, it's not a show; it's a film.
Oh, there
Gendy
you go.
has another film with Sony Animation coming out. It is a full adult R-rated film that he's making.
He's back.
And we'll see a trailer probably at the end of this year, beginning of next year.
Love it.
Brad.
No more.
I
I saw
Hotel
Animation
Transylvania.
Twitter was talking about it. They're very jazzed.
No more Hotel Transylvania for him.
I mean, he left after the 3rd film. He didn't direct the 4th film.
Okay. I mean, not to say that Hotel Transylvania is bad. I like the first 2 movies. I haven't seen the 3rd one.
I think the first 3 are all solid. If you're willing to get down with like the level that it's playing at, Tartakovsky directs a good film.
Yeah, I agree.
You've
I agree
got
with that.
oh god, what's her name? Catherine Hahn playing the descendant of Van Helsing in the 3rd one,
Mhm.
Oh yeah.
I remember that trailer.
and
Yeah.
Dracula's falling in love with her, and she's like, "Oh, this is terrible." I think it works. I think it's a lot of fun. I like that franchise. Did not see
Yeah.
the 4th one though.
Primal though, Primal season 2 ends with a very definitive ending, so this was clearly not originally in the cards, which is why the art released is a younger girl riding, I guess, Fang, or maybe a different dinosaur.
Oh.
That's cool.
Yeah.
I can't. I said it up top, but I can't praise highly enough. I really hope people go and check out Unicorn Warriors Eternal. I'm really grateful. This is one of those things. Like I think in the past, some fantastic cartoons from Tartakovsky have gotten buried, like specifically Symbiotic Titan, which we know he took really hard. But Cartoon Network kind of buried it, made it very hard to watch, and because it was something where, much like Avatar, it was very much a sequential story. You couldn't just jump in on a random episode. You need to know what was happening with the characters.
Mhm.
It made it very hard to watch that show. I'm very grateful that though this airs on Adult Swim first, HBO Max has been good about putting the show up and promoting it. It was on its first week like one of the top recommended things just on the main page. So I'm like, that's an improvement. We don't usually see that.
Did you guys see the opening intro for My Adventures of Superman?
Yes.
Oh my god.
Very anime.
I'm so
Yeah.
excited.
Yeah.
I love that Lois Lane design so much.
Yeah, I think that there's for whatever amount of bullshit that Zaslav was doing with the animation stuff before, whoever's running Max getting the animation projects on there, they're not hiding them, which is nice.
Batman Caped Crusader, the now Amazon Prime Video Batman animated show. This is crap. Who's not the Bruce Timm? Who's the other one?
Baldini.
No, the other one. No, the other one.
Ed Brubaker?
There you go. That's the one.
We would get there.
We knew all of them. We each knew one of them.
We're like the Triforce of the casting teams.
It is described as everything Bruce Timm wanted to do on Batman the Animated Series, but couldn't because it was a kid's show. And
The most frightening sentence that could have been said.
Listen,
Yeah.
Paul Dini is awesome. That dude is notoriously horny. Like that dude, like he dealt in like mature comics and stuff. So like that's not a bad thing. That's not what I'm saying. But like he wants to turn Batman into a more mature thing, and I'm like, I not with Batman the Animated Series, not with this, like what you're doing with the thing that we grew up with. Like, I know, like it's not like Harry Potter where we grow with the franchise. Like, I don't need to see Batman banging random people. Like, it's just not like I don't.
That's the thing that bothers me. Like, here's the thing: a more adult Batman the Animated Series. Okay, I can kind of see what you're doing with Batman the Caped Crusader.
We've seen it.
But like, because we've seen the Batman and Harley Quinn animated film where Nightwing has sex with Harley Quinn, and The Killing Joke where Batgirl has sex with Batman, and those are both produced by Bruce Timm. The Harley Quinn one directed and written by him. I'm not crazy about our odds here.
Yeah. I'm sure it's going to be, hopefully, the Brubaker of it. He can rein it in because that dude is like a super talent. Not that the other people aren't, but like, like that dude's still knocking out like a new independent comic like every other week, right? Like that dude's still in the juice. So I'm hoping he can be like, yo, this is why are we doing this with Batman? Like, can we not do that? Like, I hope he can rein it in a bit.
And I know we're not getting the Bat family in this show, at least not initially. They've talked about it being Batman is the only hero in this universe right now. So there's no fear that Batgirl will have sex with him. But like, what about Poison Ivy? I don't know.
Or just imagine like, like Vicky Vale or somebody, and then like we do see them being intimate. I'm like, I have no problem with intimacy, but it's like I just don't need it in my Batman thing.
I'm okay with it if he wants to go down on Vicky Vale.
Oh, there we go.
You know what?
You know what? Zack Snyder agrees with you.
You know, that's the funniest thing Zack Snyder has ever done. Is release that picture of Batman and Catwoman.
I don't know if he did that himself or he just got a commission, but like him himself putting that up, I'm just like, yeah, you're a wild one.
Just being like, look, I firmly fall on the side of Batman absolutely will eat a lady out.
Yeah. Grayson Live in the chat. Are we getting another Batwang? I hope not. Here's the thing. Okay. I think the controversy around what was it, Batman Damned? It was dumb. It was ridiculous. But like, I don't need it in animation. I don't know. We'll see. I'm still excited because there's a lot of really talented people on the show. This is concerning.
Yeah.
And then this is on here because like I'm shocked it still exists. But Adventure Time, Fiona and Cake is a show that is still coming out.
Hell yeah.
And I thought it was. Doubted. I did. I thought it was buried. Once
I know you did. I know you did. The thing is, like, Adventure Time always does well and always makes money.
I know, but this is going to be like a queer Adventure Time.
Yeah, well, they don't know that yet.
That's true.
The ones who would cancel it don't know that yet. They just know Adventure Time. That makes money. My kids like Adventure Time.
Well, this is going to be Adventure Time's first young adult animated show, gearing more towards young adult viewers.
Yeah.
Cool.
I would argue the back half of Adventure Time was already doing that. So
me too.
I'm lost. I'm lost in the wind, Breezy. Oh God!
Oh my God, the bee! I forgot about the damn bee. The horniest bee in the world.
Yeah.
I adore Adventure Time, Sparks, and I adore Adventure Time. I'm excited that this is happening because, like, they've talked about it being like a multiversal adventure. The first promo for this, where we saw the first image, has Simon with Fiona and Cake. That's got me excited. Like, hey, are we gonna see Simon finally find his wife? That'd be cool. Oh, and also, like, if you're following Distant Land, Simon might be immortal. So, like, holy shit, I want to see that. Yeah, bring it on. Okay, Transformers. More Transformers news as Stephen Caple Jr. is in talks to direct the sequel. Now, he directed Rise of the Beast, and he looks like he'll direct the next one.
You guys all seem to have positive feelings about that movie, so I trust this is a good thing.
I'm happy with it. I like Stephen Caple Jr.'s Transformers characters and human characters. So
the direction isn't really my problem with the movie. So he's a good choice.
Yeah.
Great.
I would say good choice.
He has talked about certain elements of the ending being more prominent in the sequel, but also talking about how they want to expand more on the Maximals, which makes me very happy because I want to see that side of the thing go expand. Whatever the sequel to Transformers: Rise of the Beast is going to be, I'm happy that it's still with Stephen Caple Jr. He clearly has an idea and wants to pursue it and likes these and likes these characters. So,
without spoilers, does the end of that movie factor into the next movie?
He seems to say, well, so the producer says he's not sure. Stephen Caple Jr. is kind of leaning on to no.
That's where I'm leaning to as well. It's more basically set up. It's just weird. It's just weird.
Yeah. By the way, Flash, Sparks, Ryan and Ben will get this. For me, The Flash is tied with Transformers: Rise of the Beast for most unhinged ending of the year.
Oh, sure. Yeah. Yeah. Similar nonsense. Yeah, I agree. Sure, yeah.
All right, Knuckles, the TV series coming to Paramount Plus. Knuckles, yeah, I know, Sparks. You'll get it when you watch it. Knuckles has cast Christopher Lloyd and Carrie Elwes in the show.
What is
time?
Yeah, it sounds. Christopher Lloyd's just like, I'll do a Star Wars. I'll do a Knuckles show.
I'll do a Knuckles.
What the hell is a Knuckles? How many zeros? Thank you.
He's either like, what the hell is an echidna? Why is he red?
Carrie Elwes is riding off that Paramount bag right now, so good for him.
Oh my god, yeah, he's in Mission Impossible.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, threaten me with a good time, all right.
Look,
Oh,
I'm excited.
Paramount.
Like, keep putting big names in this Sonic stuff. Like, I don't know, guys, it's working. They found something.
Oh, Paramount.
Sonic was ready to crush Avatar. Avatar got scared and ran.
I only have one main blue character.
Look, here's the thing: in an Oppenheimer and Barbie situation, on the weekend of Avatar 3 and Sonic the Hedgehog 3,
Dude,
I was
Sonic.
going to Sonic 3.
Oh God,
It wasn't a competition.
I get to see two Sonics for one Avatar.
That's true. Stranger Things. The Tadum event. Tadum event. How are we copyrighted now? I don't know. That event happened, and they announced that Stranger Things final season, I think it's 5, has cast the wonderful Linda Hamilton.
Dope.
Good
Nice.
for her.
Dope.
I don't think she's been in anything since Chuck. Well, and Dark Fate.
Although I think
Dark
they're
Fate.
Yeah. There was a Terminator, but like it's been that and Chuck, and that's it.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I think she hasn't done anything since Terminator Dark Fate, and I'm happy to see, because Carrie Elwes was also in this show. Robert Englund is in the show. Yeah, bring it on. I'm into this.
Yeah, happy for her. That's great.
Yeah.
We'll see that show in 3 years. Those kids will.
Oh my
be
God,
too
they're gonna be
old.
like 30.
They will all be adults.
I hope they just do like straight up like walk hard jokes where it's
Oh,
like
yeah.
it's me, 18-year-old Dustin.
It's me. Hey, Mike, you want to go to the movies?
The Duffer Brothers are definitely leveraging Stranger Things on Netflix. Like, hey, you got to get that show filming quick. You want to make this deal?
100%. Like that is like probably their biggest show. So like you don't have your big show. Like,
It's good. It honestly, I think it's right and karmic if Netflix is the one most crippled by this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's their fault.
They did set up the streaming model and they did ignore residuals in doing so.
Yeah, it's their fault. Trailers.
Wow, we're here.
We're here. Steamboat Silly.
Entering the trailer park. Driving by. And
I mostly wanted to talk about this because of two specific reasons. One is, oh my god, I should have pulled up the name, but the person who has been kind of heading this new style of animation, there's buzz that is saying that this is the end of the road for him running this animation, which means either like they're capping all this off, and if we see more Mickey shorts in the future, they're going to look different, or someone else is taking over. Now it's not confirmed; it's just rumor. But right now, that's what they're saying is like this is going to be the last of the wonderful world of Mickey Mouse shorts that we've been living in for about a decade now.
I just like,
which I love this style.
Yeah.
I think they found something very special.
I think it looks great, and like the Disney Island of Illusion multiplayer platformer game kind of has like a similar style. Like I love the new look. I just like we're Disney people. We go to Disneyland. I don't know how popular like kids and Mickey Mouse. Like I don't know like how popular Mickey Mouse is for young kids like these days.
This new style.
That's like an actual question. Like I don't know.
No. This new style and design has grabbed a lot. These shorts have been popular. That's why they made the Mickey and Minnie Railway Ride, which is in this style.
Yeah.
And Toontown was just redesigned at Disneyland in this style.
Oh, that's awesome.
So it's this style is like the style now for. So I don't think this is the end of the style. We'll see what actually happens. But the more important reason I wanted to talk about this is because a lot of people have pointed out that there seems to be a metaphor in here. Many Steamboat Willies getting out and on the loose, right? Not behaving in the way Mickey Mouse would want them to. Next year, Steamboat Willie out of copyright. Specifically just that look for Mickey Mouse. Not regular Mickey Mouse look, Steamboat Willie.
You're going to be allowed to make a Steamboat Mickey Mouse thing?
Right now, the copyright laws will end 100 years on Steamboat Willie next year. John Oliver's already pulling shit about it.
Love it. Love it.
So a lot of people are like, this is them like setting up a metatextual metaphor of what people can expect with the Steamboat Willie image if they don't have control of it anymore.
We're gonna get like that, you know, that Winnie the Pooh like blood and honey nonsense. We're gonna get like a Mickey Mouse like blood and Pluto or something.
So
stupid.
you can't call him Mickey.
Mocky.
You have to call him. I believe you have to call him
Willie?
Steamboat Willie.
Oh well, that's fine.
Or Willie.
Willie. Yeah.
He can look exactly as he does in the original, but he has to have the hat and he has to be in black and white. You can't retroactively turn that into black and white Mickey Mouse.
Yeah. That's crazy, man.
Interesting. Yeah, it's the short is being done for the anniversary of Steamboat Willie, and it looks good. Honestly, I think it looks really cool.
Some people are also saying that they're doing it to try and re-up the copyright.
Oh, because you're using it.
Right.
Interesting. Yeah, that's a good point.
Sneaky snake.
We'll see. This like either they're going to try and run a case with this, or they are just saying like, yeah, don't expect all the Steamboat Willie's things you're going to see in the next the next decade to be representational of Mickey Mouse. It's not.
Oh boy.
The Archies.
This is. I'll be honest. Like I probably won't watch this, but I think this is really cool. I think this is a really cool idea. Like taking. It looks like a Bollywood version of Riverdale. Like it is literally
which
like
it is.
It's so like they're taking that aesthetic, those characters, the vibe, the 50s, greaser kind of thing. Like, but it's in India, and I'm like, that's really cool. That's like a really cool thing, and like I've never it's got a cool look to it.
I agree completely. One of the big reasons I wanted this to stay in here is because I'm gonna want to reference this when we talk about a different Netflix trailer later for like clearly having vision, knowing how to film something, making it stylistic and colorful and engaging. So it looks really great for that.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, honestly, like I think this looks awesome. I liked the trailer, but I missed the first time I watched the trailer. I missed the Riverdale in India moment, so I didn't clock what was happening until the second time I watched this trailer. I was like, oh, that actually is a really interesting idea. The Tadam presentation had them sing one of the musical numbers on stage, and so I watched that, and that honestly sold me on the movie. I'm like, oh, actually, this looks like a lot of fun. I totally want to see this.
Sure.
Oh, cool.
I didn't. When I watched the trailer the first time, I didn't know this was taking place in India. I thought they just casted different people as the Archie characters, and this is what they looked like in 1964.
Yeah.
Like they pulled from the old comics from the 60s, and it's like, okay, this is how these people are going to look in 1964 Rivendell. Oh, let's just do
Rivendell?
that. Like,
Yeah, they're all elves.
I know what you meant to say, but it's very funny thinking about the Rivendell.
My bow.
It's okay, Ben. It's okay.
No, it's messed me up because now it's like, wait, how do I say it? Riverdale. That's
Riverdale. Yeah.
Riverdale.
I can't wait for Elron to go down to Pops and get his weekly milkshake.
Oh yeah.
I was there, Pops. I was there 3,000 years ago. The strength of men failed. And here, hold up, Brandon. Let me finish. And here's Pop. He's like, yeah, I know, Elron. Isildur didn't toss you. You want a hamburger and a milkshake or not?
What I thought was really interesting is that watching this trailer, for the most part, I could tell who everyone was. I could tell who was Betty and who was Veronica, who was Archie, who was Jughead. Jughead's a little easier because he's got the hat. But like I was like, oh, this is familiar in a way that I didn't actually expect it to be. Like this isn't just like we're taking Archie aesthetic. We're doing Archie, but in India. And I was like, oh, okay, yeah, this actually looks awesome.
Yeah.
Heart of Stone. Is this the trailer, Sparks?
Huh?
Is this the trailer?
No.
Oh, did this look blurry to anyone else? This is the Gal Gadot action film.
Yeah.
No.
From Greg Rucka.
No, it just looked generic.
I thought it looked blurry.
No, not to me. It doesn't. I said it as soon as the trailer ended. Sparks like, well, it doesn't look as bad as Red Notice. But like,
it looks more calculated and like there's something more thought through to it.
Yeah.
I see like this. There's nothing immediately making it stand out, except I will say the light up parachute scene.
Dope.
That looks really cool.
Never seen that before.
That looks really cool.
Yeah. Like literally plunging yourself off a mountain, knowing that your light up parachutes at the bottom. Like that's actually.
And then the others having the light up parachutes, whatever that secret is.
Yeah,
that seems really neat.
Yeah, Sparks brought it up. This is like Greg Rucka wrote this. So after he did The Old Guard, which he wrote, which is based off his comic, they're like, Netflix is like, hey, do you want to write an original like James Bond-esque thing for a lady? And he's like, sure, I love that's my whole jam. And you know, Gal Gadot stars in it, so you know, it looks fine. Like honestly, I don't think it looks awful. It just there's nothing there really to make me go like, wow, that looks really unique.
To be honest, like I think it's one of those things where like the reason it ends up looking generic is because we've reached a point where like I'm not sure if Gal Gadot can be a leading lady.
Yeah.
And I'm not sure if she has that energy or charisma that isn't like what she put into Wonder Woman, and I don't know if she can really do it anywhere else. But it doesn't seem terrible.
No.
3 body problem.
I'll say real quick before we change to that. In terms of like an action movie from Netflix, this is one of the most appealing I've seen in terms of a trailer.
I'll tell you what, y'all.
Like, which is not a high bar.
There is a franchise on Netflix now that everyone except for me right now is ignoring, and it's Extraction with Chris Hemsworth, and that is the closest thing to Netflix's John Wick. I haven't seen the second one, and the third one we'll talk about. That first one's incredible. It is a very similar John Wick. It's about a guy doing really great stunts and really great action, and a really simple story about him protecting a girl. He's extracting her. And like the second one, everyone on that I follow said they loved it. Like, so like
as you mentioned, the third one was announced at Tudum.
Yes, at Tudum. So like that makes me Jones that like, hey, they like that franchise enough to keep it going. And like Chris Hemsworth is like, he is doing like Keanu Reeves that shit, and like he's putting his body through work in those movies. It is awesome.
I want to watch those.
Hell yeah, I watched it when it came out. Like the first one came out years ago, so like I would happily watch it. But yeah, this one looks fine. Sorry,
3 body.
3 body problem.
Yes, I think visually this was checking all the crazy cool checklist of Ryan Leopoulos. Like cool visuals, cool aesthetics, like cool people, good actors. It is by the Game of Thrones people, and that will trigger some people for certain reasons. But people have to realize that they adapted Game of Thrones perfectly. And once they ran out of things to adapt, that's when it got bad. So I'm not worried about the show being bad because those are books that have existed. So like they're adapting a great series. And I think visually it looks really cool. I'm still not sure what it's about. I don't think this is more of a vibes trailer. I think the second trailer will get into the story. But I think like this looks really cool. Like again, this is just like a very Ryan kind of trailer. Do you have anything to say, Ben? I see you're falling asleep.
For 3 body parts, I will say that, or 3 body parts, 3 body problems. Bloody hell!
It's okay. Anyway, don't pause too long, Ben. There is an audio component to this podcast.
No, I know. I'm just gonna say it looks interesting because it is the Game of Thrones guys, and just like Ryan said, this is an original thing as far as we know. It is original, right?
No, that's not what Ryan said. Ryan made mention that there are novels that these people are adapting, so it's an adaptation, not an original project.
Okay.
And they do better when they're doing adaptations.
Yeah. Yeah. So.
All right, let's move on. Wonderwell.
I agree with what they were saying.
Yeah.
I didn't. Well, it took me a while to realize this was Carrie Fisher because obviously she died a while ago at this point.
Yeah, she did.
And I was like, oh, this movie is probably not very good because it sat on a shelf for a while. I think it looks really cool. That's a lie.
I'll interrupt you for a second and just say like when I put things on here, I put a question mark. One of the reasons why I think this one deserved to be on here was purely because of Carrie Fisher. Because I don't think any of us knew that there was this movie that she had filmed or she is part of, and maybe they've just been editing it around her. Maybe she died during filming or whatever. We don't know. We could look it up, but we don't know at this moment. Yeah. And because of that, I think that kind of gives it a more that becomes more interesting because of that. Had she been still alive and we saw this film coming, I don't think any of us would have been interested in it. But because she's passed, I am interested in it because I want to see her again.
Mm-hmm.
That is absolutely fair. I think I would wait for reviews first, but I think I'd rather just watch like Star Wars instead of a potentially bad movie. Because this is like, I think the visuals are nice. Like I think like the fairy tale aesthetic is really cool. The
big face thing.
I did love the big face thing. That was so cool.
I think that's my big thing is that like I think a lot of those visuals look really cool and unique, and I'm just nervous that they're not in the movie much.
Mhm.
And that's not a
Yeah.
lot of what the movie's actually about. And if the movie's about that, then I'm like, cool, because this has like a very like labyrinth feel to me.
Yeah, like whimsical. Yeah.
And if it can
I
stay
kinda-
in that vein, I'm into it. Sorry, Ben. Go ahead.
I was gonna say I'm actually kind of interested in this movie because I want to see how Carrie. Because obviously, when we see Carrie Fisher in the trailer, she's like, "Am I a witch or the witch?" And she has that kind of. I don't know how to describe it, but the best way I can is Glinda the Good Witch vibe. Whereas obviously the other lady is like, even though the other lady is like is the little girl's caretaker, she's doing something like malicious intent. Like there's an easy piece between the Witch of the Garden or the city. I don't know, but honestly, I'm kind of interested in this because the little girl wants to go into this forest and the other lady doesn't want her to go.
You know who she's reminding me of? I think she's actually channeling a lot of her mom from Halloween Town.
Yes.
Oh my gosh,
Yeah,
totally.
There we go.
Debbie Reynolds.
That's
Yeah.
why.
I think she's channeling a lot of her mom's performance with the kind of wry smile and cheeky attitude
what?
that you were
Like,
talking about.
That honestly, I think is like that feels like a good comparison of like Halloween Town. Like again, this movie could be totally fine, but like this feels maybe like a Halloween Town as like movie. Like it seems kind of like smaller budget while having big stuff in it, but focusing on just like a core set of actors.
Yeah, but I love Halloween Town.
No, that's true. That's true. I'll just watch Halloween Town.
Here's the thing, though. Like, if that is something like if Carrie Fisher's in this movie a decent amount, she's delivering this performance that now that I said it, like very much does feel like some kind of send up of Debbie Reynolds in Halloween Town, which is like in her later career her most famous thing.
That's true.
In her later career, I'm kind of down to watch it for that.
Me too. So Fisher filmed the movie in late 2016. She wrapped 6 weeks before her death.
Damn.
And it took 7 years to finish.
Generally, that's not a good sign. Hidden strike, everybody.
There's Chris Hemsworth has 2 movies that this is similar to. One of them is great, and another one is not. And it is Cabin in the Woods and Red Dawn.
Yeah.
Cabin in the Woods, great. Red Dawn, no.
It's true. It's very true.
Could go either way.
Could go either way.
Either way.
Kaziza.
Makes the factor.
Okay, one of you. Who sparks first? What'd you say?
I said you got to know the pandemic's a factor.
This was filmed in 2016.
That's what I'm saying, like the post-production stuff.
I guess.
I mean, the pandemic still hit 3 years after they stopped filming.
Nah, bro.
Ben, you said something?
I was gonna say I'll be right back where you fill my water bottle.
Great. Kizazi Moto, Generation Fire.
Yeah, this looks great.
Yeah.
Do you guys like Star Wars Visions?
I do.
Okay. Do you want that about Afrofuturism?
I do.
Yes.
Great. That's what this is doing, and it looks awesome.
There are several like anthology Afrofuturism shows coming out, and they all look really cool.
They really do.
I'm very into it.
I've been all like A+ positive about this project ever since Disney said they were doing it.
Yeah.
Especially because we're getting so many African native creator voices in it.
Yeah. A lot of different types of art styles too, which is really cool.
Yeah, really cool.
Yeah.
Especially like art styles, like aesthetics of design that are not things that we usually see.
Yeah, I agree. There's one 2D anime looking version that looks very much like it looks different, but like it felt like Promare.
Sure.
And I was like,
I
oh
know what
damn.
you're talking about.
Yeah, I'm excited for this.
It's using color in a similar way.
That's exactly it. Yes, it's using color in a similar way. This looks awesome. Star Wars Outlaws.
Oh man, I wish Ben was here. I hope he gets back soon. We had to put this on here because we're fools and we didn't broach it enough in Summer Games Fest. But we also realized that, Brandon, this is probably of the games the one you'd want to talk about the most, because there's a lot of like Star Wars narrative material here. So this looks great. Yeah. I think this looks incredible. Yeah. The design of this, the setting, I'm really all about. I love this time period that we're in between Empire and Return of the Jedi.
Speaking my language.
I'm really, really intrigued by this. This looks like a lot of fun.
Yeah, I'll be right back and watch the trailer real quick.
No way.
I forgot.
It's not even a trailer. It's like 11-minute gameplay thing.
I watched the trailer. I didn't watch the gameplay trailer. I kept putting it off because I was like, oh, I'll watch that in a minute. And
we specifically talked about it too.
I know we did. I'm sorry.
I think it does look incredible.
Yeah.
this is not the first Star Wars game that this has come out this year. This comes out next year. I can't say that, but Jedi Survivor came out this year, and that's like lightsaber shit. And I'm like, I think lightsabers are really cool. I don't want to play another game with lightsaber. That's all I get to do. It's always lightsabers. I am so thrilled that you just get to be a scoundrel, and I really hope you just get to be a scoundrel. I hope it's not like tying to the hidden path, or it's episode 5. Never mind, you're just a scoundrel. No, you see frozen Han Solo. Love it. I hope you get to see a bunch of bounty hunters. That is my favorite part of Jedi Survivor, is just doing bounty hunting. Even though like you're a Jedi, you shouldn't be bounty hunting, whatever. Like I just want to do that in the game. Let me do that. I love it.
I love that we have our companion droid. His voice is very good. This K2SO type.
He's a B1
in the game.
No, he's a battle droid, isn't he? Not like a battle.
He's got like the weird command. He's a commando droid. That's what it's called.
Commando droid. Thank you. Yeah.
The transition from going planet to space looks incredible.
Yep.
All the different planets we get a glimpse of in the trailer look incredible. Ben, we're on Star Wars Outlaws, just so you know.
Okay.
It all looks just like something I really want to do. I love like the versatility of how you can choose to handle a situation, and with stealth and all the things in the environment that you can find and pick up, and utilizing your little pet friend who's adorable to help you,
to distract enemies, or to hit a button for you. Your gun, and I'm sure you'll be able to upgrade to do more stuff, but like there was an enemy with a shield, and you were shooting at it with your blaster, and it wasn't doing anything. So you did something to your gun to change the ammo type to shoot the blaster to destroy the blaster. Or to destroy the shield, excuse me. So I'm sure there'll be a bunch of that kind of stuff. Like you got like a hook shot thing, so you can like do some swinging, because every game's got to have a hook shot now. Yeah, the fact that there is a bunch of space gameplay is great. The fact you're gonna be going to multiple planets, and like it just looks really good. It looks really expensive.
Yeah,
it looks expensive. Oh my god! And like the seamless transition you said, like a seamless transition, not just from space to land, but like going from gameplay to cutscenes and all that. It just looks so good, feels so good.
Grayson also brought that seamless transition, as well as just being absolutely excited and completely in.
It's a beautiful. We're hiding the loading bar, but we're actually also like going through the atmosphere, because you're leaving a planet. So it's like it's perfect. Like of course we're leaving the planet. You got to load into the world. It's beautiful.
Ben, thoughts?
I actually missed this trailer.
Oh my god!
Star Wars.
Yeah.
Game Fest, Star Wars, Ben. What are we doing?
At least I watched the trailer.
Yeah.
I didn't watch the gameplay trailer, but I watched the trailer.
That's okay. We're going to talk about it for Summer Game Fest Part 2, so you actually have to watch it this time, so it's okay.
I want to say something, and it's the same thing that people are saying online, which is that droid shouldn't be that hot.
Sure.
What the hell?
The jacket.
It's the jacket. It's 100% the jacket.
And it's not a bad voice.
No, he's spicier in the gameplay trailer too. It just looks like this is made by Massive. And they're making 2 games. They're also the guys making the Avatar game. And Massive made The Division, which was a big MMO Destiny-like game. So instead of it, they're going the opposite way, which is why I'm really excited. Because most game developers will make a regular game and then make a big live service game, and it fails. These guys started with a live service game, and now that they spent like 5 years making that, The Division 2, and all those expansions, they were just given $1 billion to go, hey, go make a single-player Star Wars using everything you learned. And it's really exciting because like it really looks like the full package with space combat, regular combat, narrative choices. You can be good or evil, all that shit. Like I love video games, baby.
Elio.
Bless you.
Excuse me.
Eliopolis? That's me.
Elio.
Sorry, I was just reading Grayson's comment.
I feel like I got edged so hard because Ben missed some of these Star Wars trailers.
That's so funny.
Man, Grayson, you're not alone. For this new Pixar film, I think this looks really cool.
Yeah,
Elio, that's right. Pixar.
I love it. It's inventive. It's
take me to your leader.
Conceptually and in the marketing wise, like I think they've just done a better job of grabbing what is this movie about and why should you be interested than Elemental did.
Yeah,
I'm glad that people are liking Elemental. I mean, I'm seeing it tomorrow. So is Ryan. I'm encouraged to do so, which is great because apparently it's very good. They just marketed it poorly.
Apparently, yeah, like the romance is part of it, but like there's like an entire other part of the movie that they're just like leaving out, and it's like why leave out the interesting parts of the movie? But whatever.
But
isn't that kind of like Pixar's MO though? Like were
No,
they
but they
zoomed
make
out?
good trailers.
But they've made like there's
I don't think the trailers for Elemental have
there's
been
something
really.
funky in the
Yeah.
water of the marketing on
Yeah.
this one. But in terms of Elio, you get this thing very quickly of like a little boy calling the mom and happen to be transmitted across the alien message. Now they think he's the leader of Earth. And
Love
so
it.
here we go. That seems like a ton of fun. Very inventive, very cool space for Pixar to be taking.
My
Mhm.
favorite Pixar, number 1, Wall-E, number 2, Turning Red. I love space stuff, so them coming back to space makes me incredibly excited.
The line at the end of this trailer when he says, "I ate my mom." That's not a species thing. I just did that. Everyone was super shocked. Killed
That's
it.
just a me thing.
That's
That's just a me thing.
very into it. Yeah.
That was funny. I like that.
Everyone else was so shocked.
Just the
um,
no nonchalant delivery of that was great.
Nimona.
Yeah, we've talked about Nimona briefly before.
I didn't.
I think the
I wasn't there.
Okay. I think this looks very good. We've got another trailer. We see a lot more of the story and a lot more of the animation, and I'm really intrigued by it. I'm really happy that this looks as stylistic as it does. If you are familiar with the graphic novel, this is a pretty big departure. They really created their own art style that they wanted for the film, rather than trying to just emulate directly the graphic novel, and I think it worked to their benefit.
Mhm.
I think this looks really, really cool.
Yeah, I think this looks really awesome. I was not here to talk about the teaser trailer, but I really liked that, and I was happy to say that this trailer looks awesome. I really love the changing effect. I think it looks really cool.
Yeah.
I love the voice acting. I love the animation style. I'm really, really into this.
Oh
Yeah,
me too.
I'll be 100% honest, y'all. I'm not in love with the style as much as you. Like after the teaser, I was like, I need to see more. But like, I don't think it's bad. It's just not. I don't love it as much as you guys. I do love the changing, like the transforming effect. I think it looks great. But like, there's just something for me that I'm just like, it's just a little too Netflix 3D. It's the best version of that, but like, it's something just totally not vibing. But that's just.
I really like the way the camera moves around the space, especially in the action scenes.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of the like transformation stuff that we're seeing, it's just not something you see a lot in animated films.
Yeah. Now, Ryan, you brought up, it looks like kind of the same kind of 3D Netflix thing. This was originally a Disney movie that Disney abandoned after they bought Fox. This and Mouse Guard were animated films that Disney abandoned, and this and Nimona found a home with Netflix.
Well, that's good.
I'm happy that it did, because I would have I'd hate that Mouse Guard is just gone.
That's a bummer.
But I'm happy that this one found a new home.
Yeah.
They cloned Tyrone.
I'm so excited for this movie.
Y'all, like real talk. I said my favorite trailer of this year was Strays, that rated R dog movie. I think this might be my number 2. This trailer. This is just, it's such a perfect trailer of introducing you to the characters, the plot, how funny it looks. It has a great musical sting with somebody watching me playing and using like the talking of it. Like, I can't believe it. Like, it's an incredible trailer. I'm so excited for this. It looks so cool.
Big ditto. I've been excited about this ever since like we got like the first wins of it about the 3 stars, Paris and Boyega and Fox, and kind of an idea of what it was going to be like. But I think this looks really, really cool. I really am excited about this one. This is one of those Netflix films I'm going to be watching like the week it comes out.
This feels like, and this is no slight to Netflix, like this feels like a real ass movie. Like this should be in theaters. Like the talent, the like how good it looks. Like this is like, that's just a movie, man. Like, damn, how happy to.
A whole vision is here, and you feel it.
Yeah, 100%.
Yeah, I agree. I think this movie looks really awesome. I love seeing these 3 together. Jamie Foxx is in a point in his career where I'm just super stoked to see him. He's having a great time.
We haven't really mentioned it on the podcast, but I do like, because the trailer came back around this week, and I do hope that whatever's going on with his health, I hope that we're coming around the other end of it.
His family said that he's recovering.
Are we in full recovery mode now?
Yeah.
Okay.
Awesome.
Good. I hope it stays that way.
It must be, because I was just listening to a podcast. And what was that vampire movie? Night Shift?
Yes.
They might be
Day
shift. Well, they might be working on Night Shift soon. So
yeah,
that's really
I'm
exciting.
excited.
I think the screenwriter for it.
Because that movie rules.
That movie's awesome. Yeah.
Oh yeah, the
like Day
screenwriter's
Shift.
working on the.
No,
sequel right
no,
now.
not right now. We're talking about doing a sequel.
Uh-huh.
No.
Scabs.
Yes.
Yeah, I think this looks like a really great film. A lot of fun chemistry and everything. Ben, thoughts on this one?
I pretty much just a lot of echoing what you guys are saying. It's different. The stinger was really good. The music stinger for somebody watching me. Really, it's just one of those things that I just need to sit down and watch.
Yeah.
I love real just the final line of like, "Excuse me, sir, can you tell me where your spooky lab is, and I'll leave your atmosphere." Like I love that.
All right. So this got to be it. One Piece. Is this the one, Sparks, that you were talking about in the beginning of this whole trailer section?
100%.
Okay.
100%.
There were like 4 others that I was like, oh, is it this one? Is it this one? One
Yeah.
Piece.
Pretty much almost any of the other Netflix trailers we've talked about, I would say, like, have
Something.
more competent people behind the camera than this trailer appears to. I don't want to be mean, but this looks like the kind of fan film I see filmed for YouTube, which is always impressive when you consider like they're doing it on a nothing budget themselves. And I don't mean to disparage those projects, but it looks like that just with Netflix money, and like not in a good way. There's shots in here that I just think are stale, is the best way I can describe them. They're so empty and devoid of visual language or thought. Just like constantly putting the main character in just the center of frame and kind of like lower than him. Like I'm like, these are not good shots. This doesn't look well filmed.
Real quickly, Ben, because I know you're so real quickly. On that note, Spark specifically, that's what kind of ticked me off about this trailer, because from watching, I think last year's Tadum, they had like, look how big our sets are. These are some of the biggest sets. You don't get any of that in this trailer. All the camera angles are hiding how big these sets are, and that's such a shame.
Yeah. I think there are some shots where I think they're trying to emulate anime, like just anime shots in general.
Yes.
And I'm like, the thing is, like, you can do that. You have to really know what you're doing, and I don't think they know what they're doing.
You know what
I think
they're
they're
doing.
just like, if you frame it the same, it looks the same, and it's not that
They're
simple.
they're doing Cowboy Bebop again,
Right.
and unfortunately, that one didn't turn out hot. So
That looked so good too. I'm so pissed about that.
at least that one had like a cool trailer. Yeah, man, like of all the properties to adapt, this is the one where I'm like, why? You will never. First of all, it's Netflix, so you won't get past 5 seasons. Second,
You won't get past 1.
like this is a manga anime that's been running for decades. It has over 1,000 episodes. Like it's older than us.
Still going.
It's older than us, and it'll be going on after us.
It's not old.
I believe
No,
it started.
I know.
I believe it publication started in Jump in 1999.
You're correct.
Hey man, that's a long time.
Yeah,
It's just like it doesn't. It just looks like you nailed it so succinctly. Like it looks like an expensive fan film. And like, nah, I don't need to see it. I watched the first couple episodes of One Piece. It's really cool. It's really charming. Like it feels like a full ass anime, and this does not feel like an anime.
Ben.
Spark said he didn't want to be mean. I will. This looks like absolute shit. Like absolute 100% garbage.
Well,
now,
I wanted to be clear. I want to be clear. I didn't want to be mean to people who make fan films when I was making the comparison.
Oh, okay, yeah. People who make fan
It's
films.
like, fine, I'll shit on them too.
No. People who make fan films, they put a lot of heart and effort into it, and they don't have the budget. Well, Netflix has a budget. Now, I want to preface this very clearly that I have seen like maybe 1 or 2 episodes of the anime, but I read the manga when I was subscribed to Shonen Jump. I've read it for like a good 2 to 3 years.
Nice.
I really enjoyed it. I'm not going to put the money in to buy all the manga volumes because there's well over 100 of them by now. But the style that the artist Ichiro Oda, when he creates One Piece, it's very stylistic, and you can tell it's from One Piece. I am not seeing any of this in the trailer. The only thing I could say it's One Piece is because the guy is wearing the straw hat and Zoro and Zolo has 3 swords.
It's because they look like the characters. That's about
They
it.
look like the characters, but the ships have. Even I get it that like when Luffy sees his ship for the first time, it's just being built, but that thing is colorful. The whole time I feel like this thing is devoid of color. Even though when I was reading the manga, which is all in black and white, there's no color in it. You could just feel the color and feel the
energy.
I don't want the energy and the flamboyance of it.
Yeah.
You can feel how out of this world these characters are, and I don't get that at all in this trailer. I don't feel it at all. It just feels just bad. Like it just feels horrible. And with all the other Netflix adaptations, like I haven't seen the Cowboy Bebop adaptation, the live action one yet. But the only Netflix adaptation I did watch was the Japanese made Bleach one, and that was decent. They got the costume right.
That's not true, Ben. That's not true, Ben. You watched Death Note.
I did watch Death Note.
We reviewed Death Note.
Feels like eons ago.
Oh God, I forgot about Death. I keep Death Note so far.
Yo, it's been so long. It's been so long that Netflix is now reviving it again. That's how long it's been since we talked about it.
Oh God, not again.
Yeah.
But this looks like horrible. This looks bad, like really, really bad. And now, for some reason, I'm kind of really scared about Avatar: Last Airbender.
You should have been scared for years, Ben.
When those creators left, that we should have known.
That was the time to be afraid.
I'll tell you.
By the way, I wasn't going to bring this up, but I'm going to do it now because he brought it up. That show has been in production since 2018, and we get that for a teaser, which is just Earth, Wind, Water, Fire, whatever. No, Hey, 2018. You show me footage.
We got 4 pictures.
You show me footage.
What do you want? 5 pictures?
No, I wanted footage in the teaser.
5 pictures in motion.
I'll tell you what. I did watch. I didn't watch this trailer, but I was just scrolling through it, and somebody who was excited for the trailer without me seeing it first reposted the Tadum thing of all the actors talking about their characters and how excited where they were, and they all seem like genuinely awesome people, and like they seem like they really like the show, and like they really seem to like One Piece, especially like the Monkey D. Luffy guy who is getting dragged on Twitter. Like people do not like him, but he seems genuinely like the nicest dude on the planet, and he is so excited to be like, I'm the lead in like the biggest anime of all time. It's like it's insane. My life's so cool, and I'm like, I'm sorry, bro. It's probably gonna be awful.
I will say, I feel that actor trying to maintain Luffy through the performance.
Yeah.
The big smile.
He's very loud.
He's trying to have the big smile. He's trying to have that energy, especially like I know enough about One Piece to know like how that is who he is in the beginning. He's very, very up. It's just not. I don't think it's his fault that it's not translating.
No.
I'll say that. I don't think the performance is the problem. I think that the framing and structure around it is the problem.
Yeah.
I think his performance isn't the problem. I think he's trying to capture. I think he's the only person in this trailer who's trying to capture the spirit of the characters from the manga. To me, what it looks like, having very minimal familiarity with One Piece. But that being said, like there's just I see this trailer and I'm like, why would I watch you when I should just go watch the anime?
Yeah, that's the real thing. I think people will be like, oh, I'm just gonna watch that other thing instead. I think that'll
I will say this. I thought the one stretchy arm thing looked pretty good, and that made me mad that Miss Marvel doesn't have stretchy powers in the MCU. But that's really it.
Yeah.
Sure.
I literally yelled. What did I was like, oh, it's Miss Marvel.
Oh, Miss Marvel. Hey.
Yeah. I mean, whatever. I have no horse in this race.
You know what somebody did that was very funny.
But we do have a horse in this race, Brandon, because it affects all animation, live action adaptations. How this goes.
Shit.
That's why it's gonna be bad, and it'll suffer. The stretchy arm thing. One of the those fake discussing film Twitters posted a new image from the Marvels released, and it's the image of him punching from the ship. And some people are like, "She's on a ship in this movie? What's going on?"
That's funny.
Those damn.
But also her powers. What's up?
Those damn discussing film.
Discussing film.
Accounts. Yeah.
The spoosing film.
Disgusting. Disgusting film.
I have the actual discussing film account go straight to my phone, so I never see them anymore.
Smart. There you go.
Okay, that's all of the trailers. We did it, guys. All right, shall we get into our main topic?
Yeah, this is going to be super breezy. I'm sure this won't take a lot of time and that we don't have too much to say. We're just going to compliment the hell out of it. Let's go.
Mom?
What happened?
What happened? What are we doing?
I didn't do that.
You
We didn't do that.
hands off the controller, sir.
I didn't do it. I swear.
You got a ghost. Well, welcome to the Fake Nerd Podcast again. I'm Rentley.
Okay. Yeah, I guess we got to start all over. All right, we're talking about the Flash. Guys, real quickly before we get into it, I'm going to give you a quick rundown of the history of this movie.
Love it.
Ooh, boy.
All right, first announced in 2014. when they did like a whole like, hey, here's the DC extended universe, guys. After Batman v
Oh,
Superman, here you go.
Cyborg.
Mm.
At that point, the film was supposed to be released in 2016, just before Justice League. That obviously didn't happen. But as Ryan said, yeah, a Cyborg movie and a Green Lantern Corps movie were part of those. Outside of those two, all those films eventually got made. So, there you go. Oh, Justice League Part 2 didn't get made. Never mind. Phil Lord. Nope. Yeah, Phil Lord and Chris Miller wrote the first draft of that film before deciding to go write solo, which we know how that worked out in 2015. Seth Grahame-Smith was attached to write and direct based on the treatment that Phil Lord and Chris Miller wrote. That was going to be his directorial debut.
Yeah.
He, however, by the way, he wrote Abraham Lincoln Vampire Hunter and the Lego Movie.
Yeah.
He left in 2016 due to creative differences. Rick Famuyiwa then came on board in 2016, and he was going to use Smith's script. That's when Kiersey Clemens and Billy Crudup came on board as Iris and Henry. That didn't work out actually after a while. And then 2017, Joby Harold came on board to write what he story credited for this current adaptation. 2018, John Francis Daly and Jonathan Goldstein were set to direct. 2019, Ezra Miller and Grant Morrison were writing a new script. Miller was threatening to leave the project if Warner Brothers didn't take that script. He was not happy with the lighthearted direction that Warner Brothers wanted to go down.
They.
Sorry, thank you. They. Grant Morrison.
It's gonna come up a lot, so just try and get that in your heads.
Man, I'm just trying to think of a Grant like.
They're
both theys, by the way. Grant and Ezra.
Like what that movie, a Grant Morrison script would have been.
Yeah.
So obviously they didn't take that script and begged Ezra Miller to stay on board. That's when Daly and Goldstein left the project because they didn't like the Ezra Miller script that was happening. Then Warner Brothers scrapped it anyway. And then finally Christina Hodgson and Andy Muschietti came on board in 2019, and they've been on board until now. And here we go. So
real quick,
directed, yes.
Because of everything happening with Solo and The Flash, because of those nonsense, we can thank those movies for having Across the Spider-Verse and Into the Spider-Verse happen, because that's where Lord Miller went to do, because both those movies failed. So we count our blessings.
Yeah.
And the studio is just like, oh God.
Yeah.
So directed by Andy Muschietti, written by Christina Hodgson, who, as I mentioned many times, wrote Birds of Prey, Bumblebee, and Batgirl, the scrapped Batgirl movie. Joby Harold is credited as story credit. He did Transformers Rise of the Beast from last week. So, full spoilers if you have not seen the film.
Also, the John Francis Daly and Goldstein guy, that's the guys who made Dungeons and Dragons. So because they didn't do Flash, they made Dungeons and Dragons. So
oh man, we're in a good timeline.
We're in the better timeline, guys.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. You're in the better spaghetti.
Dungeons and Dragons compared to the Flash?
I'm glad that movie's here.
Compared to the Flash?
Well, but here's the thing. Would they have not done it necessarily because the Flash would have come out sooner?
Maybe. I'm just going off what the.
I'm happy with what we got. I'm happy with what we got.
I'm just going off because that movie came out.
All right, so full spoilers. You have been warned. If you have not seen the film yet, go pause this or keep watching it. I really don't care. But you've been warned. So let's get right into it. What did we think, Ben?
It was all right.
Cool. Sparks. You didn't say mid.
Yeah, you.
No, man. Honestly, I actually kind of liked this. I enjoyed it. It's not the best. It's not the worst. It's definitely not mid.
You just cost us 10,000 views.
All right, fine. I'll say it. It was mid.
Sparks, what'd you think? Deep breath.
I think it has a lot of good moments, a lot of high highs, and some really low lows. And I think its Achilles heel is that none of the important things, the core important things it needed to do, are in the good category.
Ryan.
I liked it. I think there's a lot, just like he said, there's a lot of great stuff. In fact, halfway through the movie, I'm like, am I really gonna like this movie? And then the final act happens, and then that kind of sours a little bit for me. But I went in hoping for the best, and I came out with a pretty fun, there are worse Flash movies in the world than this one, and the last act is. I feel like a completely separate movie compared to the two Flash movies we were getting first. I liked it. I'm glad I saw the Flash.
I thought I fall more on Sparks's angle here, because I think the first act I'm kind of like, oh, this is kind of fun. I'm into this, whatever, sure, yeah. And then I'm not interested anymore. And there's moments where I become more interested, but most of the time the movie just kind of falls flat for me. I won't say it's a bad movie. As Stephen King, Ben's best friend, said, it is not the best superhero movie ever. As David Zaslav, Tom Cruise, James Gunn, Stephen King all have said, it's the best superhero movie. It is not. It is quite honestly a perfectly fine mid-level superhero movie that has a lot of problems. And I think that I frankly don't know what they were watching. But that's not here. That's neither here nor there.
You know what they were watching? They were watching their bank accounts.
Well, I don't know why, because this movie's not making any money.
That's what they were trying to fix. That is
All right.
really funny. That movie's not even like it's doing worse than even I thought it was going to do, which is really interesting.
Yeah, I will say, I think that it's impossible for me on just having one viewing for that perception to not have been somewhat colored by the overhype machine. Not that I ever bought into it. I never believed that they were accurate with the way they were marketing the hype, but it still affected me going into the film that they were trying to push that narrative. And I'm like, come on, y'all. Why are you lying to me?
Sure.
Don't lie to me.
I get it.
Why are you lying?
I knew it wasn't going to be that, so I was like, I'm just going to go in and watch a movie. So
I'll talk about one thing that I don't think works very well in the movie. And honestly, I think it's the two Barrys. I don't think Ezra Miller works off of himself very well. I think Ezra Miller works off of Michael Keaton well. So his scenes as the older Barry talking to Michael Keaton, I actually quite like. I never found a moment where the younger Barry worked for me on... It's to say that means to say that I don't like it. It's just kind of there. Like, he's just a non-issue to the plot that I don't really see the point of having that second Barry. And I also don't know why older Barry had to lose his speed. We cut that entire second Barry, and the movie's really just the same, except maybe Dark Flash doesn't happen, but I think you can still make that work.
I hear you. I am more positive on second Barry, and when I learned that there were going to be two Ezra Millers, I was like, that's a choice for this movie. But this is definitely just like it either works for you or doesn't. And for most of the time, it did. Like, I would say like 7 out of 10 jokes worked for me. I having older Barry now being mature, seeing the person he used to be, and like being an 18-year-old is awful, and like 18-year-olds are awful.
Well, but it's not even like the person he used to be. It's a person he never got to be.
It's true. Yeah. It's a person he never got to be because like he was like catered to by his mom his entire life.
Which I say that, and I think the movie has that there, but I don't think they go for that enough.
Sure. Yeah.
To justify the separation between the two as characters. Sure. And that's part of the problem. I think it's partially a problem in script and partially a problem in performance. One of my biggest issues with it is that Ezra Miller completely drops, I feel, their awkwardness in the performance of Barry once there is a younger Barry. Mm-hmm. Now they are suddenly far more focused, far more straight-lined.
Yeah.
Like they have to be this, frankly, kind of blander, more mature version by comparison to the younger one, to a degree where I'm like, I don't recognize the character I was watching in the first 15 minutes of the film in your performance anymore. Like, you have now transitioned into like, all of a sudden your quirks aren't here. These quirks that we haven't spent enough time with this character, which is also a problem with this film. But like between Justice League and this, all of a sudden, a lot of those mannerisms slipped away. I'm not saying I won't say they're 100% gone through the rest of the film, but they are very much reduced.
I'll tell you what, I agree with you. And that's not a bad thing. Because I don't like Justice League and BVS Flash, and I like this Flash. So if he is a little less annoying, a little less ticky, I think that's fine. Because I still think like him, like I think the calorie thing is like such a great idea to like show you like that dude, because he always was eating in those other performances too. Like to have him like he does have to constantly eating, it is something he has to think about. Like it is like his energy meter. I think that's a fun new addition. I hear you, but I don't view that as a problem personally.
As because you brought up the eating thing, I don't disagree that I like the idea that he always has to eat. It's not something new to Flash. John Wesley Shipp's Barry Allen had to do it all the time. I don't like how it's filmed. I find it aggressive as it's filmed, because every single time we get like an eating moment, it's like a hard zoom in with like excessive mouth noises, and personally, as an aesthetic choice, I'm not here for it.
That's fine.
I get that it could work for other people, but it doesn't work for me.
I do think this movie has a huge tonal problem, but like when it works the best in the first act. Like I wish the entire movie was as wacky as the first act was. I really do. I wish this could have just been a half the budget silly slapstick. Like this is basically half like a Looney Tunes movie at times, especially with the baby stuff. Like, and I thought that was great. I love it. I wanted more of that stuff, but then like we got to go into the dark stuff, which is fine.
Well, that's what I said. That's why I said, like, I like the first act. I'm actually really enjoying it in the first act. And on Sparks' point about Miller's performance, I think Miller, I don't think maybe they're not. I haven't seen much of their performances. I've seen Perks of Being a Wallflower and the Fantastic Beasts films and his Barry Allen. I haven't seen a lot of them. I don't buy his comedic performance, which is probably why younger Barry doesn't work for me, because he's primarily all comedy. Whereas older Barry is mostly emotion, and I find those scenes work for me far more because I think Ezra Miller is good at that performance.
So one of the movies that I have seen them in is we need to talk about Kevin. It's one of his earliest performances. I think it was when they were a teenager, and it's in that movie they are like a young serial killer, and it is a very intense performance, and they are a very intense actor who's doing more comedy in these roles. So like I think they're much better at being a dramaturgy, if you will.
That's why I like Perks of Being a Wallflower. I think they're very good in that movie.
Yeah.
Sparks?
Just going back to what I was saying with that is that I don't dislike Miller's performance as the older Barry. That's not what I was trying to convey. What I don't like is the fact that I find the character inconsistent.
Yeah.
That I don't see that character as the same. Like, regardless of the fact that I find the performance in the dramatic parts of the middle and most of the rest of the chunk of the film more palatable, doesn't change the fact that all of a sudden I feel like we're with a different Barry.
Sure.
Or that when we get to the very end of the film, all of a sudden we've whiplashed back to the Barry that we had at the beginning of the movie, in terms of that mannerisms and performance thing. And it's that inconsistency that bothers me more than anything. Yes, it is I think a better direction for what Miller's capable of, because I agree. I don't think Miller's strength is in the comedic stuff.
Mm-hmm.
But it still is like, that doesn't jive. This character doesn't stay the same.
That's fair. For me, what works for me about it is it's not just like, oh, I need to like save this girl. Like it's like I gotta save like the world. Like I like the threat of the threat of the universe is at stake. So he does need to like put his suit up, and he does need to like hunker down. Because it's like the guy, like there is another version of him with the same powers, and like that could destroy reality as it almost does at the end. So like for me, I am cool with him maturing up in the face of obliteration for the universe. Stuff. So like and again, also like it might be, I just like it is not consistent, but I just think I have more fun with him being like this. So like, hey, at the end of the world, you got to mature a little bit.
Mm-hmm. No, I mean that's fair. Like I just, his performance as Barry Allen has also never worked for me, and I don't think that. I think I agree with Sparks, but I also agree with Ryan. Like, I do prefer this more. I agree when Sparks said this. I do prefer this direction for Barry Allen. It's just inconsistent. But I also don't really care for Miller as Barry Allen in the first place. Like, I don't think even in this film they ever really come to it. You know.
I'm gonna put a very fine point on it because I do want to move to other things. I think what I hit the wall with is that it makes all of Barry's mannerisms in the beginning of the film and the very end of the film, the things that they do in their main universe, it makes all of those things feel like they're an act or a performance, that they are, in fact, like comedy bits for the character instead of mental health quirks, which is something Miller talked about being part of how they baked into Barry Allen when they were making the Justice League character. Mm-hmm. And the fact that it has gone completely absent when we go into this direction of the film, regardless of the fact that it's supposed to be this more mature role, the fact that the stammering is toned completely away, almost gone, and all that kind of stuff makes it feel like we're no longer thinking about, is this a part of who the person is? That's right. And I think that's part of my problem with it.
Well, that's a really valid, awesome thing. Yeah.
Ben, want to jump in here?
Yeah. You don't have
to talk about Ezra Miller. You can move to something else.
I just want you to talk.
No, I was gonna say I actually liked the performance that they played off themselves, to be perfectly honest. I thought seeing the two complete total opposites, that worked for me, because you have a Barry Allen who grew up with thinking his world, where the world thought his dad killed his mom, where he worked, or where Barry worked super hard and he had to work and got struck by lightning, got his powers, became a superhero. And then you have a more laid back, childish version of that, who in older Barry's eyes is the luckiest kid in the world, because this Barry got to live with his mom. He didn't. So I actually kind of liked how when older Barry realized that, oh shit, I am in a certain point in time where I should not be. You can tell that he like instantly had to go into crisis mode, and he went to, I need to figure this out. I need to figure, and then he went to younger Barry's. Like, it was kind of like, what's a good analogy for this? Oh, damn, I don't have one. But it actually, no, not back to the future. But I will say,
Eric
this
Stoltz.
It did work for me in a way.
Yeah, I feel you.
What was the thigh to the future? No, Eric. What was the guy thigh? He had Eric Stoltz tattooed on his thigh.
Oh
No,
yeah. Oh yeah. He had Thigh to the Future.
I think it's Thigh to the Future.
That
yeah,
whole
was
little
funny.
section I thought was really funny, because it's just like the parallel worlds of like Kevin Bacon is in this movie and this movie and this movie.
And I like that. I like that kind of thing. Well, I want to talk about so for me, a lot of the stuff before we get to when we enter the Speed Force and change the thing, and we're in 2013. Up to Michael Keaton, I'm kind of not in the movie anymore. I find that stuff to be a little boring. But when we get to Michael Keaton, I really like Michael Keaton. Like, I think he's delivering a really good performance. I think he's having a good time. I like his scenes with Ezra Miller. I think they're good, and I think they're well written, and I think they both play off each other very well. Yeah. Specifically the older Barry and Michael Keaton. I like that stuff a lot. Even his action sequence I find is kind of fun.
The smartest thing they did was not try to have Michael Keaton do any action, and it looked awful. They just got a stunt guy to fight the two Barrys, like when we first meet him. So it's not like the most awkward choreographed thing ever. And I'm like, we know he's like 75 years old. You don't have to like make him fight. It's fine. It's a movie.
And I like the Michael Keaton stuff specifically. His fight sequence. I mean, look, he doesn't move like Batman 89, and we all knew that was going to be the case. But like, that's a really cool, just a Batman action sequence where he's fighting and he's using his cape and he's using his batarangs. And I like that he's using his big, bulky batarangs from the Tim Burton film, like they're the thinner batarangs. He's just throwing them around. I like that. I could have done without the throwing up, but the Ezra Miller throwing up bit in the middle of that. But I like that stuff, and I think Keaton is fun in this.
Yeah. I think honestly, one of the standouts of the Flash is both Batman. I love both. I think both Batman are good in this movie. Honestly, y'all, it is the trajectory of Ben Affleck in like the Snyderverse and the DC was so weird, because like when he's first announced, like it's cool, then BVS comes out and I don't think the movie's good, so I don't really think about Ben Affleck as Batman. But then like I reevaluate not so much the movie but him as Batman, and I love him. And then in Zack Snyder's Justice League, he's awesome. He actually has an arc on like the Justice League movie, and in this, that's like, dude, that's Batman, and he's not doesn't have like a robot voice. He's doing a Batman voice.
I love that. I love that.
It took us this long to get a Batman voice. I'm like, and you're gone, and now you're gone. You're so good. I love you, Batfleck.
I really love his action sequence. Yeah,
it's awesome.
Yeah.
He gives a great speech to. Sorry, someone go ahead. Sorry.
Sparks, you were gonna say something?
No, I was just agreeing.
Oh, well, so the thing I really like about, the thing that honestly gets me a little bit interested in Andy Muschietti doing a Batman Brave and the Bold film is the fact that we see Batman using gadgets like we see him in the comics. You know, like things should not be realistic when you're talking about Batman. Like the fact that he's skating on the road and then jumps over a car, his bike has like this grappling hook that just magically turns sideways, and like, yeah, that's Batman. That's Batman technology. That's Batman shit. I'm into that. That's one of the reasons why I like Ben Affleck as Batman, also because he does that stuff in Batman v Superman and Justice League. I really like that, and we also get that with Keaton. So like the fact that we've all accepted that live action Batman doesn't have to be restricted to what a real human being can do is really exciting to me for the future of Batman.
That is a good point. I do think Muschietti's like Batman stuff is pretty solid. The Flash stuff, you know, I think there's some really good stuff and some really bad stuff. And unfortunately, with a character like the Flash, it's all CG. And honestly, like it kind of like washed over me after a while, and it stopped bothering me until the end again. But like this whole movie's ugly. The whole movie's kind of ugly, and like,
It's an ugly
Yeah.
suit.
and it's an awful suit, absolutely. But like, this is such an expensive movie that's taken so long to come out. I'm honestly shocked that it looks this bad. And I don't have a
Yeah,
problem with CG, but like the entire movie is ugly.
I will not lie; those CGI babies were horrible to look at.
They looked rough.
Yeah, I was
Yeah,
laughing my ass off.
I was like, these. I mean, look, I get that they're not real children; that they're falling to their.
You can't
potential
actually
doom.
drop a bunch of children. Yeah,
No,
exactly.
obviously not. But at the same time, it's like I've seen so much better CG elsewhere, and like this looks.
That part specifically didn't bother me. It's other specific moments when like, why are we doing CG here for no reason?
So one of the things that bothers me about Barry Allen, speed, how they portray speed in this film specifically. Now, I haven't seen Zack Snyder's Justice League, but this was not a problem in the Justice League version. One of the things that that is kind of a pet peeve for me when you do speed is that it feels like the ground is moving, but the person isn't, and that happens sometimes in the CW stuff. But they're kind of running so fast you kind of miss it.
Mhm.
But we see such long strides with Barry where he's stepping on the ground, but the ground is moving under his feet, so we don't really get any footfalls for him. And it's not a criticism of the film. It's a stylistic choice, I'm sure, but it's a pet peeve of mine that I just don't prefer when you're doing speed in films. That's why I kind of posted on Twitter that Mari and Eternals is, I think, the perfect use of speed in film at this point, because I think that looks awesome, and I can actually see her stepping and moving in the background. Looks cool. Like that's for me the standard right now.
Yeah, I agree. Yeah, Makari is super dope. Zack Snyder's Justice League, it's better than this. As far as I remember, he is stepping on stuff.
And
He's
I've seen
the long shots.
I've seen the most cheer moment. I've seen one most cheer moment at the Oscars.
In the movie, that moment's awesome.
Yeah, no, but I've seen what I'm talking about. It's like, to your point, like I've seen that, and that looks better than this.
Absolutely, yeah. It is a weird choice, but like I do wish for like the power stuff was a little more consistent. But again, like this is his first origin movie, or like not origin, but like his first solo movie. So like, I guess you got to like set a foundation for your own movie, I guess, or whatever.
On the note of the CGI, it really becomes a problem for me in certain points. Most specifically is I don't mind for the kaleidoscopic effect of what they're going for, which I actually think is really cool, of how the timeline is affected and you see the ripples.
Yeah.
I don't mind those back rows from second on being CGI and clearly CGI.
Yep.
Don't care. What I have a problem with is when the front things, like Michael Shannon Zod choking out Sasha Cal's Kara.
Yeah.
That they're clearly CGI and we're like focused on them, and I'm like, why? Why are they CGI? They look terrible.
There is
just absolutely awful.
So much unnecessary.
And boy, do I hate when a director comes out and says, "Well, that was on purpose."
Oh
boy, howdy.
Log off, sir, please.
No,
That's
thank
how
you.
It looks in the Speed Force, and I'm like, get out of here.
There's a moment like I don't remember, but like like you see either like the mom or the dad, like at the end, and it's just like they look like rubber, like straight rubber, and I'm like, that's a style.
And I think that's kind of a cool. I think the chronosphere is like a cool idea, as Spark said, like the kaleidoscope aspect. I think it's kind of neat. I like that Barry is clearly running forward, but you see their legs going backwards, and that I think looks really cool.
Yeah.
So like, there's cool things happening there, but like, it's unfinished. It's clearly unfinished, and the move wasn't we meant for it to look that way.
Yeah, I really wish he didn't say that because that makes me like it less.
Did the babies mean to look that way, Andy?
Yeah,
Did the babies?
Again, like, it's just these things that didn't need to be CGI. I don't know why they went for it that way.
Oh,
and, like, it just looks bad.
I remember he said specifically it's because you're viewing it through the eyes of the Flash through the chronosphere, so it's like warping reality like a fisheye lens. No, it's not.
No, you specifically lined up a shot where we're following the other Barry as he's like trying to correct the events in the ripples, and that's where you specifically see like that young Barry in the foreground, then jumping around over here, and around that is Michael Shannon Zod choking out Kara, and they are clearly CGI, and they grab young Barry who turns into CGI. Like,
how much more
awful.
money?
Look terrible.
How much more money they must have spent on all the last act CGI stuff? I'll forgive like the first two acts. Like you're setting like again like this is what it looks like, but like man, that final act it's so much rubber.
It's rough. I don't think I get that Michael Shannon did this for a toilet or a bathroom. He was like, I need a new bathroom. I'm gonna do this.
Mhm,
But
mhm.
and like I don't care about his performance. Is you know what? It's solid. It's there
I think
when
it's
he's
fine. Like
when he's
it's
there.
like you could have told me that was archive footage and I'd believe you.
Yeah,
Yeah.
but like it doesn't. He doesn't add anything to the movie, like at all.
It's Christina Hodgson coming on to write the final version of this script when it's been passed down for a decade. I'm so curious when the Man of Steel stuff came in because it could not have been from the beginning.
Right.
I firmly believe 6 years ago when that was still a technically new movie, you know, like that was like.
And I don't believe Christina Hodgson wrote the final draft of this movie, honestly. Especially that last act. I think that last act, they've been working on that. We've been hearing about them doing reshoots for years. Who's
100%.
writing those reshoots?
I feel like there's
Yes.
a lot of Hodgson and the emotionality between like Barry and the parents.
Absolutely.
And like around
Yeah.
Barry and the parents stuff.
Yeah.
And then honestly, even like the stuff between the two Barrys and interacting with Michael Keaton, I'm like, I don't feel that anymore. I don't feel that writing here anymore.
I think
There's a lot of mindlessness there.
There's definitely, yeah. Once the last act hits, it's just like she's off that script. That is studio producer, studio heads all over that final act.
And like even I'll admit, like I've said, I still like the Michael Keaton moments with Barry, and especially like the was like why do you want to stay here, because it's the one where my mom dies, where my mom lives. Like I think that's a good moment. And Michael Keaton, I actually really like Michael Keaton when he's just plain clothes Bruce Wayne more than I like him as Batman. I don't really have an end point to that, so I'll just let Sparks go.
I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, if you have something to that.
Oh, this is Michael Keaton. Like I really like I didn't expect him or Supergirl to die in this movie, but I do actually like that it is a like inevitability of this universe. And like I do like, and we'll talk about the end, but like I do like where that road goes. How it's executed is different. But like the way Michael Keaton finally goes out and it's like I wanted to save you, and it's like you did save me. Like you brought me out of the cave. Like I didn't want to die being an old man. I wanted to die being Batman. And I think like he didn't say that, but he says enough in his eyes. Right?
Okay, I'm changing my point that I was going to say, but like I like that idea too. But what doesn't work for me about Michael Keaton's Bruce Wayne is that like it. I don't think there's enough there. There's not enough meat on the bones for this idea of like I was unwilling to put on the cape and cowl again. Like the idea of like Gotham is fine now, so I haven't had to be Batman for a while. I have zero problem with that. But the idea of like the Earth is under threat and I could use your help because like you're familiar and you know things. Nah, pass. I don't care. I'm like, but why? Where is that coming from? And it just feels like a forced thing to literally go through the motions of getting to the point of Barry being like, I literally know you're listening and waiting for the moment where you're going to decide to jump back in on this. And there's just nothing there. There's nothing. And like, it's weird that the movie doesn't even try to dig into the idea. Is this Tim Burton's Batman? There, like, regardless of if it is or not, there's nothing that's like played to like feed on the idea of his history in this world for why he would make the decision to not immediately help Barry.
Sure.
There's nothing there. Like I get the intention of the old superhero who doesn't want to get involved for XYZ reason.
Yeah.
We are not given XYZ reason.
I'm not going to disagree with that.
I don't disagree with that either. I also sorry, Ryan, real quickly. Because we're talking about because we've already brought up his death, like that doesn't work for me on an emotional level. I agree with Ryan that I think it's a good idea, the way of like how it's kind of portrayed of like, oh, you know, you got me out of the cave. But the way it's executed is so sloppy that I found his death to just kind of be nothing to me. And that really sucks because I feel like I should have felt something there.
It is really funny that like the way that the Batman goes out is just like in the middle of a desert. Like right day. It is one of those things where like
killed by a Kryptonian who didn't even die.
So the other point I was going to make before that was I don't have a problem with like in my opinion time travel movies, like you just kind of accept what it is and you go forward with it, and you shouldn't be thinking about it for too long. But the exception is when the time travel movie explains how time travel works in the movie, and that becomes a functionality of it. And I think it was a mistake to have the scene where Keaton's Bruce is explaining to Barry spaghetti, this is what you did, this is how you wrecked time, and here's where you create a branch. Because I'm like, you just explained a time travel rule that technically says younger Barry and the Savitar situation should not happen because there is no causal loop that he would be living in. You just said that it reverberates and creates this alternate in both directions timeline, which means that they can't paradox inside of it. So the fact that they like explain it that way, but specifically undo it with the Savitar thing, drove me a little nuts. Where I'm like, you could have just said like, you've created a multiverse alternate like bullshit, and just said like, well, now it's different because you changed things, and like not get too specific, because once you got too specific, you explained away the crux of the point of your bad guy.
Yeah, I think the failing of a lot of time travel movies is to try and explain the time travel logic of that particular movie. And I'm always of the case like, as long as you're if you do that and you are true to that by the end of the film, I'm happy. I don't necessarily think the Flash is. I think Avengers Endgame probably stepped in it when they tried to explain what their time travel plotline was doing it. Someone brought up really well that Looper is probably the best example of this, because they don't. They're just like, if we're gonna do this, we're gonna be here all night. We're gonna have a headache. Let's just shut up and just drink our coffee. Right. I prefer that when you're talking about time travel. Like, you know what? No one knows.
Tenet
well,
also
and especially
is like that. Yeah.
Well, and especially
Tenet,
like us being as versed in this stuff as we are. I've listened to enough opinions of people who are not talking about this stuff and saying like, I'm exhausted with explaining the multiverse. Like, the multiverse to a layman's audience just means this is why there is a different person playing this character.
Yep.
And that's it. And leave it at that.
Yep.
Don't get over explanatory. They don't care. And it just actually makes them actively mad. Apparently. So like, because people are literally being like, I'm sick of the multiverse already because of these kinds of things. And I'm like, just leave it at things are different because you're in a different universe, and that's the end.
Yeah.
And like, I think the comic Flashpoint does it really well. I like the idea of, so in the comic it's explained that the reason why everything has changed is because of what Thawne calls a time boom, like a sonic boom, but for time, where because Barry changed that thing and the way he did it, it created a time boom that reverberated throughout time, which changed more things. And I'm like, honestly, that's all you need in this movie. You changed this thing, it broke the universe, it changed a lot of things.
Man, Brandon, and again, Dr. Andy Muschietti, MD himself, just won't stop talking, because like I'm sure you saw that him like, oh, who actually killed Nora Allen?
Oh my god!
Because then Andy, when you start talking about that shit, you totally just destroy the entire movie you just made. The movie you're promoting right now, and it's like, oh, but what if actually it wasn't random? Like, Andy, come on,
because you can't
you
just
didn't even set it up in the movie.
You can't just say that Eobard Thawne decided not to kill his mom at all, let alone that day, because the dad didn't go get tomatoes. Like, you can't. That doesn't work. They turned it into some random burglar broke in, which weak ass shit. And that's what it became. And then that's how it all worked. You cannot retroactively, after you've made the movie where Flashpoint happened and it was supposed to be Eobard Thawne killing the mom and not have involved it at all, and then make another movie later and say, but actually it was Eobard Thawne. It doesn't work like that.
Yeah.
Those things don't connect. He would have to be involved in this story.
And I would have been totally, even if we never get another Flash movie, or we do or not, whatever, like I would have been happy with like, oh, they are setting up Reverse Flash. Like, oh, we see at the end, oh, we saw like a red lightning streak in the house. Like, well, what does it mean? Like, that would be fun speculation. But there's none of that in the movie whatsoever. And his dad gets off. Like, it is a random guy who kills his mom. But after the movie came out, is it actually? I'm like...
And, like, I don't even know why we're doing that, because, like, I'm sorry, but the ending of this film disqualified you for sequel. Like, just 100% does. Because there's no way that the actor who shows up at the end of this movie is our Batman going forward.
I mean, do we know?
But do we know?
There is no way he's doing it.
But I can't. Here's the thing. We can just talk about it, because like we're talking about spoilers. Like,
they're not doing an older Batman again. They're just not going to do that.
Here's the thing.
It would be weird, like you had all this Michael Keaton stuff set up, and you said no, different old Batman.
Well, here's the thing. So we know this now, and like this has been like that was going to be Michael Keaton. There was an ending with Michael Keaton, and then this was reshot relatively recently. The George Clooney thing. I think this is just for fun. I don't think this is, as much as I would love for it to be like a Flash setup, like, oh, George. I think this is just a fun multiverse. Like, it's Batman and Robin guy. What? I think it's just for goofs.
Well, so here's it's because Ryan said so there are 3 different endings to this film that they've been filming, that they filmed, 3 that we know of. I'm sure that honestly I think there actually might be more. George Clooney shows up at the end of this movie, which is an unhinged decision on everyone's part.
I giggled so good.
That was actually the biggest laugh of my entire theater when I saw it earlier today.
My entire theater was confused. My partner was confused. She never saw Batman and Robin. That's on me, but still.
I love it.
So the first ending had Keaton. The first ending that we know about has Keaton and Kale at the courthouse. So it's both of them at the courthouse. The second ending had Supergirl, Superman, Cavill, Superman, Wonder Woman, Godot's Wonder Woman, and Keaton's Batman at the courthouse. And then the third one, which is this one, had George Clooney at the courthouse. And frankly, I don't care how stupid it is. You picked the wrong one.
Yeah, I mean, we've said it on every DC thing. Like, obviously, Henry Cavill should be here, Superman and stuff. Like, I thought this was hilarious.
And I'm with you. It is objectively very funny. But the thing is, like, if you're doing that, if you're going to, because they've been wishy-washy. Look, they've been wishy-washy. We all know Ezra Miller's not coming back as Barry Allen. We're not seeing a sequel to this movie. They're just not going to do it. And whatever future of the DC films.
With this box office
but Ezra
now.
Miller's the only person who could possibly play Barry Allen, according to the director.
Good thing Wally West is going up soon.
Good thing Grant Gustin didn't do it for 10 years.
And so, like, you have this. But because of that, if you're gonna pretend that this movie could possibly, the ending of this movie could set up the next universe, George Clooney's not Batman in that universe. Like, it's just not going to happen. And honestly, because you didn't choose the Keaton and Kale, just the first ending of just Keaton and Kale, this ending is 1,000% more depressing than it has to be, because this Supergirl's destiny is just to die.
Yep.
And never come back. Excuse me.
Yeah, it's a bummer. Yeah, so
that's awful.
Yeah.
I think it sucks because it sucks because this is the part that I'm actively mad about the movie. Just notice my tone, is that Supergirl is criminally underutilized in this film.
Yeah,
criminally so.
I agree.
I 100% agree with that. She is one of my favorite parts of it. I don't know how many other characters I need to be more involved in my Flash movie. I probably would have preferred more of her than Michael Keaton, despite me really liking Michael Keaton. I think she just has a really strong presence and energy, but like, I don't know if I needed more of her in the Flash.
I think we needed more of her because we've never had her before. That's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
And like, honestly, like, I think a big problem with this movie, what it's trying to do with multiverse stuff, is that I think people have been making a lot of really strong comparisons between this and No Way Home, of like, why did No Way Home work where this didn't?
Yeah.
And the reason is because when we're bringing these properties together, we're bringing together history. We're bringing together like a connection to these characters. And this is why I think it's a problem that Keaton's Batman makes no direct references to the Tim Burton films. That it doesn't. I don't need like fan servicey things, but to know that history is what's being carried over. My connection to that character is part of what's inherent to this.
Sure.
And I think it's a problem that like you're going for this movie. We've talked about it before, but it is a problem that there wasn't a Flash movie before this. I think there simply needed to be a film that was about Miller being the Flash that wasn't a multiversal adventure for this movie to work.
Yeah.
I think that this movie fundamentally is kind of cut off at the knee from the start, because it's doing a multiversal adventure as Flash's first outing, and I think that's a mistake.
100%.
I think that's just a mistake.
Yeah.
I think we talked about this when the Flash was first announced, that even doing Flashpoint for the first Flash movie was the biggest mistake they can do. Now, I mean, years later, with all the crap that DC, like the DCEU, has been under, the constant saying, "Oh, this film's coming out," and then we never hear about it, i.e., Green Lantern Corps. Now with all like the changes of leadership, now that James Gunn is leading DC, it's weird because it is a very I feel like now this movie has put me in my own little paradox, because at first when this first came out, I'm like, no, don't do Flashpoint, and now that we're at the end of the road and James Gunn is about to take the wheel, it's like, yeah, erase the universe, do something different.
And that's the thing of like, if you wanted, on that point, Ben, like if you wanted to make this like, okay, yeah, we're going to lock this universe off, it's gone forever, goodbye, we're starting anew, then the Keaton and Kale ending works really well, because it gives this movie an uplifting ending.
Oh yeah.
Whereas the current one is just not and weird.
Yeah. Well, and also what I'll say to that is that I think another problem with this film is that you can feel through its different stages of development that it never committed to like what it was wanting to do with the movie.
Yes.
And like either be a story just about Ezra Miller's Flash, or be a story about transitioning into the new regime under Gunn and Safran, or be a movie saying goodbye to the DCEU. But be one of those things.
Yeah.
And it didn't commit to any of them. And I think that's also part of the big problem. Because
100%.
like I think there is a very much better version of this movie that doesn't use Keaton, sorry, but and doesn't and maybe uses Cal, but features Henry Cavill and Gal Gadot and Ben Affleck and Jason Momoa and says, see ya.
See, here's the thing. Like that's the original, like you could do that with the original Flashpoint. You tell this exact same story that you're doing with Barry and the mom, and you have like the Wonder Woman and Aquaman World War III happening, and you have Ben Affleck. Maybe he's like, oh, I'm the Thomas Wayne version, but it's just Ben Affleck, so you don't have to recast him, and so we can still have juicy.
Shit, I mean, even do the Jeffrey Dean Morgan thing.
Absolutely,
that fans wanted.
sure.
Honestly, like if you want to do the Flashpoint stuff, but make the point of it about the fact that we know we're saying goodbye to most of these characters or most of this universe. I told Ryan, like, I would have shit my pants when Zod came out on the ship to talk to Supergirl and she said, what happened to the baby? If moments after that, Cavill had stepped up behind him in the same kind of suit because he'd been converted to believe the same way as Zod. I would have lost my damn mind if that had happened.
Shit. That's cool shit.
And you had to get Momoa and Gadot and Batman all to like help fight Superman and Zod with Supergirl. Holy shit, what a way to close out this DCEU.
The opening scene with Batman and Flash, and then Wonder Woman shows up. That's like the closest we got to ever just a Justice League hanging out moment.
That's a really good beat.
I really like that. Like again, Gal Gadot's fine, but like it's just cool that like the Justice League sometimes they do stuff together and it's like cool.
I like that too. I'm really into that. Like, you know, hey, what about Superman? Oh, he's busy. Oh, what about Wonder Woman? Oh, I can't get a hold of her, so we got you. I like that, and I'm glad. I like Ben Affleck's voice to talk about that. I don't like Wonder Woman's cameo for some reason. Something about the way it's filmed doesn't work for me, and I can't quite pinpoint what that is. I think it's because it's filmed too similarly to Shazam Fury of the Gods cameo of Wonder
Woman. Probably did them back to back on the same day.
And I don't like that one either. So like something about the way it's filmed just doesn't work for me, and I don't know what it is.
I think it does boil down to her just not being present enough in the film. It does like it feels like she would linger a little longer in the story. But I do like the comedy around it. I do like seeing her. And to Ryan's point, it is the kind of thing that makes me like kind of wish this was the movie. Kind of wish this was a movie about Flash, kind of hanging out interspersedly with the different superheroes and just spending time in that and this DCU world rather than doing the big multiversal story where, frankly, with the way that it all turns out, it feels like they're just slapping out IP to get us to go like, yay, and like we recognize get the thing rather than like having any meaning behind it. Again, like not choosing to commit to transitioning and making it clear that we are moving certain characters into this new world and here's how it's happening because they haven't made those decisions. So they just didn't, or committing to saying a farewell to the age that this has been, leaves it in this nebulous place where like so much of it lacks meaning.
Yes,
even as it's happening.
100%. As much as I do like the nonsense George Clooney ending, when the movie like you know like the final act ends and like we're brought back to like, oh, I'm just back in my new universe. I'm back in my old universe again. Like, and it's like so nonchalant. Like remember the end of Flashpoint. And I didn't need them to do this exact thing, but like the Thomas Wayne moment where it's like a beautiful, like this is the new universe, but it's the old characters and blah, blah, blah. It's like a nice, like there was none of that. It was like, there was no setting up or anything. Again, it was like, we shot this yesterday. We're not really thinking about what the actual ending of the movie is. It's just funny. And I'm like, that is a bummer. As much as I like it, like, I don't know the future of anything.
I hate the tooth bit. I hate the toothpick coming back around, and I hate it when it happens the first time. You correctly pointed out that it's like, it's that vomit joke from It Chapter 2
It's literally
again.
the same joke where something flies into someone's mouth and a song plays. The exact same thing.
Oh, I saw that in Evil Dead. No, it was an eye. It was better.
Yeah.
Ryan mentioned humor. I do actually think a lot of this movie is very funny. The moment that really killed me though was when he brings Iris up to the apartment. He doesn't have any beer, so he phases through the door, and he comes back, and he just, as she's talking, just opens the beer and explodes all over him. Killed me. I thought that was so funny.
Or even like when she comes in and he like taps the wall, the thing just comes up and all the trash comes out. He's like, "You want a drink?"
Yeah. I thought that was funny.
Really interesting. Not at all mentioned. Not really. interpretation of how to get the yellow lightning. It only happens when he's in the suit.
Oh, he's like channeling it.
So his suit creates the yellow lightning. We still have the blue lightning that they established in the Snyder one. We were kind of wondering what the transition was going to be there. And like midway through the film, I caught on like, oh, if he's not in the suit, it's blue. And if he's in the suit, it's yellow.
Yeah.
It's cool.
Yeah, I clocked that too. I thought that was interesting.
I do think that there's good comedy bits. For as much as like young Barry sometimes gets a little too for me. I do really like the bit where he's like, I got powers. I'll do whatever I want. Run through the street, light fire, steal pizza from steal pizza from Jamie Lannister.
Ben, did you catch that? That Jamie Lannister's in a movie for 5
I did not catch it. That was Jamie Lannister.
I
just thought it was just some poor random schmuck who was about to eat a pizza. And he's like, "Where'd my pizza go?"
And like,
he's
the naked.
He's also he's the guy who Ezra Miller steals his hot dog in the future afterwards.
Yeah. And like the naked Barry jokes, I think are funny with like the having to come back and then phasing through the floor, having to come back again. Naked.
Oh, the phasing stuff.
Look, that's funny.
Yeah.
It's funny.
Yeah.
It just also feels like, what is this movie about?
Yeah.
Again, like we're here for a while, and I feel like there's actual like stuff we're supposed to be going through.
We would be talking about who the villain of the movie is. It's not really Zod. It's Reverse Savitar.
Well, it's officially because I saw this toy months ago. It's Dark Flash.
It's Dark Flash. Yeah. It's Reverse Zoom, Reverse Flash, Savitar. It's all of them just put together. I wish. Yeah.
Which is a cool idea.
Yeah, absolutely.
I think it's a cool idea. I just don't think it's executed.
I love the idea. I'm all about like you become your worst enemy. Like I'm all about that. But yeah, like I think there's no time set up to it. We see Dark Flash for 5 seconds at the beginning of the movie. He doesn't show up again until like the very end. I'm like, I needed more.
Barry doesn't even act like he saw that dude.
He's like,
like for a while, he doesn't bring it up or think about it or anything.
Yeah, like I definitely didn't see a dark monster.
Honestly, when I saw him run through, I'm like, that's not Black Racer. He doesn't have skis.
Sure, I also for a second,
I mean, I think it's an interesting idea, but like you guys, it's undercooked. It's not utilized to its full potential because I do conceptually like the idea. It just doesn't work within the context of the film.
Okay. Real quick, I'm going to bring up a negative, but I'm also going to bring up a big positive. So, the bit where young Barry moves old Barry without his powers, and then he throws up. He's like, "What did you do?" I'm like, "Did we establish somewhere that he wasn't supposed to touch him?" Because he's acting like that's a line that happened earlier in the film, where young Barry's like, "Yeah, but I only moved you just a little," and I'm like, I don't remember this coming up at all. Of like some discussion point of this being a concern because like. I'm sure that existed and they got rid of it. It's
in BVS or Justice League. There's a scene where he talks about he has to hold their head or else you'll vomit or something or don't touch me or something. It's from another, but it is a one-line thing from another movie that I can't even remember.
Sure.
So
but like, I don't think that's this. That's Whiplash. He's protecting Whiplash in that sequence.
But they made like a whole bit out of it to the point where like it made him vomit grotesquely, which I didn't need.
Sure.
But like the fact that it even came up, like the way that he's reacting, he's like, "What did you do?" And he's like, "Oh, I moved you, but I only moved you a little bit." And I'm like, "Was it discussed earlier to not do that?" I
think he just Andy Muschietti wanted some more vomit in this movie.
That being said, outside of that, the entire go rescue Kara scene is probably one of my favorite stretches of the film.
Oh yeah,
I think that entire sequence is very well done.
Absolutely,
I like what the Barrys are doing. I love what Keaton's Batman is doing. I love the decision to save Kara, the way they do it. I love the effects on seeing her all grayed out when she gets in the sun.
Oh my god, her hand like literally grows in size with the sun.
Even though there is clunky CGI here, I still like this action sequence beat. I really enjoy it. I think that's the most strong point of the movie.
So you definitely.
Sorry, Ben. Go ahead.
No, I was gonna say with Kara and when they bust her out of the black site, you definitely get that scene or you get the vibes of that scene from Flashpoint, the comic book, where you see a thin, decrepit Kal-El. But of course, this time it's Supergirl. You see, of course, the Supergirl's costume, and the second she gets in the sun, I do love how they do like the suit that the Kryptonians get their powers from sunlight, put them in the sun, they grow they feel a whole lot better. I do like that scene. I do like how decrepit Kara looked while she was in there and bathed in red sunlight by the looks of it.
So Sparks mentioned the vomiting, and I do want to mention one thing about that, and only that, and we don't need to linger on it. And so in the comics, when Barry picks people up, the Speed Force protects the person he's interacting with, so something like that doesn't happen. And I don't appreciate that they took that out of the movie, honestly, because I think that's just there because, as Ryan said, Andy Muschietti wanted another throw up sequence, and
yeah,
I certainly didn't.
That goes back to like my big concern about Muschietti doing anything that isn't horror, frankly, but doing anything in the DC future is tonal imbalance has been a consistent problem with his projects post it Chapter 1. Like, it's just like there can be funny bits, but then like some other things will just really not work. The turn from funny to dramatic can be so jarring. I told Ryan a specific example when we were walking out of the movie was that like I couldn't get it out of my head of like the moment when Kara finds out that Zod killed baby Kal-El and she's screaming no, and it's this big dramatic moment, and then Batman's jet comes swooping in and it goes dun 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 dun, and I'm like, wow, all right, really undercut what I'm supposed to be feeling in that moment about
no
the death
lingering.
of Kal-El. Like, we're just
yeah, that is such a moment of like, yeah, and we like the infant did not survive.
So that reminds me of a point that I look. I'm used to blockbuster music not being good, and I'm glad that they use the Batman '89 theme as often as they do. But the soundtrack sucks.
And I agree.
The soundtrack sucks.
Yes. Okay. So I think it's always a problem. I think when these superhero films don't give their heroes themes, I think that's a bummer. I think it's a trend that's really sucked. But it particularly sucks when you are so heavily using a well-known, strong theme for Batman, and the Flash has none.
Yeah.
And honestly, there's a good one out there. Like, it's in the Justice League film. Like, it's in Zack Snyder's Justice League. It's also in Elfman's score for Justice League. Like, both have good ideas of a Flash theme that could have been utilized for this film.
And Wonder Woman's theme plays when we see Wonder Woman, and she's got a really iconic theme at this point. One that I really like.
That's almost a meme with Warner Brothers, I swear, because like it's every time she shows up, they do the
yeah.
It's pretty sick.
And I'm like, all right, I guess sure.
Man, when she shows up in Shazam, just wild. Oh yeah. Anyway,
I didn't know you'd watch that one yet.
I watched it when it dropped on HBO Max.
Gotcha.
It's even better when it's Jimon Hunsu.
I love that.
That's pretty funny.
It makes it worth it for that.
Yeah,
that's pretty funny. There's not to berate on the CGI too much, but I do want to mention that when in the scenes when we see Barry and Barry and they're in their suits, one of them has a CGI mouth that looks like it's rear projected on a Disneyland attraction, and it was very distracting.
I don't understand because I said it to you, like The Social Network, the Facebook movie came out a decade ago, and that is the Winklevoss twins, and that is a that's a big budget like drama, but that is not a superhero movie. 10 years later, why are there just some scenes when there's two Barrys and one of them has like the worst CGI face of all time in the background? Like, well, why is there so much CGI in this movie that does not need to be there? Like, I know it's super money.
Where the movie clearly had time because it's been in production for decades. Where did the money go?
Embezzlement.
I will say on that note, like I understand the logic and idea of young Barry needing to use a Batman suit to make a retrofitted like Flash costume out of it.
Yeah.
I get it. When they constructed that, they did not think about how goofy Ezra Miller's face looks inside that suit sometimes. And like inside that cowl, because there's a bit where they're playing something very dramatic or scared, or because like something's happening to Kara, I think. And like I got so distracted about how they didn't look right in the cowl and they look goofy as hell.
See, I think the intent was for him to look goofy, but that just undercuts anytime there's supposed to be drama.
Right.
Like I think that's on purpose, but like anytime there's supposed to be drama, he looks like a goofball.
Right.
Yeah, I was going to say something about that suit because he
thick suit.
It is a thick suit. Oh, I don't. This is something that the Flash TV show started doing a lot in later seasons when I didn't watch personally. I'm not crazy about Flash lightning powers. It's just for me. Because like I think something that's really cool is that Flash makes a tornado and then like punches down on the ground and the tornado moves. That's like Flash. That I was like, yeah, that's a move from the comics. I'm into that. And then everything else is like lightning, is like Palpatine lightning. I'm like, can we be a little bit more imaginative here?
In defense of the show, Barry Allen almost always still does the wind up throw lightning bolt.
That's a dope.
Oh, it was not a slight on the show. It was just as an example because I know the show does use lightning abilities. Like I'm sure it didn't happen a lot, but it's the the meme of like the lightsabers, things like that. I get that it happens in other mediums. As a personal preference, I prefer you to do something more like like the first episode of the Flash TV series when he like suffocates Weather Wizard. Like I wanted some more like, hey, what can we do with the speed? That's not just lightning. I wanted some more imagination in the powers,
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, I get that.
All right.
We need to talk about
the elephant in the room.
All the worst part of the movie. Where
let's do it.
If this part wasn't in the movie, I'd probably be a little more positive, but like it's truly heinous. Considering Ben, who is that Golden Age Flash that we see on the screen? Do you know who?
I have no idea.
That's what nobody else knows either.
Unless
I know it's supposed to be Jay Garrick, but I don't know who the actor is.
Real quickly, Sparks, you said something. What'd you say?
Not relevant.
Okay,
right now. It's fine.
So that Jay Garrick, no one knows who it is. It does look like Teddy Sears.
It's not him. Teddy Sears himself.
I have the same quote. It's not him.
Which wouldn't make sense anyway, because he was never Jay Garrick.
And I've heard reports saying that it's a de-aged John Wesley Shipp. It's not. No one knows who this actor is. Here's the thing that's confusing to me more than who that character is. Why does George Reeve have a Flash that looks like he's doing the same thing as Barry Allen at the moment?
I was actually really curious about that. I was like, part of me when I first saw that, I was like, oh hey, it's like cool. It's like archive photo of George Reeves. We're doing a multiverse thing, but then I was like, so there's Jay Garrick, but what's Jay doing? He's doing the same thing, but why? He never did this.
Archive footage of George Reeves would be wonderful.
That wasn't.
No, this is all CG.
It's AI, my friend.
Oh yeah.
I think it purely comes down to some of the people making this movie don't care and are stupid, and they thought Golden Age Superman, Golden Age Flash. What does he look like? Bingo.
White guy.
So I want to talk. So because we're talking about the cameos, I need to get something off my chest, which is in a better movie, seeing Helen Slater and Christopher Reeve together on screen would actually be kind of cool because they never did. They never shared the screen together in those first two movies.
Yeah.
And so that conceptually is kind of cool.
Yeah.
Conceptually, Nick Cage as Superman fighting a spider, kind of cool. Honestly, I still kind of like that like circle. I think that's kind of cool. In a better movie, I think these are cool. I think these are just kind of cool, but it's not a better movie. And the CGI doesn't look good. It doesn't sell it at all.
Yeah. So honestly, here's my bigger problem. I don't understand why we have to bring actors back from the dead with CGI for them to just look somewhere. They serve no purpose in the film, which means they didn't need to be there.
Yeah.
So I don't understand why we're even doing it.
Okay. Yeah. So I'm with you, Brandon. I think conceptually the idea of the multiverse, all of the different multiverse characters we know, looking at Barry Allen as he is the one saving the universe. I think that's an awesome idea. But the thing is, we don't see the destruction of every other universe happening. We just see Christopher Reeve land on the planet and go, "That's Barry Allen, all right." If we saw that the multiverse was being destroyed and Barry's saving it, and like this is the final moments of our lives unless you save us, Barry, like that makes sense. That is like actually captivating. We're like, okay, it's up to not our Barry Allen, it's up to this Barry Allen. But there's none of that. There's no context. They just show up.
It's the more shallow and direct version of what they're doing with Keaton's Batman, which is just Thing.
Yeah,
hear Thing. Look at Thing.
See, it's the Flash one that really gets me because, like, who is looking at that going, "I know that guy"? Nobody is.
And the Cage thing, as much as I myself, as someone who knows what that's referencing, thinks that's kind of cool, like no one else does.
No,
who's that for?
Right, it's for us, literally.
So this is a great question, and I think it's an important like we got a whole lot to talk about around these. It's about the cameos that are here. It's about the cameos that aren't here too.
Yep.
And Muschietti is out there saying like, Grant Gustin was originally going to be in it, but there just wasn't room.
There's
for
no
him.
room.
And I'm like, boy, he could have been the Jay Garrick in the Golden Age one for, just it wouldn't have mattered. Like just to see him would have been cool. But like there is no excuse. Grant Gustin should have been, if you're gonna do cameos, Grant Gustin should have been in this movie. It doesn't make sense to not have him in even a brief moment of like being a Barry in another universe and seeing
Ezra Miller was in the show. Of every character, the Flash should be in the Flash movie. That's it.
Yeah.
But here's my other point is that like they'll argue that like these cameos are for the fans or to make the fans happy and that kind of thing. And I'm like, the fans watched Crisis on Infinite Earths. Honestly, the fans of the Flash didn't wait around just for this movie. They were watching the show.
That's true.
Even if they didn't watch the whole show, they were watching the show. And they watched Crisis on Infinite Earths. And they watched a bunch of cameo crossovers there. And if they didn't watch it when it aired, they watched it on YouTube. Like, this is not something where, like, fans of these characters have ignored the television aspect. And it's very, very stupid for the movies to act like the TV shows don't exist.
Yeah.
And so, this is something where, like, man, I kind of wish Walter Hamada were still around for this because I don't think this would have happened under Hamada's watch. I think Hamada would have pushed the TV properties into this.
Yeah.
Because that was part of the vision.
Now, one thing is also with like all those cameos, as much as I love Superman, why were all the worlds Superman?
Exactly. No,
that's a great question. See, it serves no point to the story.
Yeah.
Like Linda Carter, Wonder Woman,
Brandon
Brandon Routh, Superman.
So interestingly, well, Christopher Reeve Superman does exist, right? He's Brandon Routh. So Linda Carter was considered, and we do see Adam West, and that's CGI and using archive footage. We don't actually go into his world. We see him swirling around,
which is the one cameo I really like. I wish more of them had been like that, where we don't really go there. We hear audio from old stuff.
Absolutely.
You could have done the same thing with Christopher Reeve and I would have been way happier with it.
Yeah.
If it was like in the peripheral and I'm like, that's Christopher Reeve. I know that voice. I hear the music. Cool. That's his world. Pass on. Show me something else.
Yep.
Yeah, I don't think we needed to. I don't think anything in the movie justifies going into those worlds. And Ben's like, why are they all Superman? And it goes back to like, why? I like the Nicolas Cage thing because I like what it references, but it's so weird because it doesn't make any sense.
It really doesn't. And
Literally,
again, like, go ahead.
Literally, like Brandon, I watched the documentary and I'm sitting there watching this. Like other people, I could like hear murmurs of people's like, why is this Nick Cage? And I'm sitting there.
Yeah, and he's fighting a giant spider, and I'm like, yeah, that's funny because that dude finally got his giant spider.
Yeah, he got his giant effing spider. And I'm just sitting there going, this is like one of the deepest cuts that a percent of a percent of a percent of people are going to realize.
Yeah.
Honestly, that Nicolas Cage should have just been Michael Keaton's Superman. That was the original intention with Superman Lives anyway.
Yeah.
And again, why is Nick Cage? Why is it CG? You know, Nick Cage would have done it. You know,
he did do it. That is him. He did film that cameo. They de-aged him.
It's just bad.
It is. It just looks awful.
Yeah.
Just
Helen Slater also filmed.
No way, dude.
And they de-aged her.
Look, I believe you, but I don't believe.
It looks like trash. I agree.
I can't believe that. Again, like,
I've seen better.
Ben, you were so right. Like, what is the point? Like, again, like my idea of like they're watching the universe like be saved. I think that's the intent. But they just spheres show up and it's just Christopher Reeve is there.
And we see, and like the idea, the spheres showing up is also really weird because it's like, oh, this act is destroying the multiverse. But it's not Barry's fault because they've already established that younger Barry is just a fundamentally different character. So it's actually not Barry Allen that's destroying the universe. It's Dark Flash. And we do see like what Christopher Reeve and Helen Slater are looking at is Nicolas Cage's Superman universe colliding into each other. And like, I don't get that because it's like, we just fundamentally don't need this happening. It doesn't need to be this large scale for some reason. It just feels so hollow because it's just, oh, multiverse. So let's just throw these guys in. But the story doesn't actually need them at all.
No. Not at all. Not. It could have just been Barry running on that treadmill, just like I gotta save the world.
We just had. Sorry, I just had a thought. I just had a thought. We just had a very large multiversal film that referenced so many other things, but it referenced them the right way and it did it tastefully. and it also impacted the story.
Spider-Man.
Exactly.
Ben,
There are better multiverse movies.
There's so many.
There are many better multiverse movies.
Oh, yeah.
But yes, Across the Spider-Verse did just come out.
Yeah, but I'm saying that because we were talking about how, like, I actually agreed the using the archive footage of Adam West did, like, oh yeah, Adam, like, we remember Adam West, but it wasn't like doing the big CGI thing. And I also like trying not to compare this to Spider-Verse, but using not only all the different Peter Parkers seeing their uncles die. You have Andrew Garfield, Tobey Maguire, you have the animated films, you have all this other different stuff. And I'm just sitting there going, DC is just they have their heads so far up their ass. They get like, we know how to do this. I'm like, you obviously don't.
Well, this is the thing, is like, you don't have to go very far. Like, I've watched the clip. I'm not a big fan of the show, but I've watched the clip from Titans when it was ending and Beast Boy going through the multiverse. And that was done more thoughtfully than this was.
That's actually referencing Animal Man, and Grant Morrison shows up.
And Crisis on Infinite Earths, like we've talked about before, really did this well, where they blended with the television and the films in a way of, like, deeply acknowledging that all these things are connected and exist and they're all at risk. And then you get here, and this feels completely like the most plain level hollow, like, what's gonna make people like cheer. But it's so misguided, and it's not for the current fans of these properties. It's not thinking about, like, fans of the Flash at all, because, like, even if you're not gonna have Grant Gustin, John Wesley Shipp should have been there, like, both of them should have been there, frankly. Like, it doesn't make sense to try and pretend like the portrayals of these characters before. Like, I don't know why you have this reverence for George Reeves and Linda Carter playing these characters on television, but don't have it for the characters who played the actors who played the Flash.
Also, again, he was in the show.
Yes,
this movie's Flash showed up on that show.
Yeah. So, like, it's so backwards in its thinking, and I just don't understand how that's the point where you end up and completely ignore these things to this degree, and then do this grotesque AI recreation of dead people. Like, I can't get past it. Specifically for George Reeves, it makes me really uncomfortable knowing that he committed suicide, feeling like Superman had kind of ruined his life to an extent. Yeah, and that they're putting him in this movie as Superman again on the anniversary of his death.
Came out the day he died.
Yeah, that's not. I mean, that wasn't intentional, but
maybe not. But it's pretty damn tone deaf
again, and it's just like, I don't.
There's a difference between, like, honoring and resurrecting for clout or money, and, like, it's on the bad side.
Oh, I told you this. You know what I thought after I heard all these CGI people are in the movie? Because I did get spoiled for some of them. I thought that they were all showing up in the final battle with Zod, and Adam West Batman and Nicolas Cage Superman were flying and fighting people, and I thought that's what the ending was, and that was going to be considerably worse. So, like, the fact that it is, like, quote unquote a little more tame doesn't make me feel any better. But there's a considerably worse version of this movie out there.
The thing that's so baffling to me is that, like, if you want to do cameos, certainly the people who are alive would be better served, because as Sparks has been talking about very succinctly, like, this is a Flash movie. You should celebrate the Flash's legacy, and part of that legacy is John Wesley Shipp and Grant Gustin. Grant Gustin, whose show premiered the day after Ezra Miller was cast as the Flash. Like, this is, and did it throughout the entire production of this movie. Yeah. Like, that instead of Christopher Reeve and Helen Slater and George Reeves, like, we should be seeing their universes. It is their universes that matter. Those are the universes that Flash fans would be invested in.
And here's the big bummer, and I already
also they're alive.
Yeah,
crucial ingredient. They're alive.
Absolutely. The sad and the sad thing, and, like, the real thing about this is, like, those TV people aren't famous to casual people. Our parents know who Christopher Reeve is, right? Like, even if they don't watch Superman, like, people know through association Superman, Christopher Reeve, right? Like, he is the most famous Superman. And, like, listen, we are all nerds. Of course, we want, like, the people who all the Superman, but, like, to the Casey casuals, like, that Flash show might not even exist. You know what I mean? Like, so, like, getting a nobody Flash for your Golden Age Flash, to them, it's like, oh, look, that's an actor, probably.
Here's my two counterpoints to that, which is that is a admittedly older generation, and I do think the newer generation is at least passively aware of the newer actors playing the roles. And if this is for the fans, as the Nicolas Cage cameo,
Who are
certainly
40-year-old men.
suggests-
40-year-old men.
Sure, certainly suggests, but like it's the people who are invested in that culture and like are aware of these things,
Mhm.
then still catering down, like I get you, like the smaller known names, that kind of thing, but like there's no reason that Christopher Reeve stuff couldn't have been handled the same way that Adam West was, and when we actually are focusing on characters that can be these Flash characters.
No, I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you. I'm saying I don't think the studios feel as good as he is. I just don't think Andy Muschietti is like, nah, it's a TV Flash. This is the movie.
I think that's the problem. I think
Yeah.
that's the problem. I think Andy Muschietti had too much hand on the wheel on the cameo stuff. He's been pretty open about having full reign of it.
Yeah.
And I think he clearly had too much of it because you needed someone who's more aware of what's going on in all of the DC properties to have taken a stronger take on that, like Walter Hamada would have.
Yeah.
Frankly. Or Jim Lee,
Yeah.
who was pushing for like all the universes to be addressed as connected.
Yeah,
Like,
that's true.
There's just no reason for this callousness.
That's true.
Yeah. My next thing I'm going to say is purely a statement and not a criticism of the film or a positive of the film. It is just Ezra Miller is now the third Justice League member to just be in Man of Steel that we didn't see prior.
Oh yeah.
Because
Yeah, that was definitely them. Like we want to do a Spider-Man moment when we had a fake suit and stuff.
because
I'll
it's
be
Ben
honest.
Affleck. Because Ben Affleck is in Batman v Superman, and now we know that they were there.
I'll be honest with you. That scene really works for me.
Yeah.
And it's because pretty much the entire idea of Ezra feeling like they need to stop Ezra's Flash feeling like they need to stop Zod and rally the stuff to get together
stems from that.
It makes far more sense when it's like this traumatic part of their Flash's origin that they're afraid of.
Could you imagine you become the Flash and then the next day your world gets invaded?
Yeah.
Crazy.
It's so weird to set this film in a desert. Also, I know why, because they're
Yeah.
boring. But
Yes.
like it's so weird because like you could have, because Zod. If this is, it's just weird because that's not how Man of Steel goes. I don't love Man of Steel. I don't even like Man of Steel. But like that's not how it goes.
Isn't the implication that it's supposed to be like the same location where Superman surrendered himself?
Yeah, I guess so.
But like Zod never showed up there.
No, he didn't.
So I think they've like picked that location but altered the events of how it worked.
It's just weird. The movie's
Where was
weird.
Martian Manhunter, huh?
What?
Where was Martian Manhunter? He was hanging
Where-
around, wasn't he?
Lennox, right?
Yeah, wasn't he?
Harry
Yeah,
Lennox.
Yeah. he
Wait,
could've showed up.
what's the actor's name? Harry Lennox, right?
Oh no, I don't know anymore.
Is that his character? Because he's got a character name and an actor name that sounds very similar.
I think we're mixing the actor name and the character name together.
Oh, whatever. He's good. I like him.
Yeah.
Let's see. I don't know. I want to go back to Sasha Cale real quick.
Sure.
Because I really like her and I really like her scenes, and I think she handles the role she's given very well. I love her outfit. It's just when she was coming in so late in the film, I kind of figured this was going to be the case, and the fact that she is constantly destined to die just doesn't sit right with me.
It doesn't.
And it just as a concept, as a story beat, it just doesn't work for me. It doesn't sit well with me. And the fact that it's never resolved, it's just like, yep, guess that character is destined to just be dead all the time.
No, it
Just
really sucks.
Really sucks. And I really like her. And I hope I know she's talked about whether or not she can come back as Supergirl. I hope that she does, because I want her to have another chance, because this is not a good showing for her and this character. And it sucks because she's one of the things I was mostly interested in. I'd rather her not be in the movie at all than what we've gotten here.
Yeah, because they do kill her, and it does seem a little more finite. Like, here's a taste. That's all you're getting. Yeah.
I will say like a large majority of it is that they feel like they are plot tools, both Keaton and Kale, more than they are characters through most of the script, and that's a bummer.
Yeah.
Because
I don't know if I have anything else. Do you want to rate it then?
Ben, you got anything?
Not really.
All right.
All right, Ben, why don't you give it a rating?
Well, when I first went into this review, I was thinking of 7. Now, after talking about it with you guys, it dropped down to a 6.5.
Sure.
I'm probably gonna see it again. Fanny wants to see it. She wasn't able to go see it with me earlier today. But the more that I think about it, the more I talk about it with you guys, yeah, there's some glaring problems. I don't know if it was just when I first sat down, and I was just like, oh yeah, this movie's finally coming out after all the years of turmoil it's been through. I won't say it's a complete dumpster fire, but it does have issues.
Sparks or Ryan? You wanna-
I will also. I was riding the line so hard, like a 7, because like a 7, I will rewatch again. But like,
Yeah.
I don't think I'll ever rewatch The Flash again. But as I often do with movies that are less than a 7, I will rewatch some scenes on YouTube again. I will definitely be revisiting the microwave baby scene because I think it's just funny. And listen, honestly, I might want to watch like the first like half of this movie again one day. Who knows? But like, there aren't enough just like pure slapstick fun comic movies like this, where it's like pure wacky. And like, I really appreciated it. And then it just got we talked about it for the last hour. 6.5.
I also will echo the 6.5 rating. I think that there's some things that feel really good and are fun to see and fun to watch, and there's final performances here that I really like, and it's tough because I feel like it does get mired in just kind of the bullshit of not making a clear decision about what this movie was supposed to do.
Yep.
And what this movie was supposed to be for. And the one thing that we didn't really cover that I'll touch on is that I do think Ezra Miller does a very good job with the emotionality of the goodbye to his mom.
The mom. I love all the mom stuff. Honestly.
I wish more of the film felt like it earned that performance and that moment, but I don't think it quite got there.
Sure.
And it's hard when I think like, granted, there's a lot more time for him to have done this, but Grant Gustin's whole arc on the show of accepting the loss of his mom was done really, really well. People have been sharing the scenes, and I rewatched the moment when Barry accepts it and Barry reveals that he becomes this superhero without her around to her as she's dying. And like, it's just not comparable.
Yeah.
And it's so tough that like, I do think that this Flash just needed more foundation before attempting a story like this. Yeah. And there just wasn't room for it.
True.
Yeah. I will say my final thoughts. The Clooney, I know Mag said that at least it wasn't Val Kilmer. This ending is so unhinged, but but not in a way that I appreciate it like I did with Transformers: Rise of the Beast. This is I just don't understand the decision to put George Clooney at the end of this movie that was supposed to, that everyone was saying like, oh yeah, it's going to hard reset the DCEU and we're going to go forward. Like Clooney is in this and I don't understand, like Clooney's not going to be your Batman. It just doesn't fundamentally compute as an idea for me. I just cannot get over it. And
I just want to live in a world where tomorrow on Monday it's announced that George Clooney is in Brave and the Bold, and everyone on the internet goes, "What?" Because that would be truly like the most insane thing to happen in comic movie in a long time.
I mean, this movie didn't do as well on opening weekend.
No,
so
it's
like
true.
That's how you get butts in seats still.
It's
right?
true.
You tell them like, "Hey, we reveal that Clooney's Batman at the end of the movie."
Yeah.
If they wanted to make Clooney Alfred, I'd be.
I like Jeremy Irons being back again too.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
That was
Robin.
And something we didn't touch on, but the post-credit scene I actually really like, mostly because I really like Jason Momoa, and I really like him as Aquaman. I think that whole scene is my favorite scene in the movie, and it's wild that that's the post-credit scene, because like when he falls into the water, he's just like, "This is home.
I like
This
it
is
here.
my home."
Yeah. This is
like
we didn't talk about. It's one of the best jokes, which is when he tries to call for Arthur in the other world, and he calls his dad, and we get
Thomas,
and we get him. And
are you wearing two?
Like, is your wife the Queen of Atlantis? No.
Nope. That's a good cameo.
Very good cameo. Very funny. I laughed very hard.
That was good.
Yeah. But I like the Aquaman cameo. I thought that was very funny. And speaking of things I'd watch that again. Specifically that scene I'd watch again.
Sure.
They showed up in Peacemaker.
Yeah, and so my rating, I will echo, it's a 6.5. Honestly, it might be a 6. I don't want to be too harsh on it because I actually just think it's just kind of a fine film. So I'll go with a 6.5 for now.
It bums me out because like watching the movie, I'm like, oh no, oh come on.
Oh,
I was like, ready to like the Flash is great. Like
we're going down like the bat plane into the Zod ship.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Wow.
both deaths suck. That does. I just don't feel anything for whatever.
No,
Okay.
yeah, it's true. Yeah.
All right, shall we get into our book club then?
Let's book it.
All right, for today's book club, it is Ryan Eliopoulos. Take it away.
Hey, it's Beer Clock Sluts. What's up? We're going to be talking about Exterminators, Volume 1, written by Leah Williams, the GOAT, drawn by Carlos Gomez, also the GOAT. We got colors by Brian Valenza. You're pretty cool. I'm not going to call you the GOAT, though. VC's Travis Lanham on production and Tom Moeller on design. Y'all, I'm a big fan of Leah Williams. I think she's got a great voice for characters. But this book is special. This book is unlike any Marvel book I've ever read because it is just straight up a grindhouse. This originally was going to be called Grindhouse of X, and they wouldn't allow them to call it that. This book's just, from the first page, like, it's just pure bananas. It's just girls' night with violence and love and betrayal and booze and boom boom boobies. Just like, it is the most like, it is just like a wild book. This is one of those books that like you like or you don't like, you love or you hate. Like, I can't see me going, yeah, like it was okay. Because like it's so a 10 out of 10. Like it goes so hard. And this is one of those things where like, I take a lot of pictures of the comics I read, and I took so many pictures. It was basically just like I have like 3 full comics.
I had to like calm it down.
Yeah,
too.
I had to calm it down because every page I was laughing really hard. I personally, I try to find a lot of writing a funny superhero comics is pretty hard, and I like to think I've read a lot of them. This might be one of the funniest Marvel comics I've ever read, and that's a personal opinion. In terms of comedy, the Marvel side isn't as strong as some of the DC stuff like Jimmy Olsen, but this book, y'all, I just had a great time. And you guys know who the villain is because we read that stupid Hulk Dracula crossover book about Dracula's son, so you got to see Dracula's son with his yeah, so it's all coming full circle, baby. Exterminators. Sparks, what you think?
It's so nice after all of that Flash talk to round out the night talking about something that's really wonderful. I think this is a plus, 10 out of 10. Wonderful read. I loved it top to bottom. I think it's very, very funny. I love the characters. I already love these characters. I also love Leah Williams when she's writing, but especially writing all these ladies. I think she does such an incredible job.
Oh, it's
the entire story, the setting. The slow unveiling of the fact that they are on trial on Krakoa, and Xavier's like, I don't know if we really need all these details, and like some of the stuff that the ladies will say, and all the ladies at the corner are like, hee hee, and then they're like, okay, hold on, let's just. Then we went to space. Like it's just so well paced out in its unveiling. I think it's excellent.
Ben,
I didn't like it.
That's fine.
Okay,
I fucking loved it. God, no, I'm sorry. I had to do something. I absolutely love this book.
I was ready to cry.
The first page, the second I open it up and I see that mature audiences only, but then I read it, I'm like, oh, that's a vibe already. The more I go into it, I'm like, this is like even the first breakup scene when Dazzler's breaking up with Alex, and he's like, not the records, throws the records, and then the joke pays on. He's like, she broke my record collection. I'm like, you're an immortal vampire, just buy more, you jackass. But the whole bit of the girls' night, like when Boom Boom shows up and she's like, you should have told me that the dress code was depression. I'm like, yeah. I love Boom Boom. I love Jubilee. I adore Allison. When Laura shows up and she's like that first page, like when she's killing all these vampires, and then she turns over and it's like, oh, hey guys. It's just like, I absolutely adore this book. I want this on my shelf. I want more. I adore it. This was fantastic. 10 out of 10 would read again.
So Ryan, when I picked the first ever Alien comic book by Dark Horse, I've never forgotten this because I'm a traumatized boy who doesn't get complimented enough. When you said this is my favorite thing you've ever picked, and I've never forgotten that. And I don't know if
That's
that's
a good
still
book.
I don't know if that's still true, but I've always appreciated it.
Yeah.
Ryan, I shit you not. This is my favorite thing you've ever picked.
This is a fun. This is a winner, y'all. I'm so glad I picked this book.
This
Even if
is-
you guys didn't respond to it, I'm just like I'm glad I got to read it.
This is incredible. I when I got to the end of issue 4 and I was like, oh, there's one more issue.
Yeah.
Like I got so excited to be able to
Love
read
it.
one more issue of this. I also have way too many pictures of this book in my phone.
Every page has at least 1 or 2 jokes that are worth mentioning. The first thing I'm going to mention is the first time that Dazzler calls Jubilee, and she's like, "Jubilee, what are you doing right now?" It's like, "My best, Allison. Okay, my fucking best." Like really just breaking down. She's like, "Whoa, that's not what I meant, Jubes. It's okay." The characterization, like they're all like having a good time, being like silly, wacky, but they all have distinct personality still. And I just love Laura Kinney trying to be a girlfriend, trying to be one of the gals.
I love the when we get to the end and she's like, "Now shrink up, you dumb sluts," and she's like, "I hated it.
Felt
I
gross.
hated it the moment I said."
Yeah, 100%.
There's a line that I really love, which is just there in the maze, 3 o'clock. 3 o'clock, Dazzler. That's 12 o'clock. No, it's Dazzler. I swear.
Yeah. This is like one of the funniest books. I swear to God. The first time that Boom Boom sees Laura Kinney and she's like, "Oh my God, they made you fight in this hideous costume." She's like, "This is what I always wear. This is my uniform."
And it cuts to the Krakoa Council, and it's like, I didn't know her uniform was a cry for help. We don't need this. We don't need we don't need this.
The first time it cuts to Xavier, and I'm like, "Oh my God, we're doing a trial thing."
Having the Krakoa court and knowing that Xavier and Magneto have to listen as they're like complimenting Dazzler's butt.
Oh my God, I have
It's
that.
actually great for getting a real juicy dumper.
Oh my God,
yes,
I have this line.
Yeah.
I love this line so much because, and why were you guys talking about my ass anyway? Because you should be really proud. You should. Yeah. Have you been working out?
Yeah.
And like they just go off for like a minute, and like Charles and Magneto like, please stop. Can we be
Y'all.
focused?
But then you
Dazzler's
have
ass is so fat. Krakoa has assigned its own zip code to it.
and later on they censor ass with the peach emoji, which
Mhm.
I thought was genius. And then they'll go into like the same thing with like talking about like when they're talking about Dazzler's ass, and then like Brand said, Magneto's Charles is like, please stop. But you have
Too many details.
You have Kate you have Kate Pride laughing. You have Mystique laughing.
Boom boom.
Yeah, that boom boom,
Oh.
titties.
So I have the page just before that because, like, as funny as this is, I actually think it's really emotional. Because Laura and Jubilee haven't seen each other in a while, and there's a moment where they have where it's just like, "Listen, I promise we're not normally like this." And Wolverine goes, "Don't worry, I find you all equally disappointing."
Oh
and
yeah.
Jubilee just goes, "I've missed you so much," and Laura just says, "You likewise," and I'm like, "That's really sweet. I'm glad we had a moment like that."
Dazzler has this bit where they do the crash the vehicle into the wall, and Boom Boom splats onto it, which I think is really great. But Dazzler says, honestly, at this point, it might be easier for me to just wake up at Krakoa. And Dazzler says, "You won't have any memories of this. Don't you want to fuck these people up?" And I think that's really great because, like, it gives that full perspective of like, yeah, we could just die here and then go back to Krakoa and we're not kidnapped anymore. And it's like, yeah, but I want to get them.
I want to kill these guys. Again, like I went to another page of Boom Boom. She goes, "Ah! Oh, Laura, it's just you." It's like it's still my uniform. Like,
So
oh,
there's
no.
there's a wanted ad in this, which killed me, which is attention, Alex, son of Xeris, grandson of Dracula, is hereby excommunicated from the Vampire Nation. Effective date before this comic. Don't worry about it.
The bit where Laura and Dazzler are having a conversation in the foreground, but in the background, Jubilee is trying to wrestle with Tabitha, and so she's just like, "Let me suplex you," and she's like, "No, you psycho!"
Throw a fake punch.
Jubilee is really, really out there in this one, and I really enjoy it.
I want 50 of these.
Honestly,
Yeah,
this
100%.
is
Go ahead.
if I may, this is the most I've loved Jubilee in like my entire life. I mean,
Yeah.
I've always, and don't get me wrong, watching her in the X-Men cartoon and then growing up, I was like, oh, where's Jubilee? I wanted to see Jubilee. And even when I was reading her, when I was reading Excalibur, which I still enjoyed her Excalibur. I mean, her Shogo and everyone else. I'm like, oh, Jubilee's a mom. That's cute. But reading Jubilee in this, not to say, a part of me was like, oh, there's no mention of Shogo. Bum. I'm very, very.
We don't want a
behind.
baby in this book, baby. No,
We don't
babies.
need a baby in this.
Well, we don't need a baby in this, but I'm very behind on my X-Men comics. But at the same time, I was just loving seeing Jubilee just go off. And even at the very end of the book, when she's fighting the Collector, and she's like, "Hey, you know what my power is?" And the Collector's like, "Yeah, pyrotechnics." It's like, "Yeah, think smaller." Like Sabataga's like, "You wouldn't," and she's like, "Oh, I would."
I didn't take a picture of that, but that is an incredible moment where she fully realizes her powers and becomes like a little like walking atomic bomb. That's incredible.
There's a moment where, sorry, real quick, Sparks. There's a moment around that when they're fighting the Collector and Boom Boom is using a rocket launcher, and Jubilee has a very "I am the hype" moment from Dragon Ball Abridged, where he goes, "Dumbass, we are the superpowers."
Yeah. They could literally. Her name's Boom Boom and Dazzler, and they're like, "Yeah, let's use regular weapons." Like, "Oh yeah, I am the weapon."
And they sound they sound so real. They sound like real people, weirdly enough.
Yes.
Just calling each other dumbass and idiot and
No, absolutely.
Like
That's
friends,
that's
yeah.
part of what it is that they're talking like real friends. Dazzler's ass is so fat, Ego the Living Planet tried to orbit it.
Yeah.
Complimenting the art, what I want to say
I
about
love
it is,
it.
first off, it looks incredible. But the other thing is, like, these ladies are hot, but they're not
Yeah.
being over sexualized.
Yeah, they're just
they're
hot.
doing just a good line of like, yeah, they are all attractive women. We are not over sexualizing them.
Yeah.
I also love when they all gang up on Alex to call him a little piss boy.
Oh my god, dude!
And just like
piss boy.
He's just like, oh my god, you're all horrible.
Oh my god.
you kidnapped us.
I got the group text that
Oh,
Laura
Uh-huh.
Laura Kinney joins the group. What is this? And like, you got games on your phone? Laura Kinney has left the conversation. Quick, someone add her back. Who are you? You got games on your phone. God damn it. Bro, like, how do you make a text message make me laugh in a comic? That's crazy.
Yeah.
The
Not only
talent.
that, you know what also made me laugh? Okay, so you know when you get the pages before the mature audience thing, where it's like they give you like a little bit of a rundown, and then
Yes.
on the other side of the page you have like the X and this little blurb on top.
Yeah.
I loved those, especially the one that said "We're respectfully looking."
Right, this one is respect. Yeah, this one is the book is ending. Sad face.
Yeah,
Um,
but the book is a sad face. I can't even tell you what the titles of these books were because there's so many different things. At the same time, I didn't care because one of them was like "Nothing Good Ever Happens at 2 a.m." and there's another one about like sexy suplexes, or I don't know, I can't remember. It was just great.
There's a great line. There's a great line because this book is horny and funny, funnily so. When they free the vampire minions, they all escape the Collector yelling, "Lord Daddy."
Lord
And
Daddy.
I just think that's incredible.
Absolutely.
Yes.
I did take a picture
Because
of it.
when let's see, Lord Daddy is just the best.
Yes. Two other
Aid me, my sons.
Two other moments I want to spotlight real quick is when Laura and Logan are having their little conversation, and then Jubilee is like, wait, someone grab Laura's hat and puts it on her head, and she's like, I hate you.
The witch outfit.
Yes, and then I also love when Dracula shows up and he's ready to like chew the shit out of them, and Jubilee's like, hey, weren't all those people like defectors? So you probably had bounties out on all of them. So honestly, you owe us money.
You owe us like $1 million.
Dracula's
And Dragon's just like, get the funds
What a-
because he
what a
knows
cool
he lost.
thing. What a cool thing, because like you have the Vampire Nation who is now just running their own shit in Chernobyl, and they're like, oh yeah, we have to go talk with Krakoa about like this political thing that happened. I'm like, what an idea.
I love seeing Dracula show up and just like it's just so fun. Like, I'll grant you this favor. Bye.
A boon.
I'll grant you this. What does he say? He says, just leave enough to be persecuted. Don't you be prosecuted? No.
I said what I said.
I said what I
Really
said.
unmute it. I meant what I said. Yeah. I think this is all great. I really love that at the end. It tops everything off with Dazzler buying the bar and having all the ladies destroy it.
Yeah.
I think that's just excellent. I really love the way that they handle that story going out. This is just top tier comic. Love it.
I thank God the thing said the Exterminators will return. I want more Exterminators. I want Leah Williams to write it. I want the artist to continue drawing it. This was fantastic.
Love
This
it. Yeah,
truly was one of. You know what? I think this might be my favorite thing that you've picked, Brian, outside of Infinite Iron Man.
It's high up there. It's a pretty good book. Yeah, I unfortunately didn't get to get this one as it was coming out, but hey, the issue 5 came out in January, so that top 15, baby. This book's pretty good. Man, yeah, like this book didn't sell very well,
yes.
but yeah, this book didn't sell very well. So like, they can return, like maybe it's like showing up in another book, but like them getting another miniseries, like it might not be likely, but like we can pray.
Yeah.
I hope so. I hope so. I want more. I have these single issues. I had to dig them out for this. I haven't gotten there in my X-Men reading, but I'm so happy I just read these because this was incredible. You've picked some excellent books, Ryan, but this was just this one was a killer. I very rarely laugh out loud to the written word.
Yeah.
And this one had me in stitches.
As I was eating the pizza earlier, I don't know if you heard me or not, if you had headphones on, but I was laughing to myself because I was like, oh, are you a little piss boy? You little pissy boy? And I'm just laughing to myself eating pizza. And I'm like, what is this stupid, man? This is such such a rated R nonsense book, but this does not exist in any other format of Marvel comics. Like there are rated R comics, but like a grindhouse aesthetic. Like, oh, I just want this forever. Like I want more of it.
Yeah.
Like
Hard agree.
it's sexy, but it's respectful sexy, if that even makes sense.
And Magic shows up for 2 seconds, and she's just like, I mean, I got to do this for 30 seconds. Let's call us even. And
yeah,
that's like the demon thing.
Love it, man. Yeah, I'm glad everyone enjoyed it. So much fun. Like I'm definitely gonna, when I get paid, I want to buy this trade just so I can have it because it's bee's knees.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, that's it. It is my turn next week. I do not know what it's going to be. I had an idea, but it's not going to work out. So I'm between a few things. We'll see. I'll let you guys know by the end of the week.
I mean, you have to.
Well, yeah, it's true. I can't just tell you on the day. Okay, so that'll do it, guys. Next week, we are going to continue our Mission Impossible watch through.
Oh, it's all gravy from here, baby.
We are going to watch Mission Impossible 3 and 4. 4 being, at this time of this recording, my favorite. So I'm excited to revisit it.
Can't fight the friction.
First time I'll be seeing 4.
Yeah. Stay tuned for that. And the week after, oh boy, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny.
Big times.
God, I hope.
Big times.
Guys, check out some of the other shows on this channel. You can check out Conversation. Make sure to like this video, subscribe to this channel. It won't help you with Conversation, however, because it is an audio-only show. Mm-hmm. But my latest episode with Ken Knapsack talking about Indiana Jones, that is up now. You can check it out. It's linked below. Please do. I'm really happy with this. I'm really happy with the season of Conversation. Like, I really nailed it. This is a good season.
You should be. I was listening to your Ken Knapsack episode on my way to work. It was really good.
God, and the next guest I have, oh man, that was so good. Yeah, man, this is a good season. This is a good season. Anyway, so of course you can check out Fick Nerds Watch. Now, if you like this channel, if you like this video and you like this channel, it will benefit you watching Fick Nerds Watch because that is an audio and video show. Upcoming soon, Star Trek Strange New Worlds Season 2, Fick Nerds Watch is coming, as well as Secret Invasion. So stay tuned. We're cutting there. It's close. It's happening.
Amazing.
Basement Arcade, our video game Let's Play series. Basement Arcade Pause, a new episode up now. Summer Games Fest Part 1, linked below.
Mm-hmm. Part 2
Fake Nerd Book Club, Animation Station, and The Real Score are also shows you can check out on this channel. On various audio and video mediums, these shows are releasing new episodes soon-ish. Well, Fake Nerd Book Club, it's coming. We just need to work out the logistics of it.
Hey, why don't we cut out the book club after every episode like we do Cinephiles?
No, we could. No, mind that.
I've been talking with Megan about it.
Because even though it's not like 30 minutes an hour, like still like a nice 10-20 minute conversation to put out there.
Yeah, I'm down with that. I actually would like that.
Yeah.
You can also check out our Patreon and our TeePublic if you'd like to support us financially, or you can check out our new and improved website. It's up there, fakenerdpodcast.com, linked in the description below. You can all the links that of literally everything I just told you, you can find on that website. How cool is that, you guys?
It is there.
Of course, thank you for listening. Thank you for watching. Thank you to everyone who watched the rewind and the live show. We greatly appreciate everyone in the chat. Is anybody saying goodbye in the chat? Ben?
Oh yeah, we got some people saying goodbye in the chat. We got Grayson Live saying thank you so much for the stream, guys. Always happy to hear what's new and happening. Have a great week, you too, my friend.
Good night, Grayson.
And we have Mag, of course. Mag saying, "Good night, gang. Stay safe." And he gave Flash 6.5 also.
Right with us, bud.
6.5 across the board. Sparks, forget the perfect 10 video. Make a perfect 6.5.
A perfect
Wow,
6.5.
we all agree this is almost a good movie.
A perfectly fine film.
Yeah.
Okay, you can check out, of course, Jeremy Vellucci, current host of The Real Score and Suburban Proctologist, but also the maestro for all the music you heard here tonight. You can check him out at Jeremy Vellucci _Wreck of Time, or you can find his podcast, Suburban Proctologist, and of course iTunes or Suburban Proctologist Official on Instagram. Nope, that's on Facebook. Subproc Podcast on Instagram. Of course, you can check out Mike Matola. Mike Matola, wonderful human being, wonderful collaborator. He's designed some things for us. We love him. You can find him at Mike Matola on Instagram and Twitter. You can find us on Twitter, Instagram, and Facebook, all at Fickner Podcast. FakeNerdGuys@gmail.com. If you'd like to get in touch with us personally, I'm at BT McClure on Instagram and Twitter. You can also find me writing for CBR.com, AtomicGeekdom.com, and KaijuRamenMedia.com, where I am also the editor. Ben.
You can find me still playing Tears of the Kingdom and also just trying to take a deep breath and relax. I'll get Final Fantasy 16 eventually at BadMagnet27 on Instagram, Twitter, and TikTok. And you can also find me writing for Fusion Gaming Magazine, Old School Gamer Magazine, GoNintendo.com, and playing Mary Frankenstein on D & Dark. New episodes out Wednesdays. Latest episodes linked below.
Ben, how far are you in Jedi Survivor?
As you've started it?
No, I've started it. I have started it.
He played 2 hours and hasn't touched it since.
I get it. The
Look,
games
he's
are
not
out.
gonna. He's not going to be on the review. He's just not going to be on the review.
Yeah, I'm just saying, like, I haven't finished it either, but like I will finish it soon.
I'm also going to finish it.
So like I'm just saying, like
I'm the only one who's finished it. I'm ready to go. So
I was
whenever you
slowing
guys are
down a
ready.
little bit because Ben started playing it, but then Zelda came out and I also stopped playing
Yeah.
it. So like,
No, I was literally playing Jedi Survivor when Jeff sent me the links for my download code for Zelda.
Yeah, we know.
Yeah, sure.
yeah.
And then you never went back.
Listen,
Look. Anyone else on this podcast was a fool if they thought this would go differently.
Yeah.
Like we knew because Ben didn't pick up Jedi Survivor quick enough, Zelda was going to come out and it was going to go this way.
That's okay, Ben. You don't have to be on the review. That's fine. Sparks, where can people find you?
You can find me eagerly anticipating not having the bullshit scheduling of my previous job because I no longer work there at Sparks Witty on Instagram and Twitter.
Can you say it?
KZ Witty.
Oh, you know
I
I'll
used to
do.
work at
There you
Disneyland.
go.
Now I don't.
Woo!
Heyo.
Moving on up.
Ryan.
Oh my gosh, you can find me. I'm excited to watch those Mission Impossible movies that we're gonna talk about the next couple of weeks. Besides, Indiana Jones, but like I'm
Yeah.
excited to revisit the
Hell
MI
yeah.
verse at DJ Tony Snark 616. Do you guys remember the trailer for Ghost Protocol? It's like get fight the friction, huh? That's like
Yes.
the best Mission Impossible trailer. I think about it all the time.
All right. Subscribe to us on iTunes, Stitcher, Google Play, TuneIn, Spotify, iHeartRadio, Amazon Music and Podcast, and Pandora. Rate and review wherever you get us. We greatly appreciate it. Like this video, subscribe to this channel. Until next time we see us, guys, stay fake nerds.